I died on that mountain owing everything I had, and I left my wife exactly one instruction, not advice, not a technique, not the location of a buried treasure, because I didn't have one. I said, when you burn me, scatter the ashes under that sapling on the island. Then I closed my eyes and the whole thing ended, and I want to be clear that I was fine with it. I was tired. I'd had a decent run. Some people get worse. What I was not fine with was opening them again, because I opened them and I could see in every direction at once, not turning my head, not glancing around. Every direction, all of it, at the same time, like being the middle of a room instead of a person standing in one. The lake was underneath me and above me and on all sides, flat and bright as a mirror. There was an island in the middle of it about 30 feet across, and there was a sapling on my island, 3 inches tall, 3 leaves. I want you to understand the sequence here. I understood I was seeing, then I understood what I was seeing, then I understood where I was seeing it from. I was the sapling. I had personally dug that thing up when I was 30 years old, out of a ravine nobody visited, because it was green in winter and I thought it looked lucky. I carried it home in my shirt. I planted it on my island myself. I watered it for 15 years, and in 15 years it grew exactly nothing. My wife used to laugh at me about it, and now I was inside it. I tried to scream and produced a very slight rustle. Cool, very cool, love that for me. Then the book showed up. It just appeared in whatever I was using for a head now, a small golden thing. It opened by itself, and the first page had my name on it. Ginseng fruit tree. Grade, heavenly spiritual root. Rank, germination, 3.3%. Growth speed, extremely slow. Skills, spiritual root blessing, natural peeping, emerald dream. That was me now. Heavenly spiritual root. I had spent 5 decades in the cultivation world, and I had heard that phrase exactly twice, both times in the same sentence as legend and does not exist anymore. And here it was, on a page, with my name under it and the words extremely slow written next to it in what I can only describe as a tone, Ginseng fruit tree. I knew that name before I knew what had happened to me. In the stories, that tree flowers 30 times in 3,000 years, and the fruit needs another 3,000 to ripen. Smell one, and you get 360 years added to your life. Eat one, and you get 47,000. So I had become a legendary treasure of heaven and earth. Congratulations to me. I was also 3 inches tall, unable to move, and it was going to take me 6,000 years to produce a snack. The second thing in the book was better. Ground book. Innate spirit treasure. The membrane of the earth itself. Radius, 5 li. Within that circle I could move soil, reshape ground, and scan anything that stood on it or was buried under it, down to what it was made of, 5 li. About 2 miles, which, as it happened, was almost exactly the size of Peachstone Valley, the valley I had spent 15 years saving 500 spirit stones to buy. The valley the Iron Sword sect had sold me while barely hiding their smiles, because they had surveyed it themselves and found nothing in it worth the walk. Half an acre of spirit soil, 1 weak spirit well, a lake with no fish in it and a hill with no ore in it. I ran the scan. They were right, incidentally. That was the awful part. I swept the whole 2 miles, and the Iron Sword sect surveyors had been completely honest with me, which for the Iron Sword sect is a first. 1 thread of spiritual chi, thin as a hair, feeding the single well, no metal worth the name, no veins, nothing, except spirit soil doesn't come in slabs. It comes in specks. It's scattered through ordinary dirt like pepper on a skewer, and the reason my valley had half an acre of it was that half an acre was all anybody had ever bothered to gather. The rest of it was still out there, spread across 2 square miles of worthless ground in grains too small to see, and I was the membrane of the earth. I reached out. I don't have a better verb. I reached out through 2 miles of dirt at once, and I took hold of every single grain of it, and I pulled. It took most of an afternoon, and it felt like doing arithmetic with my whole body. Soil moved without moving. The ground didn't crack, didn't heave, didn't leave a mark. It just quietly rearranged itself the way a deck of cards rearranges itself in a good pair of hands. When I stopped, there was 1.5 acres of top-grade spirit field lying in the flat below the lake where yesterday there had been rocks and scrub. It looked like it had been there since the world started. I had just enough time to feel proud. Warning: overuse of the ground book's power will induce deep sleep. Now, I said, to nobody, with no mouth. You tell me now? I would have taken 1/2 acre. Then I went out like a lamp. I passed out twice that first day, as a plant, which I feel is worth writing down somewhere. While I was unconscious, my family was falling apart. I want to be precise about this because the version where a man dies and his household grieves nobly and then rallies is a very nice version, and it is not what happened. What happened is that the day I stopped breathing, my family stopped being worth talking to, and my wife's name is Mei Xinghua. She was my master's daughter. She has a face that people describe as cold because they've never seen it from the inside. She is 45 years old, and she was third level chi refining, and when I died, she became the head of my family, which meant she became the person everybody in Qinghe County collected debts from. A month after the funeral, she was sitting at my desk with her brush dried out in her hand, looking at the ceiling. Tianfeng, 21, second level, came in with the accounts. He has never once been able to lie to his mother, which is how I read the whole month off my eldest son's face. 10 blade talismans commissioned, 6 sold, 4 returned as defective, and the buyer had let it be known he was considering ending the arrangement and mentioning it to the Iron Sword sect. The blood stasis pills were worse. Nobody left in the house could reliably make one. I'd been the alchemist. I'd also been the one who knew where the herbs grew. So here was my family ledger, 1 month in. Mother, third level, exhausted. Eldest son, second level. Second son Jinhai, 20, first level, all charm and no cultivation. Third, Yunli, 18, first level, happier with a hoe than a sword. The 2 youngest, Longwei and Anning, 16 and 14, hadn't drawn ki at all. 6 people, 2 of them children. One saleable product they could no longer make. Tianfeng asked to be allowed to join the Zhang family's beast hunt. Good money, he said. Everyone was going. His mother didn't even look up. If it were a sure thing, she said, why would they need a second-level cultivator? That should have ended it. It didn't, because my son took a breath and said the thing everybody in that house had been not saying for weeks. Mother, ghost month is coming. And she got up and opened the window. It was June, noon, and the sunlight coming through my window was gray and flat and dim, like somebody had put frosted glass across the sky. The brush fell out of her hand. Let me tell you about Ghost Month, since it's about to matter a great deal. Beast tides you can fight. Beast tides come out of the 10,000 mountains in the west, and they're made of teeth, and teeth can be cut. Ghost Month is different. Ghost Month is when the sun goes black and the earth goes white as paper, and for 1 full month, the dead walk around outside in the hundreds. There'd been one about 10 years back. Before that, one in my father-in-law's time. Nobody knows the schedule. You just look up one day and the light is wrong. Every previous ghost month, my clan had done the sensible thing. Locked the house, moved into Qinghe County town, and sat inside somebody else's defensive formation for 30 days. I couldn't do that anymore. Because now I owned land, and under the law of the Holy Dynasty, land you abandon is land the crown takes back. 500 spirit stones, 15 years. The one thing I'd left them. That night, my wife sat alone in an empty room and said out loud to nobody, "Elder brother, I can't hold on much longer." I heard it. I want that on the record. I heard my wife say that from about half a mile away through the ground, and I could not do one single thing about it. I woke up the next morning with 2 acres of spirit field sitting in my valley and absolutely no way to tell anyone it was there. 2 acres. Do you understand what 2 acres of top-grade spirit soil is to my family? Half an acre of spirit rice feeds every person in that house forever. The rest goes to ganling grass, the main ingredient in blood stasis pills. That is a dozen spirit stones a year without my ever leaving the valley. It was sitting right there, visible from the front gate, and my family walked past it for 2 days without noticing, because when you're drowning you don't look at the scenery. I had no mouth, I had no hands. I had at that point 3 leaves and a nice view. I had genuinely become a vegetable. The book, to its credit, had a suggestion. Emerald Dream expends growth points to draw a blessed subject into a dream space. Time inside is adjustable. Blessed subject. That was the catch. The spiritual root blessing had a range, and the range was roughly the corner of the island I was standing on. My entire family was on the far side of a 20-mile lake, so I sat there, which is all I ever did, and the sun went down, and then a boat came across the water with a woman in white in it. She came alone, the way she always came alone. She had a basket with pastries in it and a jar of yellow wine. She got down on her knees in the dirt and started pulling the weeds out from around my roots. 15 years I had watered that sapling. So my wife had watched me do it and laughed at me every single year, and now that I was dead, she came out here to pull its weeds, because it was mine. She sat back on her heels and poured a cup and drank it and poured a second one out onto the ground for me. "Elder brother," she said, "do you remember when I was little, I asked you what this tree was? Why it never grew? I did. You told me it was a ginseng fruit tree, an earth-grade spiritual root." She laughed at the lake. "You made up a whole story about it. You wrote out an entire book for me so the lie would hold together. Monkeys and monks and a pilgrimage west. I'd written her journey to the west from memory over one winter because she called my bluff and I was too stubborn to fold. I asked you once why you wanted immortality so badly." She was quiet a moment. "You said, there's too much good food in the world, too much wine, too many places worth looking at, too many beautiful women, and how is anybody supposed to get through all of it in one lifetime?" She'd hit me on the head for that. I remembered that too. I remembered exactly how hard. "And that was when I worked out what I wanted," she said. I wanted to be next to you a little longer. She looked at the 3-inch sapling for a while. Elder brother, it's so hard. I'm about to break. Then she lay down in the grass with the empty jar and fell asleep drunk, at 45, the head of a household, on an island in a lake, in front of me. I had 3 leaves. I spent one of them. The spiritual root blessing came off me as green light, went into her, and settled between her eyebrows as a small emerald leaf, and then I pulled her into the dream. She was standing in a place with no weather, and I was standing in front of her and I looked exactly like myself, and she went absolutely white. Then she hit me in the chest and grabbed 2 fistfuls of my robe and cried for about 10 straight minutes. Not politely, not the way she cried at the funeral in front of the county, but the way you cry when you've been holding a roof up alone for a month. How could you just go? She said into my collar. How could you? It's so hard, and you just went. It's over now, I said. I'm going to look after you from here. She pulled back and stared at me, and I could see her cultivator's brain starting up under the tears, because she's my master's daughter and she's never once in her life accepted a miracle without asking for receipts. You're a ghost, she said. You're a soul, which is impossible, elder brother. I checked. I had the temple check. I'm not a ghost. I turned her around and showed her the sapling. I died, I said, and I became that. I told her all of it. The tree, the book, the 2 acres, the blessing. She listened the way she does, with her jaw set, filing it. And when I let the dream go, she came up off the grass on my island in the dark with her eyes still red. The first thing she did was look at the sapling and count 2 leaves. Then she looked down the hill at 1.5 acres of black spirit soil sitting in the moonlight, glowing faintly, exactly where I had put it. Then she leaned over the water and saw the leaf mark between her own eyebrows in the reflection. Elder brother, she said, and her voice cracked right down the middle. You really did become a ginseng fruit tree. She stood up. She wiped her face with her sleeve, once, the way you'd wipe a table. I'll keep our home, she said. I'll keep it for you. And here's the thing nobody had told either of us yet. When my blessing went into her, something else went with it. She could feel plants now. Not see them, feel them, the way you feel a room in the dark. And the evergreen skill, the technique I'd given her, the one she'd been stuck on at level 3 for 15 years, was suddenly loose in its socket. She went home and she went into the alchemy room, which she had never done, not once. Then my wife has no talent for alchemy whatsoever. That is not an insult. It is the specific reason her father took me on as a student in the first place, because he needed someone in the family who could run a furnace and his own daughter couldn't heat water, and my eldest found her in there at dawn, standing in front of my old 2nd-tier furnace with her hand flat on the side of it. She picked up a stalk of ganling grass, and she felt it. Every property in it, laid out, like reading a label. 7 herbs went into that furnace. Green light came out of it. Tian Feng stood in the doorway with his mouth open because my whole courtyard smelled like a pill hall. I watched his mother walk out past him and put a bottle in his hands. Take these to Jinhai. 10 pills. Ivory, with a faint green shine through them. Tian Feng got one out onto his palm and just looked at it. Mother, he said. This is half again stronger than the ones father made. Grandfather never made one this good. Don't ask. But, just tell me one thing. She was already turning away. Is this batch worth more than whatever the Jiang family's hunt was going to pay you? And as she turned, my son saw the small green leaf sitting between his mother's eyebrows. Now, while all this was happening, I had been doing arithmetic, and the arithmetic was grim. I checked myself. Germination, 2.1%. It had gone down because I'd spent a leaf. But my growth speed had quietly changed from extremely slow to average on account of 2 acres of spirit field appearing next door. Here's the exchange rate I was working with. 1 leaf is roughly 1 growth point. In 40 years on that island, I had grown 3 leaves. To break out of germination, I needed about 100. Do that division and you'll see why I started looking for a business. I turned the ground book on an ordinary peach tree in the yard because it was the closest living thing, and the book said, Peach tree, common. Would you like to bless it? Cost 0.2 growth points, 1/5 the price of blessing a person. And when I looked at what a blessing could do to a plant, it came out in 3 directions. 1. The fruit picks up properties, real ones, spirit fruit. 2. The wood goes top grade, the kind of timber artifact refiners fight over. 3. And this is the one that made me stop and stare. 3. The plant gets a mind. An actual awakened tree spirit. I sat with 3 for a long time, a forest of them. An army I could grow out of the dirt and never have to feed, except that I would have to feed them. A tree demon eats spiritual qi like a teenager eats rice, and my family did not need more mouths. My family needed producers. So I killed the idea, and I have never entirely stopped thinking about it. I spent 0.4 points. Both peach trees in the courtyard came back as Tier 1 spirit peach trees. Fruit that strengthens the foundation. Wood that holds spirits and suppresses ghosts. Ghosts. In the month before Ghost Month. That was not luck. That was the only piece of good timing in my entire death. I'd spent my whole life envying men who owned mines and orchards. I had to die to hand my family a business. I was still enjoying that thought when a figure came up onto my island carrying a sickle. I have never been so frightened in my life, and I include the monkey. They were going to root me out. That was it. That was how this ended. 3 months in, some helpful child clearing the scrub. It was my daughter, Yunli, 18, come to weed the field. Her mother had told her about my 2 acres and sworn her to secrecy. Not even her brothers were to know, and she had told her one more thing besides. The sapling on the island was the last thing I ever planted, and she was to look after it. So she looked after it. For days, she put half an acre into spirit rice and an acre into gandling grass. She moved through that field with a hoe like other people dance, and I stood there for the first time in 50 years with absolutely nothing to do but watch one of my children work. I hadn't done that when I was alive. Not once. I was always at the sect, or up a mountain, or in a furnace room. 50 years of being a good provider, and I had never just watched my daughter in a field. Then I caught what she was muttering to herself while she worked, and the 2 words in it were Ghost Month, and I looked up at the sun. I'd assumed the sun looked wrong because I was a plant now, and plants see differently. The sun looked wrong because the sun was wrong. It was sitting up there flat and sleepy and gray, and it was getting worse by the day. My family could not leave, because leaving meant losing the ground I had spent 15 years buying. 6 people, 2 children, 1 month of the dead walking. And in a room somewhere in my county, a conversation was happening that I would not learn about for a very long time. Master, the Lu boy pulled out of the hunt. The fish is off the hook then. Should we simply wipe out the whole clan? No. Killing Lu Yuan already made the Iron Sword sect look twice at us, and the county along with it. A pause. Besides, that thing under the bed of Mirror Lake, it's almost ready to be born. Then we do it with somebody else's hands. I want you to hold on to 2 facts from that exchange, because I certainly did once I finally heard it. 1. There is something under my lake. 2. I did not die in an accident. While my wife was fighting a furnace and I was fighting arithmetic, my second son was having his heart handed back to him in a courtyard gateway. Jinhai is my charmer, 20, first level, knows every gatekeeper and pawnbroker in the county by name, has never once in his life won a fight, and has never once needed to. He had been all but promised to a girl called Lin Ruo. She was waiting for him at the gate that morning with her eyes swollen shut, and she put a hairpin into his hand and closed his fingers around it. Red bean wood. He'd carved it himself. It isn't meant to be, she said, and left. Tian Feng came in swinging, ready to break his brother's face for whatever he'd done, and Jin Hai just stood there holding the hairpin and explained it in about 9 words. The Zhou family had shut their door on me the week I died, not out of spite, out of accounting, so my family's ceiling was now 3rd level qi refining. Nobody marries their only daughter into a household with a ceiling like that. Then my son had done nothing wrong. That's what got me. He was simply worth less this month than he'd been worth last month, because I had gone and died. And my eldest changed the subject the only way he knew how, which was to shove a bottle in his brother's hands. So my second son got the stopper out, sniffed. His face did something complicated. This is a blood stasis pill? This is 40% over father's. He tipped one out and held it to the light, and the green shine came through it. There are 10 of them. There are 10. Who made these? Don't ask. Jinhai put the stopper back in very slowly. Give me half a day, he said. If we sell these in half a day, we get the wrong price. Give me half a day, and we get the right one. The right buyer, as it turned out, was a man named Guo Liang, and Guo Liang was the purchasing deacon of the Iron Sword sect. Let me explain what the Iron Sword sect is to Qinghe County, because it's going to matter for the next 50 years of this story. Qinghe County used to be run by the Zhang family, hereditary lords who got comfortable and then got cruel. During one beast tide, the other clans quietly failed to help them, and the Zhang family stopped existing. Since then, my county has belonged to the Iron Sword sect. They hold better than half the top-level strength in the region, and they issue their own currency, contribution points, which you cannot buy with spirit stones. You earn them, which means anything worth having in my county can only be bought by people the sect already likes, and the sect did not like me. Then my boys got in the door through Guo Liang's nephew, Guo Ming, whose entire personality was drinking, and who would open any door in my county for a jar of decent wine. Guo Liang took the pill out of politeness, sniffed it out of habit, and then he stopped moving. I wasn't there. I've had it described to me since, and every description agrees on the stopping. He held that pill under his nose and he went completely still, and behind his face, he was doing the same arithmetic I'd done on my island. There was innate spiritual chi in it. 10 years earlier, an elder of the Iron Sword sect had broken through to Foundation establishment on a single mouthful of the stuff. A mouthful. The going price of innate chi in this world is roughly the price of a Foundation establishment pill, and a Foundation establishment pill costs more than my entire valley. The Iron Sword sect had several cultivators sitting at great perfection that minute, stuck, waiting, some for decades, all wood attributed, all of them customers of mine, and none of them knew it. Guoliang put the pill down and became, instantly, a man discussing an ordinary transaction. Decent work, he said. 4 stones apiece, 40 for the bottle, 20 in stones, 20 in contribution, and my sons nearly fell over. Market rate for a blood stasis pill is 3 stones on a good day. Tianfeng opened his mouth to accept, and Jinhai pulled his sleeve. I love this boy. I want that written down. He had been dumped that morning and he still had the presence of mind to look at the floor and sigh and say, Deacon Hu, forgive us. It's only, this is the last thing our father left. By rights, it belongs in the family hall, not in a shop. If Ghost Month weren't coming, we would never have. Tianfeng nearly bit through his own tongue. Name a price, said Guoliang. 60 stones. Done. See our guests out. They got outside and around the corner before my eldest found his voice. 60, he said. Just feelings? That was enough? Feelings? 30 spirit stones and 30 contribution points. Net of herbs, that bottle cleared 57. Do it 4 times a year and you're buying a Foundation establishment pill, and I intended to. Jinhai spent the walk to the market chewing his own knuckle. I should have said 80. He didn't even blink. He didn't blink, elder brother. Then they got to the market and found every anti-ghost artifact in my county had doubled in price since the last time either of them looked at a shelf. That night, in an alley behind a wine shop, Guo Ming was walking home drunk when a shadow came off the wall. He was a cultivator, not a good one, but a cultivator. He went for his flying sword out of pure reflex. The hand holding it landed on the ground before the sword did. I did say don't move, said the shadow mildly. Now, what did those 2 Lu boys say to you? Meanwhile, in my valley, I was inventing an industry by accident. I'd been reading the ground book out of boredom. I had a lot of boredom, and I found a line saying I could spend growth points to direct the growth of spirit wood. Now, I was never an artifact refiner. I read one manual once, 40 years ago, but I remembered the core of it. An artifact is a piece of material with restrictions carved into it, little inscribed rules. Cut enough of them cleanly, and the thing wakes up. And I thought, what if I didn't carve them? What if I grew them? It took me about 90 minutes to raise a lumpy wooden token off one of the peach trees with 2 basic restrictions running through the grain like knots. Then I looked at it hanging there and remembered that I do not have hands, which is exactly when my wife came up the hill saying, Elder brother, I broke through. So my wife, age 45, chi refining, 5th level, evergreen skill, 2 levels, in under a month. At 45, which in my world is not the age at which people jump levels. It is the age at which people stop. The first thing I did was tell her to hide it. All of it, because I have been the man walking around a cultivation county holding something valuable, and I nearly didn't survive it, and the lesson stuck. The second thing I did was point at the token. She cut it off the branch with her sword, turned it over twice, and poured a thread of chi into it. Then she looked up at the sapling with a very specific expression. Elder brother, she said, this is a real artifact. Tier 1, first rank. This feels like the ones my father made, which is when I finally understood what I had. Every artifact in this world is acquired. Somebody takes dead material and cuts rules into it, and the material resists, because material always resists. Nobody had cut my wood. It grew that way. The restrictions sat inside it the way a heartwood ring sits in a trunk, and that is the only reason I ever mattered to anyone. Innate, not made, born. I stood there, figuratively. I stood there literally too. I had no choice. And I looked at a future where I mass-produced innate artifacts out of a courtyard tree. And then I ran into my wall that was going to define the next several months of my life. I knew exactly 2 restrictions. The 2 squiggles I'd memorized off a manual 4 decades ago, because they were on the first page and I got bored on the second. I had a printing press and the vocabulary of a toddler, so I needed blueprints. And there is exactly one place in Qinghe County that has blueprints, and it's the Iron Sword Sect Library, and you cannot buy your way into it with money. You buy your way in with contribution points. I had 30. Then my wife burned a one-shot communication talisman. 2 spirit stones gone. She did not enjoy that, to catch my sons before they spent everything on finished goods. Don't buy artifacts, she told them. Buy diagrams, wooden ones, anything that works on ghosts. Then Tianfeng told her what they'd been paid. 30 stones and 30 contribution. I watched my wife's composure slip for the first time in front of her own children, and I want you to know it was over money. She recovered in about 2 seconds and put the talisman away and said something practical. But Tianfeng had already seen the leaf between her eyebrows, and now he'd seen her face. And my eldest is slow, but he is not stupid. Mother has never made a pill in her life. Mother is now making pills that outperform father's. Mother has a leaf on her forehead. We'll split up, he said. You take the market. I'll take the library. In a tavern 2 streets over, a man was telling the room that my family had just sold Guo Liang 1 bottle of pills for 30 stones and 30 contribution points. The room reacted the way you'd expect. Has the Iron Sword sect gone blind? 30 contribution for pills? At a corner table, 3 men looked at each other and got up and left. Source is solid, one said. We going? Heard the Lu widows got a figure on her. No mistakes this time. Last month we spent 4 weeks running from the Flying Fish Guard because of you. The Iron Sword Sect library has 7 halls, and my eldest stood in the entrance and felt the size of it. Every one of those halls larger than my entire main house, and understood properly for the first time what the gap actually looked like. Then the doorman asked him to check his artifact at the desk. He didn't have one. 21 years old, 2nd level, the eldest son of a landholding family, and my boy did not own a single artifact to hand over. He went red to his ears and said so. Section C, floors 3 through 5, wooden artifacts. Most of it was garbage at a premium. There was one called a soul lamp, made from essence of earth and fire spirit iron, 2 materials I'd have wept over, and out of them somebody had produced a tier 1 grade 3 nothing and priced it at 32 contribution points. That is taking the clay Nuwa patched the sky with and shaping it into a turd. He also found something he couldn't have. A library disciple, being helpful, mentioned a formation, 3-beast soul-fixing formation, wood-based. Tier 1, 8th rank. 8th, which for 12 contribution points is theft in my favor. It pins spirits. It pins them absolutely. 2 problems. It holds exactly 3 at a time. And the second material is a sacrificial item, and sacrificial items are not made in the Western Territory. They're a specialty of Nanlihuo Prefecture, which is a very long way from anywhere I have ever been. So my son read that scroll twice. Then he put it back on the shelf and bought the mace. Remember the scroll he put back? I certainly did. Across town, my other son was failing. Jinhai spent a day trying to buy a wooden artifact diagram off private hands and got laughed out of 6 shops. Then my second son found a stall on the edge of the market where a girl of about 11 was arguing with a customer. She was selling small wooden Pixiu figurines, beautifully cut, no price on them. There's only one price, she was saying. Cure my grandfather. The old man's illness had a name. Petrosis. The skin turns to stone. Nobody in my county treats it because nobody in the county can. And my son, who wanted the diagram she was carrying and had run out of ideas, said the stupidest sentence of his life. And how do you know I can't? The girl went down on her knees in the street. She was still there at my family gate that night, kneeling when Tianfeng got back with the mace. You told a child you'd cure Petrosis? I told a child I might, which she heard as, yes, said Jinhai. Yes, I know what she heard. She knelt at that gate until full dark before anybody could make her come inside. And while my sons were arguing about a girl on the doorstep, 3 men slipped through the mouth of my valley. The entrance to Peachstone Valley is 2 cart widths across. That is the entire reason I could afford it, and the entire reason it was worthless. Nothing in there, and 1 road in. Quiet, said one. Someone's coming. Meanwhile, 3 riders in the uniform of the Flying Fish Guard came into Qinghe County at speed. The Flying Fish Guard are the Holy Dynasty's answer to cults, evil gods, and murdered cultivators. They do not investigate ordinary crime. If they are in your county, something is wrong in your county. They were about to be in mine, and I had done it. Their commander was a woman barely into her 20s, Commander Z. 3 of them, she said. Where'd they go? West, ma'am. What's west? The guard thought about it. Peachstone Valley, Lu family, strongest of them's 3rd level. Ride. Then my wife was in the main hall consolidating her 5th level when she smelled it. Shy flower. A weed I'd planted along my valley path years ago because it stinks when it's stepped on. And my cheap alarm system, put in by a 5th level cultivator who couldn't afford a real one. Somebody was on the path. She took the green bamboo sword off my wall and went out to meet them alone because the boys were in town and the children were asleep and there was nobody else. The 3 of them were amused. A woman in her 40s with a bamboo sword. Hey Gu, one of them said. You couldn't wash your feet first? Hey Gu went in first, mace up, calling dibs. She put a vine through his ankles and dropped him, threw up a wooden stake as thick as my fist, and grew a wall out of the path with half-meter spikes on it. He hit the wall at full speed. She did not use the blessing. I want to be very clear about that. Everything she did in the first 90 seconds of that fight was her own evergreen skill running at 5th level and hitting like 6th, because a technique she'd been stuck on for 15 years had finally come unstuck. The second man came with an iron sword and she took his face open with leaves. Actual leaves, off me. She'd learned to throw them on the way down the hill. Then something whistled behind her, and the iron sword coming at her back was missing half its blade because there were 3 of them. And paired weapons are a thing I had not planned for. The short blade went for her spine, and a white shell of chi came up out of nowhere and stopped it dead. The lumpy token, the ugly first draft. 2 restrictions and no craftsmanship, hanging at her belt where she'd tied it that afternoon because I made it and she wasn't going to leave it in a drawer. She told me afterward, in the dream, in a very flat voice, in the end, it was elder brother who saved me. After that, she stopped being frightened, which was bad news for everyone else on that path. She buried the second man under leaf blades. The leader threw something called 13-segment bone fingers at her, and I watched my wife bat it out of the air and put a stake through the injured one's back while he was getting up. Cowardly, the leader said. I'm not ashamed, said my wife. I'm proud. Then he took out the banner. A white bone soul-guiding banner, demonic sect work. The kind of thing you make by killing people, not 1 or 2, not a dozen. The black chi coming off it represented a number my wife did not want to finish estimating. These weren't bandits. Bandits rob you. These men killed for materials, and she lost, straightforwardly. 5th level against a demonic artifact soaked in thousands of lives is not a contest, it is a schedule. 2 things were happening elsewhere at that exact moment. Half an hour's ride out, Commander Z lifted her head and said, "That's demonic chi." And in a grove not far from my valley, 2 men were watching. One of them had been Guo Ming, in the sense that a coat is still a coat after somebody else puts it on. The other one was called Mr. Lin. A clan of hundreds would make a good offering, Mr. Lin said. And the woman, Mei Xinghua, she'd make excellent material for a dragon woman. A pause. But none of that matters. What matters is what's under Mirror Lake. That has been in preparation for decades. The banner opened and the spirits came out, and the biggest one was halfway into the world when my wife broke her own rule. She used my blessing. A wooden stake 5 meters long came out of the ground and went through the leader front to back and lifted him off it, which solved the leader and did nothing about the banner because a demonic artifact with no owner doesn't switch off. It just stops being aimed, and it was still aimed at my island. The spirits kept coming. She was empty, and she was standing on the path in front of her own house with 2 sleeping children behind her, out of key, out of tricks, thinking, she told me this later, that she was going to die about 6 weeks after I did, and that the children would have nobody. And then something said, mew. A black cat came off my wall and went through those spirits like a wolf through a sheep pen. 4 small flags landed around the biggest one, minor 4 spirits formation. Divine beasts on all 4 sides, and the thing that had been climbing into my world folded up and stayed where it was. Nicely done, big tiger, said a voice. Half a jar of Shaoxing when we get back. The cat sat, licked its shoulder, and jumped onto the shoulder of a woman in the uniform of the Flying Fish Guard. Commander Z looked at the 5-meter stake with a man on it, the spike wall, and the dead demonic cultivators, and my wife standing in the middle of it, barely upright. The Liu family hides its strength well, she said. 5th level, holding 3 demonic cultivators. Then she smiled, and I learned something about the Holy Dynasty. We chased those 3 1,000 li, she said. And they died here, which means the merit died here too, doesn't it? I think you should compensate us. She tapped the enormous stake with her boot, starting with whatever does this. And my wife, who has a temper, who once threw a teapot at a man for less, turned around inside her own head in about a second and a half. 3 demonic cultivators broke in during the night, she said. Fortunately, 3 officers of the Flying Fish Guard arrived in time and killed them. Commander C laughed out loud. Clever girl. They took everything, every piece of equipment off 3 corpses, including a set of paired blades my wife had already decided to give her son. They took the bodies, they took the banner, and I was glad to see it go. On her way out, Commander C flicked a scroll over her shoulder into the dirt. Greenwood Bell, a diagram. So my wife picked it up out of the mud and said thank you. I sat in my tree and watched her do it, and I understood exactly what it cost her. 10 years earlier, she'd have gone for the woman's throat. She had 5 children now. Then my sons came home next day dragging a cart with an old man on it and a girl walking behind, and found their mother pale, my path repaired, the story already assembled. She told them about the demonic cultivators. She did not tell them about my blessing. Then she heard the price of the pills, 30 stones and 30 contribution, and frowned. That's too generous, she said. Which means they saw something in those pills that we didn't. They had. She was right within a week. About the girl, she was brisk. Take them in. Find 2 reliable farming households to look after the old man properly. I owe them that much now, because your brother opened his mouth. She also mentioned, in passing, something that made my eldest son go quiet. There was an engagement. Old Shen Zi, head of a military family in my county, one of the 2 or 3 men who'd genuinely been my friend, had settled his second daughter on Tianfeng years ago over a jar of wine. That girl was being raised by an elder of the Rainbow Haze sect over in Huayuan County, and my son had never seen her face, and now my family's ceiling was 3rd level. You do not walk up to a rich family with your hand out. He didn't say it. He didn't have to. Down at the gate, the 4th of my children was learning what an embarrassment feels like. Jinhai came home and got hit in the thigh with a wooden practice sword by his 16-year-old brother Long Wei, who had grown 4 inches in a month, and by my youngest, 14, who had not grown at all and hit harder. Then the girl ran out and went down on her knees again. Immortal master, save my grandfather. Chuyun will serve you as a slave. Her name was Zhang Xiaoyan, Southern Territory. She and her grandfather had come north on some enormous flying artifact, which is a detail I filed away and did not understand for another 20 years. Jinhai, cornered, started constructing a scheme. Give the old man ordinary pills, wait a week, tell the girl she hadn't nursed him properly. I have rarely been less proud. Then he glanced sideways and saw his little brother Longwei going red in the face. Oh, said Jinhai, out loud, in a tone I could hear from my island. Now. While the family was collecting strays, I found my second income stream, and I found it by accident, and it was disgusting, so my growth points went up on the night my wife killed 3 demonic cultivators and pinned a spirit. Not from the field, not from the sun, from that. I sat with that for a while. Then I got to work, because I'm not a monk. Here is what the Emerald Dream is actually for, and it took me a month to figure it out. Inside that dream, I could simulate objects. I could adjust how fast time ran, which meant I could build something, take it apart, and build it again 300 times before breakfast. So I built the soul extracting mace from Tianfeng's diagram. Then I built it again with 1 restriction left out, then again with a different one missing. Over and over, subtracting, watching what broke. By the end of it, I had 8 restrictions mapped and named. Soul absorption, reinforcement, connection, mind, sound, soul, exercising, body protection. I had a vocabulary, so I stopped copying other people's designs and made my own. 1. A protection charm the size of a thumb on a red cord for every person in my house. The first draft had been a wooden kitchen knife. This one you could wear to dinner. 2. I threw out the mace entirely because a mace is a farmer's weapon, and I had spent my whole life wanting to be a swordsman, and I was finally in a position to indulge myself. Peach wood sword, 5 restrictions. Plus a lighter version the 2 children could actually lift. By the time I was done, my clan, 6 people, top cultivation 5th level, was carrying better gear than most 7th and 8th level cultivators in that county. None of them knew where it came from. Their mother handed it out and said, "Don't ask." The old man got better, incidentally. Then my eldest wouldn't let his brother run the swindle. They took it to their mother, and my second son finally got a good look at my leaf between her eyebrows and asked about it. "It's an ornament," said my wife without blinking. "Go on." Then my youngest daughter, chattering about the wooden pixiu the girl had given them, used 2 words that made my eldest son's head come up. Sacrificial item. The thing that isn't made in the Western Territory. The missing half of a formation that pins spirits absolutely. Sitting on my table, carved by an 11-year-old, as a thank you gift. And Mei Xinghua went and tried the blessing on the old man's stone skin. Wood overcomes earth. That's not poetry. That's the 5 phases, and patrosis is an earth affliction. I watched the emerald light go into that old man and the stone come off him like frost off a window in the sun. She got most of it in 1 sitting and nearly fell over doing it. The terms she offered were gentle and they were not optional. If the treatment fails, I give you stones and you seek help elsewhere. If it succeeds, I hire the 2 of you. 20 years. Which is a polite phrase for something else, and my wife knew it. So did the old man. Tianfeng tried to help by performing outrage. "Mother, that medicine was for grandfather. It's terribly expensive. And my eldest is a genuinely bad actor. There was no one in that room who needed convincing. The girl gave me 3 more pixiu, each the size of an inkstone. Her grandfather's name was Feng Qilin, 3rd level, a maker of sacrificial items from the Southern Territory. And in his own head, when he thought no one was listening, he did not call his granddaughter by her name. He called her young miss, and once, Saintess. I heard that. I filed it. It took 20 years to matter. Outside, the county was having a fire sale. Every shop in Qinghai was clearing stock ahead of Ghost Month. Tianfeng went in to buy formation materials, and 2 men followed him through the crowd. After Ghost Month, the thing will be born, one of them said. 10 days, a month at the outside. Mr. Lin took 3 talismans out of his sleeve, and Guo Ming's borrowed face went slack. "The master gave you those?" 3 talismans. Blood red. I learned the exchange rate on those much later, and I'll tell you when I tell you, because you should get to be as sick about it as I was. And half a month's ride into the mountains, the worst thing in this story was being assembled out of 5 men and a campfire. Wang Kong's hunting party, the one my son had turned down, had been lost for 2 weeks, not lost in the ordinary way. They kept arriving at the same ruined temple, 6 times. Ghost month was days out and panic was setting in. Wang Kong finally admitted to the group that he wasn't a core disciple of the Zhang family at all. He'd been talking himself up for years, and I had believed none of it, and a man they knew as Grandpa Li said there was a way out. Look at me, he said. Look at my face. There were 7 sockets in it. One of them had an eye. I'm going to tell you what happened next, the way I'd tell it to someone I liked. Grandpa Li asked those 5 men for their eyes. Not both. He was reasonable about it. He pointed out that they each had a spare, and they gave them to him. Wang Kong came out of it later with his own hands at his face and blood on his fingers and ran and found a hut with 5 men sitting in the dark. All of them turned to look at him. None of them could. I had done that. Here is the part that ruined me. There was no hut. There was no Grandpa Li sitting at the fire. Wang Kong had spent that whole night walking a slow circle around a campfire, playing every part in the conversation himself in 5 different voices. I listened to all of it, and at the end of it he had done the thing to himself. He remembered, right at the end, that Grandpa Li had sat down next to him at a gambling table 2 months ago. Just sat down, started talking. You, he said. You're the 1,000. A hand pressed something into the 6th socket. One more, said the thing wearing Grandpa Li. And Mo Tianfeng is already chosen. The 7th eye. Every head in that clearing turned west, toward Peachstone Valley. At home, my eldest son was getting the worst news of his month from a nice old man. Feng Qilin explained sacrificial items to me. Nanlihuo Prefecture is the closest prefecture to Fengdu itself, and they get ghost month every 1 to 5 years instead of every decade. So the south developed an answer. Carve a divine beast, consecrate it, put it on the temple roof. The Pixiu is the most common one, which is exactly why it's the most effective one. A divine beast's power scales with how many people believe in it. He complained at length about the quality of the local wood. So my eldest put the greenwood bell on the table. The old man came out of his chair. Congenital soul-suppressing peach wood, he said, and his hands were not steady. This is innate. This is tier 2. And then he explained kindly to a 21-year-old exactly what innate spiritual ki is worth. It doesn't make you stronger. It makes you likelier, 10 to 20% better odds of surviving the breakthrough into foundation establishment. And in my county, there were something like 100 cultivators sitting at great perfection and about a dozen who ever got past it. I watched my son's face while he did the sum. 2 weeks earlier, he had personally carried a bottle of innate spiritual chi into the Iron Sword sect, the single largest concentration of stuck great perfection cultivators within 200 miles. He handed it to their purchasing deacon, took 60 stones for it, and came home to me feeling clever. We walked a lamb into a tiger's den, he said. I'd already worked that out from the island, and there was nothing I could do about it, and that is the entire experience of being a tree. What I could do was cut wood. I spent 0.2 points and grew 3 rectangular beams out of the spirit peach, each about the height of a man, each already roughly the shape of a pixiu, head end, back, 4 stubs where the legs go, because ghost month was 9 days out, and if that old man had to start from a log, he'd still be carving when the sun went black. Feng Qilin came out to the yard and found 3 2-meter beams of innate spirit wood lying in the grass, glowing faintly green. He stood there a while. Then he told himself, out loud, that my family had obviously already drained the innate chi out of them, because no one alive is wasteful enough to feed innate wood to a carving knife. Then he touched one. Your mother, he said. They actually are. He looked around my courtyard the way you look around a room after somebody tells you the owner buried gold in the floor. Are there really people this extravagant in the world? He said. Yes, this family. For the consecration, he asked for the most precious offering the household could produce. So my wife reached behind her and put 3 spirit peaches on the altar. Then my mother-in-law's daughter has one perfect trick, and I have never once beaten it. Ask her for something impossible, and she produces it from somewhere behind her back without changing expression. Ask what she keeps in there, and she says nothing. Then the old man put on a Pixiu mask and a set of robes that had not been in fashion for 400 years and began to dance. I want to be honest about my initial reaction. I was watching through my wife's blessing, through the mark on her forehead, which gave me a view about a foot above her head, an angle I will admit I enjoyed far too much for a dead man, and an elderly southerner in a beast mask was stamping around my courtyard shaking a bell. I laughed. I laughed for about 40 seconds. Then something stood up over the roof. It was an outline. It was the size of my house. It was a pixiu the way a mountain is a rock, and it was old, not old like a temple, old like the idea of a temple, and it turned its head, and it looked directly at me. Not at my wife, not at my mark, at me, down the thread of my blessing, back along the connection, the way you follow a piece of string to find out what's on the other end. I could not move. I could not shift the view. I could not disconnect, and I want to be technical for a second. I had no idea how. I had had this ability for 6 weeks. It had never occurred to me that anything could look back. It started walking down the line. You can't copy my home address. You have to understand what was on the other end of that string. A 3-inch sapling, alone, on an island. With no defenses of any kind, and every growth point I had ever earned sitting in it, and my entire family's future welded to whether that sapling continued existing. And I was going to be found by a divine beast because I'd wanted a good camera angle. What saved me was that the old man fainted. The ritual had run a full minute. It's supposed to run for seconds. He'd never in 70 years had one last that long. His body gave out, the connection dropped, and my Pixiu stopped a heartbeat short of my island. Grandfather Feng, I never told him, but I put him in my family register as an elder, and I made sure he died rich, and I want it noted that it started right there. The Pixiu, thwarted, turned its head and barked at me. There was no malice in it. It was the noise a large dog makes at a small animal that's been rude, and it pushed something into me while it did it. A fragment, a shape, knowledge I had not asked for and could not read. Then it poured gold light down into all 3 carvings and left. The old man came round on the flagstones and looked at what he'd made and did not stand up for a while. Divine soul sacrificial item, he said eventually. Not the power of a divine beast, a divided piece of its soul. Then, to himself, and I think this is the most honest thing he ever said, the quality of a sacrificial item depends on the mood of the divine beast, not on the craftsman. Once I stopped shaking, and I did shake. I have no muscles and I managed it anyway. That thing has no exit. Whatever it eats stays eaten. I sat down with the fragment it had left in me. It took half a day to render, and when I finished I understood that I hadn't drawn a picture. I'd drawn a talisman, not a cultivator's talisman. Cultivators write with spiritual chi. This was written in something else, and the ground book had a phrase for it that I have never been comfortable with. The talisman that reaches the heavens. Divine authority, not cultivation. It could go on an artifact, on a formation, or on a person's skin. I had been barked at by a god, and it had left a mark on the doorframe. I set the 3 Pixiu in a triangle around the ancestral hall, because the ancestral hall was where several hundred people were about to live for a month. Feng Qilin watched my wife place them and went quiet again, because the placement method is a guarded secret even in the south, and here was a widow doing it from memory in a farmyard. This family, he said, has too many secrets. Then she fed the formation from my one spirit well, and the 3 statues opened their eyes, and 3 roars came out of nothing at all, and every dog in my valley lost its mind. And I discovered the problem. The sacrificial items had come out too strong, far too strong, and my well could accumulate enough qi to run that formation for 1 hour in every 24, and I had no way to say so. 1 hour a day, for a month, against Ghost Month. So I built me a weapon. The full Pixiu talisman would incinerate any object I put it on. I tested that, in the dream, 30 or 40 times. The results were consistent and expensive, so I cut it down, simplified until it would sit on wood without eating it. Half a foot of peach wood, 2 halves. The bottom half is a seal. Press it against something and it stamps the Pixiu's mark on it. It's the roar, stun first, stamp second, avert evil seal. It is to this day the piece of work I am proudest of, and it saved my family's lives about 9 times in the following month. While I was cutting it, 2 men were walking the boundary of my valley in the dark, fixing 3 blood-red talismans to 3 trees. 3,000 lives for 3 talismans, said the one who used to be Guo Ming, all of it for the Liu family. Generous. The sun went black on a Tuesday, so my wife rode out to my island that morning to collect the seal, promising to be back before dark, and did not come back before dark. The sun went down and something came up in its place, and it was the moon, and it was red, and my eldest son had to run a family. The hall held several hundred people, every Liu, every tenant, every mortal in my valley, and several hundred people in a shut room under a blood moon is not a crowd, it's a fuse. Tianfeng felt it start to go. He rang the green wood bell, got the calming incense lit, climbed onto a bench, and made a speech. It was not a good speech, it worked anyway. The room settled, and then somebody knocked on the door. Tianfeng, younger brother, it's me, Wang Kong. Out on the Black Lake, my wife's raft was being taken apart from underneath. Water ghosts. Swollen white hands coming over the edge of my logs, 4 or 5 of them working at the lashings with the patience of people who have all night. She put the peachwood sword through one, and a thread of white light came off it and went into the mark on her forehead. That was my doing. I'd worked out the exchange rate 2 days earlier and told her, in the dream, in as level a voice as I could manage, every spirit you destroy makes me grow. Kill as many as you possibly can. I turned my wife into a farmer, and her crop was ghosts. The raft started to come apart, so she pulled the seal. The roar went out across 20 miles of black water and scattered them like carp, and while they were gone, she flipped my seal over and stamped my mark on both ends of the raft. Then she rode home on an invulnerable pile of logs under a red moon at speed because she had heard something from the shore. At the door of the hall, my son was arguing with an old man about whether to open it. Tianfeng kept coming back to the eye, the one he'd seen on the back of a hunter's head in my county town, and blinked away. What if it's an evil spirit? 70 years, said Feng Qilin, and I have never once seen an evil spirit. They're born from evil gods. They have divinity in them, boy. If that's an evil spirit out there, we are already finished. So pray, it's a ghost. They decided not to open the door. For about an hour that decision held, while the thing outside screamed and something cracked like a bundle of sticks and a voice that had been Wang Kong's begged and then cursed my son by name. Then my eldest said, Jinhai, open it. Save him. I don't blame him. I want to. He was 21 and a man he'd shared a table with was dying 6 feet away and he'd already turned that man down once. They dragged Wang Kong in half dead and put a pill down his throat and he sat up almost immediately and said, it's a light wound. Somebody said afterward that his eyes were beautiful, like the Milky Way. Everyone in that hall agreed about it, cheerfully, at the same time, which should have been the tell, and I missed it. There are 5 more of mine outside, said Wang Kong. Open the door. Jinhai went for the bar, and my eldest son grabbed his brother's wrist without knowing why. He told me later he couldn't explain it. There was a low sound in his ears, under everything, like a growl heard through a wall. His hands came up and formed a seal he had never learned. He backed away, and his shoulders hit stone, one of the 3 Pixiu statues by the hall door, and the illusion broke like a window. Wang Kong had 2 bloody holes in his face. 3 beasts, my son screamed. Open! Every person in that courtyard had been standing inside a dream, all of them, simultaneously, for 4 minutes. The nearest Pixiu came off its base and took Wang Kong to the ground and bit both his arms off at the shoulder. I am not going to describe the noise. The other 2 went over my gate to deal with the 5 outside. Tianfeng rang the bell until his arm gave out, and several hundred people came out of the fog in their heads at once. Then my wife hit the shore at a run. She'd heard my formation roar from the middle of the lake, which meant my household was under attack on the first night. She came up that path with a lightness talisman slapped on her own back, cutting through water ghosts with the seal like a woman clearing brush. And in the gateway she found the thing that had been standing behind Wang Kong. 7 sockets in a face, arranged in the shape of the Northern Dipper, 6 of them full, all 6 black. She put a vine through it and it tore the vine. The Pixiu came for it and it slipped the Pixiu, but she got the seal onto its right forearm. I have never seen anything react like that. It didn't scream, it shook. The whole shape of it juddered, like a reflection when you drop a stone in the pond. And the old man watching from the doorway said quietly, its soul is boiling. Then it tore its own right arm off and dropped it in the dirt. On its way out, it grabbed one of its own followers and pushed him into the second strike. The man went to black smoke, and the light that came up my wife's mark from that was brighter than any of the others. She did not follow. She had nothing left to follow with. Afterward, Tianfeng stood in front of his mother in the wreck of the courtyard and said, "This is my fault." She didn't tell him it wasn't. She nodded once. "That is my wife." She would rather her son carried it correctly than lightly. Then she asked the old man why 3 divine soul sacrificial items had only just held a single spirit. "Because that's an evil spirit," he said. "It carries the divinity of an evil god. Your Pixiu carry the divinity of a divine beast. That's not a mismatch, girl. That's a fair fight. And fair fights are the worst news I could possibly give you." The 3 Pixiu, for the record, could dispose of an ordinary ghost in 1 bite. I watched them do it several hundred times over the next 4 weeks. And my wife took 2 things out of that night, and she said them out loud so the family would have them. Its weapon is illusion, and illusion comes in through the eyes. And the Pixiu's mark burns its divinity like acid. On the island, I was doing sums again. Which meant the evil spirit itself, if I ever killed it, would be worth an amount of growth I did not let myself finish calculating. Which also meant that if it came back during the 23 hours a day my formation was dry, my family would be gone. Everything came down to the well, 1 hour a day. Because 1 thread of chi fed 1 spirit well, and the chi in that thread was rated, in my ground book's flat little voice, as weak. I could fix that. The book said so. Upgrade the underground spiritual vein. 3 growth points which I could just about scrape together, and my formation could run all night, every night, forever. There was one condition. To upgrade a vein, you have to reach its root. The root of that vein was outside my 5 lie. Extending my radius cost 2 growth points per lie. I needed about 10 lie. 20 points. I had, at that moment, roughly 1. I sat with that for 2 days, which for me is a long time, and then I noticed that the book had never actually said the territory had to be a circle. It said radius. I'd been reading radius as circle because I am a person and people think in circles, so I took my 20 points worth of area and I spent it as a strip. A narrow ribbon of controlled ground, 2 paces wide, running along the line of the vein, out and out and out into my hills, like a man laying rope. It cost me almost nothing. I reached the route in 11 days, and on the way, this is the part I could have done without. My ribbon clipped a piece of the bed of Mirror Lake. There was something down there. Dead center of my lake, 5 meters off the bottom, hanging in the water and not touching it. A coffin, lacquered, ornamented, expensive, the sort of thing you'd bury an emperor in. It was rising, slowly, about the speed of a fingernail. I did the arithmetic 3 times because I wanted to be wrong. At that rate, it would break the surface in about 10 days, which was, to the day, when the sun would go fully black. Life inside the hall went on, because life does. They cooked over open fires. Pickles and dried meat, mostly. Somebody's chickens got out. There was a running argument about a stolen blanket that lasted 19 days, and I heard every round of it. Grandfather Feng got handed a bowl one evening, 1 part spirit rice to 9 parts ordinary, a dried chicken leg on top, and sat there holding it and looking at my room. I know exactly what he was looking at, because I built it. I came from a world where you don't get to farm your own peasants. I never lost that, and the practical result is that the mortals in Liu family village ate better than the mortals of families 4 times my strength. So my 3rd daughter called down rain for them and broke their soil with her own chi and thought nothing of it. Nobody in that valley had ever been beaten for a bad harvest. This family, said the old man to his rice, genuinely cares about mortals. Unbelievable. Then he looked out the window and stopped chewing. The fog wasn't lifting. In my county town that same evening, Lin Guoji was talking his daughter out of grieving. Why suffer in the Liu family? What's there for you? Lin Ruo didn't answer him. She just walked out, and out of the dark at the end of the corridor a voice said, Your daughter is remarkable, Master Zhou. No wonder she was chosen as the dragon woman 17 years ago. The father of the girl my son loved had been in on it since before she could walk. The 3 talismans have worked beautifully, the voice added. One day, and Mirror Lake is already giving things up. The water apes can't stay under anymore. The fog came into my valley and did not leave, and out of it came ghosts. Dozens on the first afternoon, hundreds by the second, and they did not attack. They stood in a ring around the ancestral hall, shoulder to shoulder, 3 deep, and waited. Beng Qilin went the color of the fog. That's a city siege, he said. That's what it's called in the south. They surround you, and they wait. Wait for what? Nobody knows, said the old man, because nobody has ever come out of one to say. Then he told me the traditional southern answer, which is a blood offering. You pick people, you put them outside, the dead take payment, and go. He said it looking at my eldest son with red eyes, and my son turned and looked at the several hundred of his own relatives sitting on the floor behind him, and one of the smaller children said, in the silence, Blood? Food? Then my wife stood up. You do things your way, she said. I'll do things mine. Which is a sentence I used to say about twice a week when I was alive, and I had no idea she'd been keeping it. She walked out of the hall and put the avert evil seal into the thickest part of the crowd. The seal grows as it flies. It came down on that mass of ghosts the size of a millstone, went out, and killed 6 of them. The light came back up her mark, and I felt it land like a coin dropping in a jar. She did it again. 4 more. Feng Qilin watched a 5th-level cultivator open hostilities against several hundred spirits from a standing start and made a small strangled noise, and I decided I liked him. She struck first, he said. Outnumbered like this. She struck first. And then, more or less to himself, that's a hero. She stopped at 40% of her chi and came back inside because by then my fog had closed to 20 meters and she could no longer see what she was hitting. That was day 2. I was in that fog for a week and I'm going to compress it, but I want 3 things from it on the record. The first, my 3rd daughter, Yunli, who was a farmer and not a fighter, got her sword stuck in a water ghost's neck and stood there for a full 1.5 with her hands frozen on the hilt. Her mother killed it from 40 feet away across my courtyard and shouted, without stopping, Stab more, chop less. The second, I lost track of the days. It happens when there's no sun. Grandfather Fang burned a time-asking talisman to settle an argument, and it said, Hour of the Dragon. The room did the maths and worked out I'd been holding for almost 1 full day, possibly 2. 2 out of 30. The third, my wife did not sleep. Not for a night, not for an hour, not once. Her eyes went from red-rimmed to entirely red. She kept a tally on her own sword blade in black notches, and on the 7th night the tally read 142. She couldn't reach my island. There was no way across that water and no way to tell me anything, so she did the only thing she could do for her husband, which was kill more of them. Somewhere in there, Grandfather Feng stopped looking at the ghosts and started looking at his granddaughter, sitting quietly against a pillar with my children. Saintess, he murmured. She. And then two sounds came out of the fog and cut him off. They came over the wall together and they were faster than swords, not stronger, faster. They went through that courtyard like two mosquitoes in a shut room. They did not commit to a single killing blow, and after 10 minutes I understood the plan, and so did my wife. They weren't trying to win. They were trying to make her tired. And on the 8th night, in front of 200 of her own relatives, my wife dropped her sword and fell down on a futon and did not get up. The hall screamed. Dozens of water ghosts came off my wall at once, and Mo Tianfeng picked up the command. He put his blade through one, turned, took the second. His sister went down under a set of claws, and my thumb-sized charm at her throat threw up a white shell and held. 3 bells rang at once, his, Jinhai's, Yunli's, and the front rank of water ghosts folded up like wet paper. Then 2 shapes landed on top of the gate and crouched there, dripping, and looked down into my courtyard with far too many teeth. One of them came off the gate and put a hand through my eldest son's chest. The charm caught it. A thumb of my peachwood on a red cord and a first-level cultivator took a strike from something at 6th level and stayed standing. The other went for Jinhai and got the same result. Grandfather Feng, who had spent the last 10 minutes quietly making his peace and preparing to spend his life buying his granddaughter 30 seconds, looked at that and said a word I won't repeat. And then there was a flash of stone. A Pixiu took half a shoulder off one of them. Another put a paw on the second and pinned it to my flagstones. And my wife sat up. Her eyes were solid red. I had watched my wife lie on that futon for 4 minutes without moving, listening to her own children scream because you cannot bait something clever with a decoy you're not willing to lose. The cunning of beasts, she said, is only good for a laugh. She got up and put her sword through the pinned one. The 3 Pixiu went out into the fog and pushed it back 10 meters by walking at it, and the fog did not come back that night. It hadn't been a siege at all. It had been 2 of them, one making the fog, one driving the rest. Kill the pair, and the whole thing was weather, and it took me 9 days to see it. Madame Lu, said the old man unsteadily. What a plan. 4 days later, the sun went out completely. Not dim, not gray. Out. A black disk in a white sky. The peak of Ghost Month, and the day the thousand-eyed thing came back at me with a fresh eye in its head. It had 4 left, and my wife had taken 2 off it. It had stolen a water ghost's and pushed it into an empty socket, which tells you how that creature thinks about eyes. I wish I had not learned it. And it had worked out something clever. It came at us with hundreds of water ghosts in one push, all at once, at dawn, forcing my wife to light the formation hours before she meant to. Then it left. It hadn't come to fight. It had come to make me spend my 1 hour. And out on Mirror Lake, the blood-red coffin came up through the surface and drank black sunlight for a quarter of an hour and opened. What stood up out of it was wearing a burial shroud and was the color of paper, and the pressure coming off it was worse than the evil spirits. I had nothing left to answer with. 8th level, he said. Then, no, 9th. 9th level chi refining, in a valley whose strongest living defender was 5th. It came up the path and caught my wife's peachwood sword in its bare hand and tried to snap it. It couldn't. That is an innate artifact, and you do not break those with fingers. I have never in my life been so glad to have been petty about a design detail, so it threw the sword away and hit a Pixiu hard enough to move it. For the first time in a month, one of my divine beasts lost an exchange. All 3 came in, full strength, all at once, no reserve, and the shrouded thing held them. My formation began to flicker, because the well was running dry and it was still morning, so my wife poured my blessing into the seal. Everything, all of it, no reserve either, and threw it. It went across that yard like a thunderclap. The 3 Pixiu got hold of the shroud and held it still for exactly as long as it took, and the mark landed on its back. Under a black sun, on a corpse 9 levels deep, my Pixiu's mark lit up emerald green, and Feng Qilin told me afterward that it looked like the divine beast itself had come down and put its foot on the thing. It went to powder standing up. And a voice from my gate said pleasantly, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." I found out much later why any of this was happening to me. The thousand-eyed cult had a ritual running in those mountains. Then my family, by turning down a hunting trip and then surviving a night I should not have survived, had broken it. That was all. That was the whole reason a 7-socketed thing was standing in my gateway. And in the county town, Lin Guoji was refusing to let his allies finish me, and his reasoning had nothing to do with mercy. If the cult wipes out the Lu family, the Flying Fish Guard investigates. And if the Flying Fish Guard investigates the Lu family, they find us. I wait, he said. And my wife had nothing left. Not a drop. She had spent the last of the blessing on the shroud, and my formation had gone dark behind her. The doors came in, and 4 eyeless men walked into my ancestral hall, and with every step they took, the holes in their faces filled up with beautiful eyes, and everyone in that room began to smile. Tianfeng felt the bell go out of his hand. He could still feel it, the weight, the cord, the cold of it, and my eldest could not see it and could not ring it. The evil spirit picked him up by the collar. All I wanted, it said, was your spare pair. And now, because of you, everyone here dies. And my son felt an itch start under both of his eyes because a second pair had grown in beneath the first. He watched his own hand come up. He watched his own finger go toward his own eye. He was not driving. And at that exact moment, 11 days of laying a 2-pace ribbon of ground across the hills finally paid off. Spiritual vein upgrade. 3, 2, 1. Success. Tear him apart, I said, into the mark on my wife's forehead, in a voice I did not know I still had. Bite him. 3 Pixiu came up off the floor of a dark formation, because my formation was no longer being fed by a weak thread out of one well. It was being fed by a spiritual vein I had spent 11 days walking to. They took the 4 followers apart in about 6 seconds, then all 3 of them hit the thousand-eyed thing at once and put it down. And my wife, who could not stand, who had to be helped up by her second son, crawled the last 4 feet and put her sword through it. Then she fell over on the futon and stayed there for 2 days. The black sun lifted after that. On the new vein, my formation ran 5 hours a day instead of 1, and the ghosts that came out of the fog afterward were 1st and 2nd level. Pitiful things. No fog, no tactics. That, incidentally, is what Ghost Month is actually like in the Western Territory. Small, manageable, boring. I'd had the other kind because somebody arranged it for me. An eye rolled out of the thousand-eyed thing's skull when it came apart. Black, wet, still looking. I absorbed it, because I am not proud. 5 growth points, all at once. 5 leaves came out of me in one night, and I went from 3 to 8, and for the first time since I died, I could see, physically, that I was bigger. 10 days later, the sun came up yellow. Ghost Month was over, and my family had come through it with no deaths. In my county town, an argument was going on. The master comes back in a month, said the thing wearing Guoming. Do you know what he'll do to us? Lin Guoji was ice about it. You want to cut down the Lu family today? Then do the arithmetic first. Could you have handled the 6-eyed one, 7th, 8th level, with 5 followers? No. Could you have handled what came out of the coffin? 9th? No. The Lu family did. Then his daughter burst in with her hair coming down. Papa, the Lu family survived Ghost Month, all of them. And her father looked at her for a long moment and said, Is it really only him, for you? I won't marry anyone else. Fine, said Lin Guoji. Fine. You'll make an old man swallow his pride. The first thing my wife did when she could stand was confiscate every peachwood sword in the house, including her own. Innate artifacts are an invitation. Anyone who saw a family of 2nd-level cultivators carrying my gear would come to the correct conclusion and then come back with friends. Grandfather Feng boxed my 3 Pixiu in plain planking and carved an ordinary temple statue on the outside of each, which is exactly the sort of thing he'd spent 70 years learning to do. And every mouth in my valley was given the same line and told to say it and nothing else. Some wandering ghosts came through, nothing special. Then somebody knocked on the gate. Lin Guoji had sent a matchmaker. A matchmaker, said Jinhai, sitting down slowly on a step. For me, for Lin Ruo. Now here is where the story stops being about surviving and starts being about building, and I want to mark the turn, because I marked it at the time. With the vein upgraded, my groundbook's territory finally reached the manor itself, which meant I could pull people into the Emerald Dream from the house. No more waiting for someone to row out to an island. I could hold a meeting, so I spent 10 days writing the first 5-year plan. I'd like to say that phrase came to me organically. It didn't. It came to me because I was a man from another world sitting in a tree with nothing to do and a family that needed a strategy. My old world had a very specific answer to that. Point 1. Strength. So my wife to 7th or 8th level, Tianfeng to 4th or 5th, Jinhai and my 3rd daughter to 3rd or 4th, the 2 youngest to 2nd or 3rd, young cultivators in the clan, from 3 to 6 or 8. And slowly, that was the underlined part, slowly. A family that gains 4 levels in a year is a family somebody investigates. Point 2. Income. From about 20 spirit stones a year to 500. Alchemy and artifact refining, both, and under no circumstances do I sell anything innate, because the day I do, every cultivator in the Western Territory finds out where the innate Qi in this county comes from, and then they come and find out where it grows. I was a bandit chief sitting on a room full of money I couldn't spend. Point 3, which nobody understood, population, and the quality of that population. 6 years of compulsory basic schooling for every child in my clan. Every child, farmers' children, servants' children, reading, arithmetic, and 6 years of it, and then I select. Then my wife did not understand a word of it. She had, however, been married to me for 25 years and had long ago adopted the position that when I said something insane, it was usually cheaper to just let me do it. The engagement went through. Both families agreed. There was wine, and in the dark behind Lin Guoji, a voice was screaming at him. The dragon woman must be pure yin. Marriage destroys the constitution. You'll ruin the master's plan. And Lin Guoji laughed at it. I know more than your master, he said. A wedding needs red. The blood dragon ritual needs red. A pause. Isn't that convenient? And my second son's wedding was going to be the cover for it. Tianfeng took the news that his younger brother was marrying first the way any eldest son takes it. He congratulated everyone, ate nothing, and went out to my wall to look at my lake. He had an engagement of his own, to a girl he had never seen, from a family currently 4 times richer than mine. His mother called him into a room and told him not to resist, and Mo Tianfeng woke up standing on a floating island in a lake in front of his father. He didn't run to me. I want that on the record too, and I want it noted that it made me happy. He'd spent a month inside a creature that made beautiful illusions, and he stopped 6 feet away and started asking questions, so I gave him the password. I told him about the ginseng fruit tree that never grew. I told him about the monkey and the monk and the pilgrimage west, the story I'd written out one winter for a girl who called my bluff. There is no second copy of Journey to the West in this world. There is no second man who could tell it. He sat down on the grass rather suddenly. I told him everything. Then I gave him my blessing, and the leaf settled between his eyebrows. My eldest son inhaled once and went completely still because every herb within 100 yards had just introduced itself to him. Father, he said, Mother and I can both make pills now. No. But 2 alchemical prodigies in one family is not twice as good, it's twice as suspicious, and this county cannot absorb the output. So I split it. Tianfeng took alchemy because his mother has no talent for it and never did. His mother took artifact refining, quietly, simply, and mostly at night. Division of labor in a cultivation clan, so my wife thought it was hilarious. Meanwhile, over in the Tang Manor, an 18-year-old was refusing to marry my son. Shen Yue had just come back from Huayuan County, where she'd spent 10 years studying alchemy under her great-aunt, an elder of the Rainbow Haze sect. Her brother Shen Yang brought up the engagement to needle her, and I got a full performance for free. Father engaged me to a man I have never laid eyes on. Absolutely not. Then they went into town, and she saw a young man crossing the street with a small green leaf between his eyebrows. Grown man, she said, painting his face like a woman, disgraceful. And her brother waved and shouted, Tianfeng, elder brother. She introduced herself instantly and shamelessly as Tang Lian, a cousin. Then my son knew she was lying. He could feel it. He said nothing at all because he is his mother's son. Actually, said Tianfeng, I'm here to arrange a marriage. Her brother lit up. She went gray. For my second brother. Both their faces reversed at the same instant, and my son watched them do it and filed it away. He worked it out on the walk home. He didn't say anything about that either. He delivered the betrothal gifts to the Zhou house personally, and in the main hall for about a second and a half, something in the shadows looked at him with real hatred and then wasn't there. Lin Guoji was warm. He poured tea. He reminisced. I saw your father off, you know, on his last hunt. And my eldest smiled and said something appropriate and could not work out for the life of him why his skin was crawling. The wedding was set for a month out. He handed over the red bean hairpin. After the gate closed, the shadow said, Well, that boy, said Lin Guoji slowly, is at 2nd level, and he noticed me. Oh, said the shadow, so the Lu family does have a secret. So my eldest went to the herb market the next day and discovered he could read. He didn't say a word to any of the sellers. There's no profit in it. Then Shen Yue turned up at that same stall, bought those exact 2 herbs for 12 stones, and made a remark about people who stare at merchandise they can't afford. Then my son was the merchandise problem, and my son, who was honest to a fault, told her she'd overpaid. The lecture she gave him in that street lasted 4 minutes and included citations, the Medicine King's 1,000 formulas, the Sheneng Pharmacopoeia, volume, chapter, and line. The crowd applauded. I would have if I had hands. It isn't that the books are wrong, said Tianfeng when she stopped. It's that you're looking at the finger instead of the moon, which is the single most irritating sentence available in any language, and it is exactly the sentence that brought the 3rd young master of the Feng family down out of my tea house. The Feng family of Pingyuan County are merchants. Duan Li was about my son's age and had the specific look of a man who hadn't slept properly in weeks. His grand elder had taken a fire poison. The cure is a Qinglian pill, and the Qinglian pill needs a tricore snow lotus, 3 blossoms on 1 stem, 1 cures, 1 kills, 1 does nothing at all, and no method in the world tells them apart. I happen to be growing one. Duan Li offered to settle the argument in the street and produced a crucible artifact that measures potency. The pleasant smell came first, then it turned, and the whole street stepped back, because rot smells like rot at any potency, and my son was right. Shen Yue, with her 10 years and her citations, was wrong. Duan Li, who is a genuinely decent man, immediately invited both of them upstairs for lunch so that nobody had to lose face in public. Then he put 3 herbs on the table. The first was a wind chrysanthemum, and they both got it. Tianfeng touched it and said, "This is a strong poison. It would kill a mortal on contact and rupture a cultivator's meridians." The third she couldn't place at all. "An ordinary blue field flower," said my son. "Somebody's worked on it." Both right. Duan Li sat back and looked at a 21-year-old and did the sum. A first-tier alchemist of the highest grade. The Feng family with all its money has 2. I had 1 in a shed. I had my cover story. From that afternoon in 3 counties, Mo Tianfeng was a herb prodigy, a boy with a freak nose. Nobody ever asked why because everyone had an answer they liked better. He picked the right lotus off 3 touches because I was telling him which, and in the blossom that does nothing at all he found a seed and asked for that instead of a reward. Shen Yue asked to watch him refine. Here's the problem with being able to do something perfectly. Nobody believes it, and then they take you apart to find out how. A first-tier alchemist of the highest grade succeeds about 6 times in 10, so my son performed. He handled that furnace like a man wearing gloves. Sloppy heat, late corrections, and Shen Yue caught every single error and got visibly happier, and he timed the insertion of every herb to the exact instant because I was calling them. Batch 1, failed. Batch 2, failed. Batch 3, success. Batch 4, failed. Batch 5 came out at highest grade. And somewhere around batch 4, watching a failure, Shen Yue stopped being smug and started being frightened. His furnace control is mediocre, she said, to nobody, and his sense of the material is monstrous. She was 18. She had a photographic memory and 10 years of the best teaching money can buy, and she could not reliably complete a first-tier pill. I felt for her, briefly. He was 3 years older, and he just made a top-grade one in front of her. Duan Li ordered pills by the dozen and paid in tens of stones. Then he gave my son a recipe, and I want to be honest and say that I have never been entirely comfortable with it. 3 phases bestow the primordial elixir. 3 herbs of opposing elements forced into one another to break through the ceiling of a person's natural talent. I read it 11 times. Side effects. It ruptures meridians. Also, during refining, it can rupture the furnace. "Stay well back from the cauldron," said Duan Li. Tianfeng took it anyway. "My father will figure it out." He was right eventually. It took me 9 years. And I have a private theory that gunpowder was invented in this world by somebody working from this exact recipe, and I have never once tried to check. He came home with 2 things out of the Feng warehouse. One was the recipe, the other was a length of Tier 1 jade bamboo, green, hard as iron, and the best artifact stock I'd ever had my hands on, in the sense that I have no hands. I spent half a growth point and turned it into Tier 2 jade bamboo. Artifacts made from that carry extra wood element damage on every strike, and then, because the universe likes to keep me humble, a monkey stole my peaches. A large white monkey came across the water on a floating log, climbed onto my island, and started going through my spirit peach tree like a man going through a market stall. I hit it with a branch. It came back. I hit it again, then got a vine round its ankle and left it hanging upside down for half an hour while it screamed at me. When I let it down, it stood up, looked at the tree for a while, and bowed. The next day it came back with a sack, rocks, bones, a length of rusted iron, somebody's shoe. It laid all this out on my island with tremendous ceremony, 1 item at a time, watching my leaves for a reaction. And at the bottom of the sack was a gourd, low-grade monkey wine, the actual legendary stuff. Fruit rotted in a hollow log by an ape over a decade, and I've read about it in 3 separate manuals and never expected to see any. "Brother," I said, "say no more, I'm buying." I threw it a peach, took the gourd, and pitched every other item in that sack back into my lake. Tier 1 low-grade spirit monkey, said my ground book, beginning to develop intelligence, suitable as a companion beast, no capacity for cultivation whatsoever. I named him nothing for 6 years. He came back every week. I opened the school in the spring, and I appointed Feng Qilin headmaster, which he took as an insult right up until he read the books. There were 5 of them, and every one of them said, compiled by Lu Yuan on the cover, Introduction to Breathing Practice, Volume 1, Geography of the Lingyuan Realm, Volume 1, Mathematics, Volume 1, a 9x9 table and 2 symbols nobody in that world had ever seen, plus and minus. Literature, Volume 1. I wrote all of it. And Politics, Volume 1. The old man held that last one at arm's length like it was wet. "Politics," he said. "What in the name of heaven does politics have to do with cultivation?" Then he opened it and did not put it down for 4 hours. "It's written in plain speech. That's the trick, that's the whole trick. Every technical manual in that world is written in fog on purpose, so the author can look profound and the student has to pay for a teacher. Mine were written the way I'd explain it to a friend at a table. Chapter 3 explains why the founder of the Holy Dynasty gave away a quarter of everything he had won to 4 families who had not earned it. I read that chapter as a business manual, because a politician needs fewer enemies and more friends. That's it. That's the chapter. The preface says that if you study politics, you will understand the hidden grammar of the cultivation world, the cultivator's relationship with mortals, with demons, and with the Tao. It was the most useful book I ever stole. Feng Qilin closed the book and sat there. A genius, he said. Pity he died so young. I nearly grew a fruit out of sheer spite. The first class had 6 students. Long Wei, my youngest, Jiang Xiaoyan, and 3 clan children between 6 and 10. For context, the entire Lu clan was under 200 people and had 8 cultivators in it. The county's assessment of us was recorded verbatim by a merchant who thought I couldn't hear him. My family has lost its mind. The monkey, meanwhile, escalated. He turned up with 3 gourds of wine and a whole performance. He knelt. He pressed his forehead to my dirt. He got distracted by a butterfly. He caught a hornet, screamed, dropped it, and ran 3 laps of my island. Then he came back and knelt again. I pushed him off the island with a vine, wine and all, and flicked him on the head 3 times on the way. Is this tree condemned to be entangled with monkeys forever? Apparently yes. I extended my ribbon of territory out to the middle of the lake so I could plant the snow lotus seed, and I found 2 eggs. They were sitting under a concealment formation on my lake bed, and the ground book told me what they were in that flat voice of its Tier 3 high-grade waterwood twin snake eggs. They come in pairs. The female is wood, the male is water. 2 of those eggs are worth more than my entire valley. And somebody had put a formation over them, somebody good. If I took them, whoever set that formation would come looking, and they would not come looking for a tree, they would come looking for my clan, so I left them there. I want credit for that. It was the single most disciplined thing I did in my first decade of being dead. I planted the lotus instead, and then I spent an entire growth point, a whole leaf, out of 8 yangs on the 3rd branch of the blessing. Mind, 3-core snow lotus fairy. The first spirit of my family, about the size of my thumb, made of light and extremely rude. 40 feet away, the green egg twitched because something of its own element had just woken up next door. In a cave I could not see into, plans were being made about my son's wedding. On the day, you will draw the 2 newborn beasts out of Mirror Lake. You will reunite them with the Holy Lord and the Dragon Son. You will make chaos in the valley, and under cover of it I will take the Dragon Woman. And then the Blood Dragon is born. The master had come home. He wore a scarlet mask and he was hurt, and beside him stood a young man with the flat, patient face of somebody drugged for a very long time. I could not reach either of them. A wedding, said the master. Then let the blood dragon rise over a wedding. The white monkey started attending school. Every day, same branch of mine. He gave up on the breathing exercises within a week. I could watch him try, fail, and scratch the back of his head with an expression of philosophical disappointment. He sat very still and attentive through literacy and understood none of it. But when they did sword forms, he went insane with joy and waved a twig in time. So my eldest decided not to chase him off. I have never been so glad of a small decision in my life. 2 weeks before the wedding, a palanquin arrived at the Tang Manor for the first time in 10 years. Shen Liling, great aunt, elder of the Rainbow Haze sect. Shen Yue's teacher for a decade. She had come home because her cultivation had stopped moving and she wanted to pick out somewhere pleasant to be buried. Then Shen Yue told her about a boy in a market who'd read 3 of Duan Li's forgeries by touch. The old woman put her cup down. Say that again. Then she found out my family was holding a wedding and had not invited the Tangs because I was poor and embarrassed and hadn't wanted to look like I was begging. So the Liu family neglects etiquette, said Shen Liling, delighted. Then I shall go uninvited. She arrived on the day in the palanquin, in full sect regalia, and parked herself in the front row. Thank every god there is. By my lake, the masked man watched the water. It's almost born, he said. Mr. Zhou. Following the bridal palanquin. In my valley, there was red cloth and there were firecrackers, and there was a brazier for the bride to step over. My second son stood at the door of a hall in a red robe with his ears going pink, and in the middle of the ceremony, he leaned toward his bride and frowned. Her voice was wrong, not different. Wrong. Slightly off, the way a word is wrong in a dream. Bow to your parents, bow to each other. Now to the bridal chamber. Something went off in the distance like a mountain clearing its throat, and the bride folded up, not fell, folded, inward, like a paper lantern with the candle taken out. Old Lady Shen was out of her seat before anybody else had moved and had the red veil off the floor in one hand. Underneath it, there was nothing at all except a hairpin. Red bean wood, carved by a 20-year-old boy who wasn't good at carving. Substitution, she said. Illusion grown out of an object of obsession. The deeper the obsession, the more real the illusion. Then my son had married a feeling. Out in my lake, the blue egg cracked, and a small green head came out of it and looked around a dark and empty lake bed for something alive and found nothing. The white one started to crack, and a shadow came through the water and took it. It went for the green one too, and I dropped a wall of lake bed on top of it, and it went away badly hurt. I sat there in my tree with the newborn snake in the dark and understood that I had just lost. I want to be careful here, because what happened in that cave is the single worst thing in this story, and I am not going to walk you through it. Two young people stood in front of two pools of blood like dolls waiting to be picked up. There was a mural on the far wall, and it had been painted in blood on a stretched surface I will not describe. The man who painted it had had to hold his own sanity down with both hands to finish each stroke. The masked man rang a bell, and both of them stepped into the pools. The white snake, newborn, less than an hour old, found a finger in the dark and started to suck on it because it thought it had found family. I have not stopped thinking about that. They threw it in. The blood dragon is born. The cave came down. And Lin Guoji, who had sold his own daughter to this 17 years before she could walk, lay in the rubble and laughed at what he had made. 3 meters tall, wrapped in a mural, 4 limbs where the arms should be, each one assembled from 3 sets of somebody else's. Wings made out of scraps, the body of a snake, 2 human legs and 2 hooves, and the head of a white serpent wearing the face of a drugged boy, with an ox horn on one side and a goat horn on the other. I would like to stop describing it now. It reached down and picked up its creator, and Lin Guoji was still laughing when it did. The order in my house was, evacuate, everyone, now. Except the mouth of my valley was sealed, a formation across 2 cart widths of rock, and old lady Shen, great perfection, rainbow haze, sect elder, walked up to it, hit it, and came back rubbing her wrist. Not mine, I want that clear. 12 stones of power in that, she said. Maybe 15. It won't hold long. How long? Long enough. So my wife turned everyone around and marched several hundred people back to the ancestral hall, to the 3 beasts, to hold until the county came. The problem with the blood dragon is that looking at it is the attack. Everyone in my courtyard who saw it clearly wanted, immediately and personally, to kill everyone standing next to them. Not fear, appetite. The mark saved my wife, a spike of cold between her eyebrows. She grabbed Tianfeng, and my mark saved him too. Then the 2 of them rang the greenwood bell together at a strength that cracked it audibly, and old lady Shen unrolled a sutra scroll, and golden characters went up around my courtyard like a fence and cut the evil key off at the ankles. Shen Yue saw the thing entire for the first time, and said, in a voice her great aunt had never heard her use, "That is not from this world, that's out of the abyss, that's an evil god's forbidden child." Old lady Shen threw her abacus at it. An actual abacus. Great perfection cultivators are allowed to be strange. I am in no position to judge, and it howled, and it took the abacus out of the air with its tail, and the old woman coughed blood down her front. The 3 Pixiu jumped. 20 miles east, the head of the Iron Sword sect came out of a 2-month seclusion in a bad mood and called a council, and a gold token floated up out of his sleeve on its own and pointed west with a pale red arrow. Demon-slaying decree, a holy dynasty artifact. It detects evil entities and color codes them, and pale red means foundation establishment, and it was pointed at my hill. Sun Changfeng stood up so fast he broke his chair. Every cultivator at 5th level or above, assemble, now. Dozens of sword lights went up over Qingyi County in 1 minute. Meanwhile, on a beach 400 miles away, Shilan was on leave with a black cat asleep on her stomach, and a messenger read her the report. She said no. She would cost me a great deal later. 10 merit points. The door isn't locked. The Pixiu lost. I want to be exact about how, because it mattered later. The thing swallowed all 3 green bamboo swords. Swallowed them, out of the air, and the consciousness in those artifacts was simply erased. My 3 youngest children coughed blood at the same instant because they were connected to them. The Pixiu couldn't get through the skin, not the mural, the skin under it, and my wife hit it 3 times with the avert evil seal, and got 3 marks on it and 3 howls out of it. Then it put out a tongue and licked the marks off, and swallowed the seal, and came for her. Its tail went through the wall of the hall where 200 people were sitting, and stopped, against a thin earth-yellow shell. That was me. That was the groundbook's defense, everything I had, spent in one go at a range I could barely reach. The recoil of it threw that creature backward and split its skin in 4 places, and it bled. So my wife did not blink. She reached into her sleeve and snapped the ugly wooden token in half. The first one, the lumpy first draft, the one she'd kept in her sleeve for 2 years because I made it, so that everyone watching would have something to blame the shield on. Then she stood in the gap. Here is where a monkey saved my entire family. The masked man was steering that thing with a bell, and to steer it precisely, he had to see the target. He was on a hillside above the valley with a line of sight into my courtyard. Tianfeng was scanning the ridge for him and finding nothing, and on the opposite hill, a white monkey was jumping up and down and pointing with both hands. That way, him, there. The masked man reached over and closed a bloody hand around the monkey's body, and my wife's seal took him in the shoulder from 150 meters. The monkey went down the hillside with most of his limbs broken, and the Pixiu's mark came up on the masked man's shoulder, and Feng Qilin told me afterward that a mark like that doesn't burn skin, it roars inside the soul. He tore that piece of his own shoulder off and threw it away. Then he got down behind the hill, out of sight, and the moment he couldn't see, the blood dragon started swinging blind. The Pixiu held it. That's all they had to do. 6 minutes later, the sword lights of the Iron Sword sect came over the ridge, and the masked man recalled his creature and left. "Do you remember," said Old Lady Shen to Sun Changfeng in my ruined courtyard, "what happened 50 years ago?" He had gone the color of ash. The Blood Dragon sect. Their god is the Blood Dragon. Their method is to harvest organs from beasts and cultivators, to raise a boy and a girl from infancy as vessels for the two halves of its soul, and to use a spirit snake's egg for its bones. I had one of those eggs in my roots. 50 years ago, one of them finished a blood dragon and it emptied a county. To kill it, Huayuan pooled everything, several crystallization cultivators and 2 at spirit manifestation. Then my county had 6 people and a tree. The one that came to my valley was incomplete, unfinished, half-cooked. They found Lin Guoji in the rubble of the cave. They also found his daughter, alive, sitting in the dark, unharmed, and unable to say anything at all. The Iron Sword sect spent 3 weeks hunting cult remnants, and not one person in that county ever asked the obvious question, which was how a family of second-level cultivators survived the night. I have never been so grateful for other people's incuriosity. Nobody asks how the mouse survived. They're too busy looking for the cat. Lu family village was flattened, so I designed me a fortress and pretended it was a housing project. Round earthen buildings, 3 stories, 1 continuous ring wall, all the doors facing inward onto a courtyard, 50 households to a floor if you pack them in an emergency, defensive restrictions grown into the timbers, and a wine cellar underneath because I am not a monster. I built 4 of them. I called them Tulu. Nobody asked where the word came from, and while the first one was going up, somebody knocked on my gate, and it was Zilan. Before that, though, I had a monkey to fix. They brought him to my island in a basket, in pieces, breathing badly. I spent a leaf. The ground book said, "Monkey, blessed by the ginseng fruit tree, advantage in wood element techniques." His coat went from dirty white to actual white. His limbs lengthened. His face reorganized itself into something almost handsome, which is a sentence I never expected to write about an ape. He sat up on my island and looked at the sapling and said, "Tar, tree god. Just call me sir. Sir." He thought about it, working his jaw around the shapes. "Sir, at the school everyone has a name. I don't have one." And I opened my mouth to say son, and stopped. Because there are names in this world you do not take, and I had already learned that lesson from a Pixiu that came looking for my address. "Jingfeng," I said, "clear wind." Later, when the green snake was big enough to hold a shape, I blessed her too. "Spirit serpent," said the book. "Xinyue," I told her. "Bright moon." Clear wind and bright moon. The 2 attendants of Zhen Yuanzi, the master of the ginseng fruit tree, in a story that exists in exactly 1 copy in this world and is sitting in my wife's book chest. I'm a sentimental man. I've had 5 decades to make peace with it. Zilan spent 7 days going over my valley. She measured the mouth of it. She walked the ridge. She dug 2 test pits. On the 7th day, she took a boat out to my island. I had spent the previous night burying the snow lotus and the jade bamboo under the island. My island is hollow, which is a thing I found out by accident and immediately started exploiting, and I had sent both spirits 4 miles away with instructions not to come back until somebody whistled. She used a secret technique on my island. I felt it go through me like cold water. It was a technique for finding evil, and I have never been so glad to be a vegetable. Nothing. Then she crouched down in front of me, actually crouched, hands on her knees, face about 8 inches from my trunk, and said, "I've never seen a spirit tree like this. Does it have a name?" "My father planted it," said Tianfeng, from 4 feet away, not breathing. She reached out and touched one of my leaves. "I have never in my life, in either life, wanted so badly to be somewhere else." "Water it more," she said, standing up. "Look how bald it is." And she left. Then the war started, and the war made me rich. Huayuan County declared a general mobilization against the Blood Dragon sect, and my family was excused from the levy. Too few people, too weak, on one condition: I supply pills to my county at 70% of cost. They also handed me a recipe as a sweetener, Gu Yuan Dan, a key recovery pill, 1st tier, 5th grade, cheap, common, terrible margins. Every family in my county could make it, and nobody made money on it, except that my yield was 100% because my son could feel every herb in the bowl. I nearly laughed myself out of my own tree. This is war profiteering. This is my old world's favorite trick, and nobody in this one has noticed it's on the table. The first expedition went out with 30 cultivators and came back with 9. After that, supply was the war. Now, the black market paid double. Everybody told me to sell there. I refused, and this is the single best commercial decision I have ever made. I want to explain it because nobody in that world understood it at the time. The black market is where you go to make money this year. The official supply system is where you go to own the market for the next 30. Demand was outrunning supply, which meant, for a brief window, nobody could push a newcomer out. So I got inside the official channel while the door was open and I did not leave, and I put a mark on every bottle, a small green leaf, stamped in the wax. I had to explain the concept of a trademark to my own son twice. The second expedition went out with 6 crystallization cultivators, 13 foundation establishment, and 60-odd great perfection, and the blood dragon sex stronghold came down. None of that was mine either. So my clan made a great deal of money, and somewhere in year 3, I found the cheat that changed everything. I had put a root into my own upgraded spiritual vein, mostly out of curiosity, and discovered that drinking from a spiritual vein converts directly into growth points. I sat with that for about a day. Then I thought, why am I eating my own? And I sent a root out under my hills, along the ribbon, toward the neighbors. By the end of the 3rd year, my first thread reached the Chen family's vein, 4 miles east. By the end of the 5th, it had reached the outer veins of the Iron Sword sect. Half the families in Qinghai County spent that decade complaining that their spiritual qi was thinning, and every single one of them blamed the blood dragon ritual. I let them. 5 years. At the end of them, I had 20 leaves. Then my wife was at 7th level and being deliberately held there. Tianfeng was at the peak of 5th and had become, in 3 counties, the youngest first-tier top-grade alchemist anybody could name. I take exactly none of the credit for that one. I gave the 3rd and 4th blessings to my second son and Yunli. I opened a shop in the county town and called it the Wuzhuang Chamber of Commerce, after the monastery in a book nobody else has read. I named the generations of my clan out of a line of verse, so that a child's name would tell you which generation he belonged to: Qing, Yun, Zhu, Xiao, and outward. 4 new cultivators came up out of the clan: Qing Yun, Qing Ning, Jing Feng, Qing Ping, and Zhang Xiaoyan. The girl who had knelt at my gate selling wooden pixiu hit 3rd level at 15 without anybody teaching her anything at all. I made a note of that. It took me another 20 years to find out what it meant. The mortals got the strangest deal in the Western Territory, and I want to describe it because it is the reason for everything that happens later. 6 years of school, everyone. Then I placed them. Mo Zelen came out top of his year and went into my county office as a clerk of money and grain, which meant my family now had eyes inside the treasury. The clan then informed him that he was required to marry anyone you like, his grandmother told him, but not fewer than 5. He cried at his own wedding. All 5 brides thought it was very touching. Mo Fugui was 50 years old and lame and spent 2 years in the back of my school learning to read and came out the other side as a physician in a clinic I built and called Huichuntong. He changed his name to Mo Bo because Gusheng means dog-born and no doctor should be called that. He married twice at 52 and I have never seen a man so pleased with himself. The clinic treated everyone in the county for free, which cost me a fortune and bought me something no amount of spirit stones can buy, which is that when people said the words the Liu family in a market, they said them warmly. Milk, meat, and eggs for every child under 12 paid by my clan, and no daughter of my family married out of it without the full protection of my clan behind her, which meant my girls did not go into other households as brides. They went in as owners. Then Jinhai came home from my county town at a run. The Rainbow Haze sect over in Huayuan County was refining a batch of foundation establishment pills. Every county in the prefecture, all $12, was hauling goods to Huayuan to buy a share. And the Iron Sword sect caravan carrying my county's contribution had been ambushed on the road and stripped, and my second son stood in my courtyard with his hands shaking and said, "This is the largest commercial opportunity that will happen in my lifetime." He wasn't wrong. Before they went, I put them through a war. The Emerald Dream will simulate anything I've seen. So one evening my family went to sleep and woke up on my island facing the 3 demonic cultivators who had nearly killed my wife 5 years earlier, right down to the smell. I ran that fight 90 times, because here was the problem. My family had all the gear, all the pills, all the levels, and almost no experience. They had fought ghosts, which are stupid, and one monster, which they'd survived by luck and monkey. Jingfeng had reached 4th level by then and had become a swordsman with the intensity of a convert, so my wife made him a jade bamboo sword, 1st tier 9th grade, and he slept with it. Xinyue was 3rd level and a natural at wood magic in a way that made even me slightly uncomfortable. The 2 of them took all 3 5th level demonic cultivators down in under a minute on the 90th run. The family voted to go to Huayuan. The bandits who'd hit the Iron Sword sect caravan had beheaded Deacon Guo Liang. Their leader searched the body and found a hidden vial in the lining, one pill, top grade, with innate spiritual qi in it. He held that thing up to the light for a long time and got the whole story out of a surviving clerk. A small family in my county, 2 boys, 5 years ago. Then he put it in his sleeve and said, 5 years. There'll be nothing left. That decision saved my family, and I have thought about it a lot. They tried to attach themselves to the Iron Sword sect's replacement caravan and were refused because it was being led personally by Elder Joe at 9th level, and Elder Joe did not want passengers. I did not like that at all. They left the day after. Halfway there, they stopped at Days County, which sits on Lishui Lake, a body of water so large the locals call it the Little Eastern Sea. Thousands of lie across, with currents at the center that kill. Well outside my reach, which is the part that mattered. Chen Feng took the second watch and smelled fish. His mark went cold. Then my grandson put his sword through the dark on instinct and hit something. It left behind a puddle of water, some scales, and blood that was almost black. Just a fish demon, he told the camp. At dinner, the innkeeper recommended the day's perch, which is the local delicacy and genuinely superb. Funny thing about that fish, he said, filling their cups. It's got no fry. Nobody's ever seen a young one. He grinned. That's because every perch in that lake is a drowned man. The table laughed. 2 cultivators eating nearby laughed loudest and explained it was an old fisherman's joke. And on his way out, the innkeeper said, mostly to himself, Shimao Town wasn't a joke though. 10 years back. 2 brothers with sharpened senses heard that perfectly. So did the 2 cultivators, who stopped laughing and looked into their bowls and did not raise their heads again. Back home, my 4th son was throwing a tantrum about being left behind. Long Wei was 20. Anning was 18. He'd caught sight of something white moving in the wild end of my valley, and he dragged his little sister out to look at it, and they got lost. They found a cave. I hope there's a Yao beast in here. Shut your filthy mouth. The head that came out of the dark was the size of a millstone, and there was 10 meters of body behind it. What saved them was a jade bamboo sword coming through the air sideways, and then they saw their rescuer, and my son described it to me afterward as Mother, 4 feet tall, in a child's robe, covered in white fur, Jing Feng. Same leaf between the brows, same family sword. He went through that serpent with 9 willow leaf blades of emerald bamboo. It spat out an ice pearl and froze a tree solid to the thickness of a man, and my eldest put 3 stakes through it, and that was that. Then my 2 youngest children had the following conversation in front of him. That's grandfather, father's master. No, look at him, that's father's illegitimate son. Jing Feng suffered visibly and said nothing because he is loyal and because there is no good answer to that. Inside the cave there was an ice pool and 5 ice fruits growing over it. Long Wei, 20 years old and freshly heroic, drank an entire gourd of my monkey wine to celebrate, caught fire internally, and jumped into the ice pool, which is how my family's largest business was discovered. Jing Feng had been brewing monkey wine for 2 years by then, out of habit, up in my hills. Then he started brewing it with spirit fruit, then with innate peaches, 1st tier, 8th grade. Add ice fruit for the finish, and it came out cold and clean at the back of the throat in a way that nothing else in the Western Territory did. I owned all of it. I built the brand myself on the island over about 4 days. 3 grades, the top at 30 stones a bottle, the middle at 5, and a case of the ordinary for 5 because the ordinary grade is not my product. The ordinary grade is my advertisement. Boxes of spirit peachwood, so the box smells right when it's opened. Bottles of white-green porcelain that is genuinely difficult to counterfeit. And no decoration at all. No dragons, no calligraphy, no clouds. 1 green leaf and 1 stamped character, which is my name in a way nobody could read. Peachstone wine. I moved 5 farming households off the land and made them distillers on generous stipends with an annual review. The caravan got hit 4 days out from Huayuan. Fire crossbows through the barrier, proper military hardware, which told me something about who these bandits had been before they were bandits. Elder Joe split 1 iron sword into 6 and went to work. And my eldest son killed a man for the first time. Sword in the right hand, seal in the left, a wooden stake through the chest. My son did not have time to feel anything about it, which is the only mercy that fight offered him. The man in the red mask came for him next. Don't use the same trick twice, boy. A serrated disc came at his head, and the charm shell caught it. Then my eldest stamped the Pixiu's mark on the man's guard, and it went through the man's protection like a hot wire through wax. 5th level? The bandit's voice had gone strange. That's not possible. He ran. Tian Feng put a stake through his calf as he went, then turned around and cut a hammer out of the air above Shen Yue's head, threw up a wooden wall, and put his sword through the man behind it. I have never been prouder of my eldest. Are you hurt? No. She looked at the wall and the stake and him. No, it's nothing. They fought until dawn, and they won. The next afternoon a carriage came up the road with nobody driving it. The young man who got out was in moon white, and he said something to Elder Joe without moving his lips, and Elder Joe, 9th level, notoriously unpleasant, stood aside and let him walk into the caravan unescorted. I filed that away. He went straight to my son's wagon, climbed in, and turned his hand over. There was a lotus on the back of it, growing out of the skin. Then he pointed at their foreheads. We're the same sort. His name was Wu Haoran, and in the next 20 minutes, he told my sons the truth about the world. Once, he said, there was 3 times as much spiritual qi in the air, and mortals were born already at the qi level, and cultivation was a thing you did for fun. I would have loved it. Then something grew between the worlds, not a place, a residue, made of desire and malice and sickness, accumulating for aeons, and eventually the fallen immortals who ended up in there stopped being immortals and started being something else. I would meet 4 of them, much later, and I am still not ready to talk about it. Evil gods, as strong as the great gods, and made of worse material. The immortals who were left gave a piece of their divine power to the cultivators of this world, so that they would not be defenseless. That is what a hereditary divine ability is. It's a splinter of a god, handed down a bloodline, wearing out. 10 million cultivators and 100,000 immortals went into the warp to fight it, said Wu Haoran. And I don't know. Nobody does. And my sons, who had by then had 5 full years to practice, told him my clan's hereditary divine ability was an affinity for plants. He accepted it completely. Of course he did. He had a lotus growing out of his hand. And from that afternoon on, my family had an answer for the leaf on my foreheads that nobody in the world would ever question. It cost me nothing, and I did not have to invent it. The bandit leader took the stolen pill to a black market and got a foundation establishment pill for it. He got it in under an hour, from a stranger, with no haggling. He was pleased with himself all the way back to camp, and he was still turning my bottle over when he noticed the crest stamped on the base. An osprey. The Wei family. Lords of Days County. That night somebody in the dark said cheerfully, "Divine ability. Haul in the catch." And a black spiral came down over that camp and took the tents, the horses, the fire, and 12 men, and left bare ground. Something with wings went away east over the lake, and it was not shaped like a bird, and Wu Haoran turned out to be an elder of the Yueyan Pavilion, an alchemy school that had lost its head of house 3 years earlier and never replaced him. I could work with that. The old master's will had been specific and cruel. The next head of the Yueyan Pavilion will be whoever can refine a foundation establishment pill. So my son could. Nobody had managed it in 3 years. Then, over wine, he told my sons the second secret, and this one I have never stopped thinking about. He rolled up his sleeve. From the shoulder down, the skin was green, and it wasn't paint and it wasn't a tattoo. It had grain in it, like vine. The price of a hereditary divine ability, he said, is demonization. 70 years ago, the Chen family of Shuofang County had 7 crystallization stage cultivators and was one of the great houses of the prefecture. On the 7th day after Wu Haoran was born, the Holy Dynasty issued an extermination order against his entire clan. He told me this the way you'd read out a weather report, because their golden core ancestor had turned into a crimson lotus and eaten half a county. The rule is simple, he said. Past 50% of the body, you do not come back. And the dynasty covers it up, he added, because the imperial house and all 4 marquises are hereditary families themselves. I listened to all of that through a mark on my son's forehead from 80 miles away. And then I sat in my valley for about 3 days with one question in my mouth. Every person in my family has a leaf between their eyebrows. Every single one of them got it from me. So what exactly is the price of mine? I did not have an answer. I still don't have a complete one. And I have been checking my children for grain in the skin every single year for the last 50. Something came and sniffed at my son's room in the night. Not a person. A sense. A divine ability. The whole ability being just an extremely good nose. It belonged to Han Chiang of the Wei family of Days County. He had spent that evening in a room with Gao Lei of Yuan City, 8th level, taking his shirt off. I wish I had never looked. Han Chiang was covered in feathers. Chest, back, arms. Well past 50%. And he was perfectly sane. "There's a way to keep your mind," he said. "This is it." Gao Lei refused and was quietly informed that his family had until dawn to reconsider. That in the meantime, he could make himself useful by going and getting the innate spiritual qi off my Lu boys, which would buy his father a couple of extra days. The thing that came for my sons in the alley was not a person anymore. It threw a barrier up around them and said, "I need your innate qi," in a voice with a wet click behind it. They put a stake through it, front to back, and out of the hole came fish scale spreading over the wound and sealing it, and its eyes went bright again. That scale was hard as tempered steel. It broke wooden stakes, it caught sword edges and held them. And when Tianfeng stamped the Pixiu's mark on it, which was the single most reliable thing my family owned, which had killed an evil spirit and a 9th-level corpse. The scale it touched simply flaked off and grew back. I felt my son's heart go through the floor from 400 li away. The thing wheezed, and it wasn't a threat. It was ecstasy. That's it. That's the innate qui, the seal. The seal was what it had smelled. Then my proudest invention was the thing that had put a target on my family's back. Wu Haoran killed it. He came around the corner and the thing became a puddle of black water, and that was all there was to it, and my sons never saw him move. That same hour, in Yuan City, the head of the Liu family turned into a dog the size of a cart, growing scales as he came, and 3 elders nobody could see cut him down in about 2 seconds. I was 200 li away, and I still felt my leaves move. And on the rooftops afterward, 2 voices, those 2 carry his blessing. He's still sealed, and this is a long way from Days County. Otherwise, we might have learned what our future golden core will look like. Leave the mystery. If we know too soon, we'll lose interest, and then we'll simply run into his arms and become citizens of the divine kingdom. I have never found out who they were. I have found out what they were. The Foundation Establishment pill took 11 days. 2 of them my son spent on the floor of a warehouse sorting a mountain of herbs against an illustrated key Wu Haoran had commissioned specially, throwing out material that the Yueyun Pavilion's own appraisers had passed. Chen fasted, then he bathed. Then, at dawn, he caught the first purple thread of light on the rim of the furnace and lit it. He refined from the 7th hour until past noon. The fuel alone cost tens of spirit stones. Twice the flame nearly took the room. And when he opened it, there were 3 pills in the bottom the size of pigeons' eggs, and a 30-year-old man with a lotus growing out of his hand sat down and wept. And my family made those in a shed. Then he gave one of his 2 to my sons. Let me put a number on that. Your odds of surviving the breakthrough to Foundation Establishment with nothing are about 1 in 10, with 1 pill, 1 in 2. Each additional pill is another 10 points. He gave my family a coin flip. He became head of the Yueyun Pavilion the following week, and at the ceremony my 2 sons sat in the last row of the guest section where nobody could see them, and Jinhai counted the seating chart and worked out exactly how far my family had to climb. The Rainbow Haze Sex batch that season came to 49 pills. Half of them were gone before a single one reached a market. That is what power costs, and that is what power buys, and my second son wrote it down in a notebook. Chen sent them home on a Tier 3 flying shuttle running cargo up to Shaiman Pass, which is one of the 9 fortresses on the border with the Beastlands. The reason my county exists. His parting gifts. 2 tea trees called Yanlong Red Moon, Tier 2 Grade 7, a southern variety that does not grow in the west. 3 trunks of Tier 2 white bamboo. I could feel them coming up the road. And the recipe for Jade Elixir. Tier 2, Grade 3, the Yueyun Pavilion's own house pill. The pilot, Elder Wu, looked at that last item and then at my sons. Jade Elixir, he said. That's our rice bowl. Who exactly are you to Wu Haoran? From 2,000 feet, Shen Yue saw my valley whole for the first time. The peach terraces in blossom, the green of the fields, my lake like a dropped mirror, the smoke going up from 4 round earthen towers. It's beautiful, she said. So my son was looking at the same view. If I put a restriction array on that hill, he said, I could cover everything within 10 li. Shen Yue looked at him for a long moment and said nothing at all. 10 years went by. I'm going to compress them, and I want to be honest about why, because they were good, and good years compress. I deliberately kept my pills to a small share of my county market, enough to be respected, not enough to be resented. The money came from wine and tea, where I had no competition at all, because nobody else could grow either. By the end of the second 5-year plan, my family's income was 1,500 spirit stones a year. When I died, it had been about 20. Then my wife reached 8th level, and my eldest reached 7th. I introduced a contribution system inside the clan, 1 point per year per level of cultivation, which is the floor, which is dignity, and everything above that earned by actual work done for my family. So my grandchildren grew up thinking that was normal. It is not normal, not in that world. Jing Feng and Xin Yue both reached great perfection. The 3-course snow lotus produced a child, an actual child, sexless, sitting on a lotus throne, formed out of the roots. It came out at 5th level and looked so exactly like a story from my old world that I laughed until my leaves shook. I called it Mo Ling. By then, I had over 30 tree spirits in the hills, and every year I drank about 1/5 of the total spiritual qi of Qingyi County through roots that ran under 4 separate families' land. Not more. I did the sums carefully. Take it all, and they die. Take half, and the seniors come out to investigate. Take 20%, and everyone just complains about the weather. Somewhere in there, I got the best thing I have ever been given, and I got it by accident. I bought a common technique off a stall, universe sleeve, a storage trick, Tier 1, garbage, and fed it into the ground book to see what would happen. Legacy of the ground, said the book. And it came back out as sleeve universe. which is the signature technique of Genuanzi, the master of my species. The one he uses in the story to fold up the Monkey King in one motion, like a man putting a cat in a bag. I gave it to my whole family anyway, and I have never once regretted watching a 5th-level cultivator pull a full-sized warhammer out of an empty cuff and enjoy the expression on somebody's face. At the end of the third 5-year plan, my wife broke through into foundation establishment. Without a pill. I want to say that twice. Then my wife, who was 3rd level and 45 and crying over a portrait at night when this story started, went into foundation establishment at 60 without a foundation establishment pill and without a bottleneck. The reason is that she had spent 15 years drinking from a spiritual vein I had personally upgraded. Tian Fing hit great perfection, and my youngest daughter Anning went from nothing to 7th level in 10 years. I burned about 50 leaves, raising my spirit well into a proper first-tier spiritual vein. The 3rd generation came out of the school, 50 children selected, and my income went from 1,500 to tens of thousands of stones a year because a market town grew up at the mouth of my valley, full of distributors sleeping in a queue overnight for wine allocations like people waiting for a new toy. They named it Taoshi Village, Peach Stone Village. Nobody asked me. It just started being called that. Then it ended. Duan Li came up the road, 8th level now, a candidate to head his own family, and rich, because he'd bet his entire share on distributing my wine 15 years earlier. He wanted 50% more stock, and he wanted it immediately. There's movement in the 10,000 mountains, he said. And that same afternoon, a mobilization order arrived from Shimen Pass, and a black cat came over my courtyard wall. Zilan sat on my courtyard wall pouring peach stone wine into the air for a cat to catch. She was a 100 household officer now. 15 years had given her a rank, a scar, and absolutely no manners at all. 15 years ago, you were at 2nd level, she said to Tianfeng. Now you're at great perfection. If your family didn't have a hereditary divine ability, I'd have sent the whole clan to the blood prison and asked questions afterward. She wanted a witness. She was working the fish scale case, dozens of cultivators in Huayuan County infected inside 1 month, and a trail that ran back 10 years to a demonization incident in Yuan City. I wanted no part of it and got all of it. Tianfeng held up the mobilization order from Shimen Pass, which outranks a flying fish guard requisition, and she scowled at it. Then lend me 1 body, 2 days, or I file a report on the Liu family's growth curve and you can explain it in Huayuan. Then, because my son is a good man, look in Days County. And, Officer Fang, whatever you do there, do not eat the perch. Choosing who to send took a full night in the Emerald Dream, and it came out by elimination. Not my wife. She's my valley's only foundation establishment cultivator. Not my eldest or my 2nd son. They were both required for the Shimen Pass contract. Not Yunli. The tea saplings were at the stage where a week of neglect costs you 3 years. Not Long Wei, who is impulsive and was running the distillery, which left the youngest, Mo Anning, 7th level at 28, sword obsessed, so my wife in miniature, including the eyes. The Shimen Pass order was the other problem. They wanted everything in 6 months. To fill it, I would have to cut every distributor I had and pay penalties on every contract. Duan Li explained why I was going to do it anyway. The order had come to me by name, not routed through the Iron Sword sect, which means the Holy Dynasty had classified my wine as a supply item without a substitute, and part of the payment was in Dynasty contribution, which is not money, it's the stuff you buy titles with, offices, land. I compensated the distributors with 2,000 spirit stones and a share of the 3rd tier tea when it came in, and Duan Li looked at me, well, at my son, and said the thing that hurt. A beast tide is coming. Everyone in this prefecture is cutting production, and you're expanding. He put his cup down. Your orchards, your tea terraces. Can you even hold them? I outfitted my daughter myself. Frost bamboo sword. Her mother set the ice core of that cave serpent into the spine of it, a charm cut from iron tortoise shell, 32 thorns tipped with lotus poison. I sent my youngest out armored, a Pixu Vajra, 3.5 inches of beast tusk with an iron ball inside it, which roars when swung and rattles on its own when something unclean is close. The tail end is a 3-edged blade, because I have never once designed a warning device that couldn't also stab. A 5-step thorn formation, plant the flag, and 5 paces in every direction becomes a bed of spikes. Thunder sound peach pits, which explode with the Pixu's roar, and burr seeds that stick to a target and tell you where they went. All of it went into her sleeve. Her sleeve universe was the best in the family by a distance. She could draw and stow a sword mid-stride. Her companion went round her shoulders under her collar. My name is Xinyue, said a voice in her head. Are you the sister Anning that the tree god talks about? Xinyue was 10 years old and at foundation establishment. One more thing, I told my daughter. Take 3 leaves off my branch. Why? Because you'll want them at the last moment, and by then you won't be able to ask. Then, after she'd gone, I raised my draw on the county's spiritual chi from 20% to 30% and started draining the smaller veins to the bottom. I had a target, 100 leaves, the first rank up of my life. Then my daughter's opening move with the flying fish guard was 2 bottles of top-grade peach stone wine and 2 ounces of Yanlong Red Moon tea handed straight to Zilan. My brother worried you might find village fare too plain. Zilan laughed for about a minute and a half. The team, Zilan, Foundation Establishment First Level, Murong Shui, 8th, who carried a bow, a crossbow, and a saber and never smiled once in 6 weeks. Li Xiao, 8th, with a black steel ruler. Zhang Tai, 9th, an enormous veteran with a tiger-striped saber, and my daughter. They gave her a flying fish guard uniform and a wind chaser horse. Feed and repairs are your own account, said the quartermaster. Break it and it comes out of your salary. The uniform worked exactly as advertised. Caravans got off the road for them. Bandits went over hills. For 3 weeks, the most dangerous thing on that road was Zhang Ti's cooking, and I relaxed, which was stupid. They spent one night in a ruined temple in a downpour. The cat went stiff and drove something out of the rafters and then went back to sleep, but the iron ball inside my daughter's Pixiu Vajra kept rattling, which meant the cat had found the small thing. The clay idol opened its eyes. Flying fish, it said, in a voice like a millstone. I've no quarrel with you. Sleep here and go. I'm short of money, said Zilan pleasantly. And sharing a room with you is like a tiger sleeping on a saltfish. Then several dozen stone fox statues came through the doors. And my youngest froze the wet ones with her sword. That ice core paid for itself in 10 seconds, and Murong Shui put a fire arrow the size of a wash basin through a dozen of them. Zilan cut the idol in half in one motion, and the halves said, "Due? Impossible," and stopped saying anything. The cat came back out of the shrine's underfloor dragging something, and everybody stopped talking. I'm not going to tell you what it was. It was small. It had been a child. Somebody had done something to it that involved a fox. Zilan covered it with her own cloak and burned the temple down behind them and did not speak until noon the next day. Xinyue, from inside my daughter's collar, whispered, "Sister Anning, does Dewey mean hungry?" Something like that. Then Xinyu is Dewey too. And she ate an entire dried chicken without unhinging anything, which everybody agreed was worse. 2 days later, a merchant caravan asked to share their inn and gratefully served everyone fish soup. "What fish is this?" said my daughter conversationally. "Day's perch, of course." She knocked every bowl on that table out of every hand with wooden pegs before the sentence finished. Zilan went the color of paper, not because of the insult, because she had lifted her own spoon. That night my daughter woke up at the window, standing on Lishui Lake. On it, not in it, was a shape tens of chi high, 2 eyes like low moons, a head that was mostly gills and enormous ears. The rest of it stayed behind the rain, and I have decided to consider that a mercy. The mark on her forehead went white hot, and the iron ball inside the Pixiu Vajra beat its own way out through the tusk and dropped on the floorboards. "Officer Fang," she said at breakfast, "days gets more interesting by the hour. The investigation took 11 days, and it was the best work I have ever watched anybody do. At the fish market, a seller had lost her husband and her brother in the same month. The water god took them. They caught too much. At Luhu Wharf, dozens of drownings in 10 days, and the currents, which have always been in the center of that lake, everybody knows that. Everybody has always known that. We're now at the shore. Nobody but me seemed to find that interesting. So my daughter dragged 3 bodies out with a vine. There were handprints on their ankles, muddy, fingers spread, pointing down. In a bookshop, she bought the Days County Chronicles, 57 volumes, volume 137, which I read through my daughter's eyes. The Day's perch, black-scaled, superb in flavor, fished in quantity, though no young are ever seen. Before the 46th year of Yuanguang, a fisherman could get 1,000 taels for one. 10 years later, 100. After the 75th year, they are found throughout the lake. 500 years ago, something changed, and the volumes covering the 44th to the 48th years of Yuanguang, 5 years, which should be 5 volumes, had been compressed into one. I have never trusted a bound gap since. 44th year, a disaster. 45th. General Chen Yuan, sole transformation stage, first rank of the dynasty, arrived in days with Zhang Cheng of the Marquis's household. The people wept in the streets. Then my daughter read that twice. 46th. The Wei family of Chungying County was granted the Fief of Days. Every description of what the disaster actually was had been removed, which means, before the Wei family there was another Lord of Days County, and somebody had erased his name from the record of the world. Jilan spent a letter-grade flying sword on the report, which costs more than she earns in a season, and which told my daughter something interesting about who Jilan's family were. The answer came back in a day. In the 2 years around that disaster, Waiyuan County had lost hundreds of foundation establishment and crystallization cultivators, and a Golden Corps officer of the garrison had been wounded. I read that number 3 times, with no recorded ghost month, no recorded beast tide, no recorded war. "Do we keep digging?" said Zilan. And my daughter smiled at her. They caught one alive 4 days later. Something dark green with arms too long for it came out of a whirlpool and landed on my daughter's 5-step thorn formation, a water monkey. And 30 seconds after they had it pinned, Han Ming of the Wei family arrived with a squad of county guards, thanked them warmly, and took it away from my people. We've been hunting that thing for days, he said. You've done days a great service. The Wei family closed that lead with my own hands and smiled while they did it. In a hot spring 2 nights later, Anning noticed a red brand on Zilan's shoulder. A stylized tiger's head. Hereditary family. Which she'd guessed. No visible demonization, which was a relief. Then she looked slightly lower and saw a white tail. What? Said Zilan without turning round. Are you looking at? And my daughter, who has never once in her life had the sense to leave a thing alone, said, Shimao Town. That night, on the north shore, 3 shapes 8 chi tall came out of the water. They had fins down their backs and black scale, and faces assembled out of parts that had belonged to people and parts that had belonged to fish, and an entire village came down to the water's edge to meet them like pilgrims. That is the image I could not put down. Then a man dropped out of the sky and planted 18 blood banners around that village. Jiaohai. The White-Bone Sword, demonic sect, and the 18 banners were a blood smelter, and I am going to tell you what it did in one sentence, which is more than it deserves. Several hundred villagers burned where they stood, and as they burned, black scale came up under their skin. Every single one of them, the whole village. The 3 tall ones walked out of the fire untouched. Then the Wei family arrived in a storm of black feathers and drove Zhao Hai off, and he laughed all the way out. I'd no idea the noble house of Wei was in bed with evil spirits, he called back. Or is the old man dying and you're buying him time? By morning, my county's official account was that a demonic cultivator had massacred a village overnight, which was true and complete and a lie. I could not say a word. The inn servant filled in the rest over breakfast without being asked. Shimao Town? Nothing there. Ruins, 100 li west. Nobody's lived there in centuries. He wiped a cup. 3 wandering cultivators claimed they found underground murals there once, decades back, pictures of people turning into fish. He laughed. Went back with a proper party and couldn't find the cave. So they were lying. On the road out, they passed the burned village, and my daughter stopped because when she was 9, she had ruined a fish over a fire and had been made to eat it anyway. She knew exactly what she was looking at on those bodies. Charred fish scale. She said nothing. She got back on her horse. She has her mother's face, and it did not move at all. Inside the Wei estate, a man with an osprey's eyes was talking to his son. We feed those treacherous things the flesh of hereditary families, said Han Qiang. Let the Holy Dynasty find out. Let them exterminate them. Dealing with those creatures was always riding a tiger. The old ancestor would break into crystallization within days, then they would activate the blood bead array, and while the dynasty had both hands full with Shaiman Pass and a beast tide, the Wei family would leave Days County entirely. My daughter was standing in the middle of it. Wei Xing said nothing. He was looking out of the window at the 36 formations being laid around his own house. Shimao Town is a field of bare stone. So my daughter read it off the plants, because I taught all my children to read a landscape before I taught them to hold a sword. These paths have been untouched for 300 years. This one was walked on within the month. She found the cave, a cold pool, a fissure in the roof. In daylight, sunlight through that pool put meaningless blotches on my wall. So she came back on the 15th at full moon and stood in the dark, and moonlight came down through the fissure, hit the still water, and bent. I felt her stop breathing, and painted the wall, refraction, a pinhole, water as a lens. I had taught all 5 of my children how light bends when they were small because I was homesick and it was something I could give them from a world they'd never see. 6 images. 1. Fire in the sky. People dying under it. 2. A black crack opens and something colossal and scaled comes out of it, and the fire goes out. 3. People building temples to it. 4. It descends to the bottom of Lishui Lake. A worshipper drowns himself, swallows something black, and comes up with power and with its shape on him. Then my daughter was reading this off a wall. 5. The first scaled one conquers the tribes and hands the black thing out to his champions, making more of himself. 6. A white dragon, a great cultivator, drawn as a dragon the way that world draws them, breaks the scaled ones and seals the lake. Nobody had checked that seal in 500 years, including me. And behind her, the pool broke. The thing that came up out of it was over 10 chi, and I have read my daughter's account of it 4 times, and it does not describe it because she couldn't. She said the shape was more complicated than language was built to hold. She shook, not from fear. Her body did it without asking, the way a rabbit's does. And my mark on her forehead was the only reason she stayed upright. Zilan put 5 sword ki into it and the cat hit it and nothing happened at all. What worked was a thunder sound peach pit detonating directly beside its ear. The thorn skated off the scale. The vines couldn't hold it. Then Xialan entered something she called Due Sword Qi. Ling Qi burst, white armor of pure Qi standing an arm's length off her body, and the sound of tigers coming out of the air around her. I wanted that for my family within the hour, and the scale cracked, so my daughter put the Pixu Vajra into the crack and the roar went off inside it, and the thing stopped moving for 1.5 seconds. Xialan spent every scrap of Qi she had left sawing through its neck. Inside its chest, sewn into the meat, there was a sealed wooden box. There was a journal in it. When they got back to the inn, Xialan stopped in the doorway and said, "I can't feel Zhang Tai." Wei Xing was waiting for them inside, missing an arm, and apologized. "If I had called for help instead of waiting for you," he said, "your men would still be alive." Every word of it checked out. Then my daughter narrowed her eyes anyway. 5 had ridden out that morning. 2 came back. The journal was written by a man called Zhu. The Zhue family were the previous lords of Days County, the erased ones. Their crest was a fish. He was a weak disciple of a family in accelerating decline, and he wrote like a bookkeeper, and several pages in the middle had been torn out by the author himself because he could not stand to leave them where he could reread them. I would have torn them out too. What survives is this. The Zhu family kept their own relatives in cages when demonization went too far. They kept mortal villagers in cages beside them. They processed both into a black liquid, and I am not going to describe the rest. Yesterday's black liquid has turned into perch. That's a full sentence in that journal, written in a steady hand. So that is what this entire county has been eating. From the dead, they extracted bloodline crystallizations, red crystals which slow demonization. Zhu ate one, and lived, and recovered, and then his scale went black, and his spine grew backwards, and his arms lengthened, and he woke up one morning with gills. "We call ourselves the deep sea lurkers," he wrote. "In the world of the dead, I might even be handsome. And at the bottom of my lake, he saw it. Its name cannot be spoken by a mortal without breaking his mind. The nearest word our tongue has, which resembles perhaps 1/10,000,000th of it, is Dagon. The holy water the cult drank was the blood of the Father God. The perch of Lishui Lake are its blood. Shui sent a secret message to Weiyuan, and that is why the Shui family were exterminated before they had finished stockpiling. That is why anybody in that county was still alive 500 years later to sell me tea. His last entry. I will sew this into my own body. Final message. Under no circumstances allow Dagon to wake." And my daughter closed that journal and worked out the last piece on the boat back. Somebody has been handing bloodline crystallizations to every hereditary family in my county for centuries, and then collecting them back, which means there was always a second power standing behind the Shu family. I have been thinking about that sentence for 40 years, and there is exactly one house in Days County, she said, that can cover the sky with one hand. Wei Xing was remembering how it started. His grandfather had been crystallization stage with his lifespan running out, and a book of formations had come into his hands. He had smelted an entire village into blood beads. Then a second village, then a third. I wanted on the record that I was offered nothing of the kind and would have said no. The beads accelerated his cultivation. They also accelerated his demonization. And at exactly that point, the things in my lake had offered him crystals that slowed demonization down. "One disease and one cure," said Wei Xing to nobody. Arriving in that order, what are the odds? The 36 formations were finished. "Maybe in the new place," he said, "I'll take up alchemy." And out of the cave under Shimao, something enormous laughed with a voice that hurt to hear. "The fall of the Wei family," it said, "is a feast for father." Dongfang Kai, garrison commander of Weiyuan County, read Zailan's report at his desk and put his hand flat on it. There is possibly an evil god manifesting in Days County. He had been alive 500 years ago. He had been there. He issued a yellow-grade edict to exterminate evil, which is the county level one. It put 100 flying fish guard of 8th level and above, a dozen foundation establishment centurions, and Chief Gao at crystallization stage on the road to the Wei estate that night. So my daughter was already inside it. Chief Gao broke the Wei estate's mountain barrier with a golden hammer gourd in 2 strikes. 3 men of the Wei family stopped pretending at the same moment. They demonized in front of 100 witnesses, went up a full rank of strength doing it, became waterbirds with black scale, and took cultivators off my daughter's wall without landing. Anning and Xilan worked out a method inside 90 seconds. Xilan's saber qi opened a wound. The Pixu Vajra went into the wound and roared. And while the thing was locked up around that noise, my daughter fed 23 Thundersound peach pits into the hole and counted. I have watched that memory 11 times. She counts on her fingers. She's 28 years old, and she counts on her fingers. And on 4, she smiles. The barrier came down, and Han Bo, 8th level foundation establishment, elder of the house, lit 10 blood pillars. And smelted his own family, 10,000 people, servants, cousins, children, his own grandchildren, all of them at once into a single bead about the size of a walnut. which he swallowed. That is the number I give people when they ask why I bothered. Don't trouble the court, he said to 100 flying fish guard. I've already done it myself. Then blood-red threads came out of the ground, wrapped him, and made a cocoon, and when it split, there was no hanbo left in it. I have grown a great many things, nothing like that, only a crystal the size of a melon. Then my daughter caught it out of the air with a vine because she was the only person there still thinking, and the lake stood up. 300 or 400 deep-sea lurkers came out of Li Shui, 100 of them over a zhang tall, more than a dozen the size of houses. They fell back to my county walls and held. The black crystal, they worked out later, was not a weapon. It was an offering. Somebody had spent 10,000 lives to pay for something, and my daughter had it in her sleeve. On my wall, she invented a way to kill things that cannot be killed. I want to describe it exactly, because the flying fish guard around her went quiet when she did it. The scale regenerates, the inside does not. So she put a thorn seed into an open mouth and grew it, and the next one, which had learned not to open its mouth, she went underneath. There are no rules in a fight, she said, when Murong Shui stared at her. My father taught me that. Chief Gao poured a water and fire cyclone into the biggest one, and its scale burst and grew back inside 4 seconds. So my daughter broke the first of my 3 leaves. Green light came off her in a column. A Lingqi burst pitched somewhere between Jilan and Chief Gao, which is not a thing a 7th level cultivator is supposed to be able to do, and my daughter called Xin Yue out. Xin Yue came out at 2 zhang long, wooden clone serpents, falling trees with root spikes that pinned the giant where it stood, and a 10-year-old spirit snake went into its mouth. The giant swelled, then it turned itself inside out, and Chief Gao's cyclone caught the spray and turned it into black-red fire, and there was nothing left but ash. And my daughter was 40 meters away, and another dozen of them came out of the water. Then the sun came up in the east, and something howled. Not a wolf, the idea of a wolf. An azure ghost several zhang high came over my county wall and went through the deep-sea lurkers like a scythe through standing barley, and behind it came the banners of Marquis Zuogang. That was the first time I saw my landlord. Spirit gathering stage. Zilan, lying flat on the wall with a cut through her eyebrow, explained the latter to my daughter while it happened, because she is a good officer, and that is what good officers do when their people are frightened. Foundation establishment gets you Lingqi burst, Qi you can see. Crystallization gets you spiritual flame. Golden core throws shadows when it strikes. Spirit gathering summons a phantom the size of a house. I was, at the time, a shrub. And nascent soul? Nascent soul stops using a body, said Zilan. Partially. The reward came from Han Long, Chancellor of the Marquis's estate, Nascent Soul Stage. A cloud mist imprisoning array. 3rd tier, top grade. Anything inside it loses its senses and its sense of direction. And its core, an azure cloud emerald. Zielan suggested those 2 items to the Chancellor, out loud, in front of my daughter, with the timing of somebody reading a script she had written herself the night before. Then they put my youngest on a flying shuttle home. She told me all of it, and that night I sat in my valley with a question I did not enjoy. Dagon is a fallen deity of a heavenly kingdom, and the source of the Shu family's hereditary divine ability was Dagon. A ginseng fruit tree is also a thing born of heaven and earth, and this one had rolled all the way back down to a seed. Is that a fall, or is it a hiding place? Because if this tree had gone bad, if there was something wrong with what I was putting into my wife and my children's foreheads, then the end point of that is not a metaphor. The end point is people with bark. I have been watching for it for 50 years and I have never seen a single grain of it. That is not the same as an answer. I put the cloud mist array over the orchards and my tea terraces and I seeded hallucinogenic flowers underneath it, and then the first real attack came. It wasn't a monster. A rumor went round the county among the mortals. My clan is in league with evil spirits. 3 of my people were beaten in a market. The free clinic stood empty for 11 days. Mortals do not start that on their own. Mortals never dare. Somebody had told them it was safe. I raised my draw on my county's spiritual key by another 20%. By the end of that year, every spiritual vein in my county, except the ones in Peachstone Valley, was producing about 1/10 of what it had. That was me, and I said nothing. I have thought about whether that was proportionate. I have decided that I do not care, and then I hit 100 leaves. Congratulations. Sprouting phase complete. Rank, seedling stage, 0.001 out of 100. 50 years to finish the first line of the ledger, and the second line started me at nothing again. I laughed for 2 days, but it came with a list. Second stage blessing, which costs 10 times the first and grants a passive called Vajra Wood. Every wood element spell my family casts becomes hard as diamond. Natural peeping with the distance limit removed. Emerald Dream at 2 to 1, 2 hours inside for 1 outside. Detailed evolution branches for plants, connection to any tree in the entire county for sight and for control, and the groundbook's radius went from 5 li to 100, and it linked to my earthen fortresses and every formation in them. I gave the second stage to 5 people, my wife Tianfeng, Anning, Jingfeng, and Xinyue. So my wife grew a tree 2 zhang tall in the courtyard to test it, then took her own bamboo sword to it at full strength and left a scratch you could barely see, and stood there looking at her hands. I enjoyed that more than I should have. Then I did something my children hated me for. I stopped giving my blessing away. From that year on, the 3rd generation had to buy it. 100 contribution points. Personally earned. Not transferred. Not gifted. Not inherited. Tianfeng argued with me about it for 2 hours. Anning argued for 4. Here's the case. An elder saves up 1,000 points and pushes a mediocre grandson through, and then another, and inside 3 generations my family's entire resource stream is running into one branch, and you have a clan that is a show put on by 4 people and 800 spectators. I have seen that happen. Not here, in my old world, over and over, in dynasties and in companies. The other end is worse. Ban inheritance completely, and nobody accumulates anything, because what is the point? So I taxed it. Inheritance of contribution. 50 to 60% to my clan. Transfers, high commission by application only, on the record, and neither can ever be spent on a blessing, ever. That one is bought with your own hands or not at all. 2 of my grandchildren have died of that rule. I stand by it. The 3rd generation came up fast, and they came up strange. Mo Linshu, 16, stood night watch in Taoshi village because the work was miserable and the miserable jobs paid the most points. My grandson had more contribution than anyone his age. Mo Baiyu, 14, in the trading house. Mo Yufei, Jinhai's daughter, a financial mind of the kind that shows up once a century, proud as a cat, enrolled in 3 disciplines at once out of refusal to choose. Then my granddaughter is a menace. Mo Qianqian, 13, with a face like a fox, who existed primarily to irritate her, and I announced the first great clan competition for 1 month out. Alchemy, artifact refining, combat. First place in each, 100 contribution points, which is a blessing, bought clean in 1 day. The combat bracket ran with every competitor's cultivation suppressed to 2nd level so that nobody could win on their father's pills. Artifacts were issued by my clan. Anyone caught taking a pill before a bout was disqualified and expelled. The elders immediately opened a betting pool, because of course they did. Longwei put up 3 bottles of the pure base spirit, which is 100 stones. Qingping put up 6 adamant talismans. And my 3rd daughter put up 3 ounces of the new tea. Jinhai put 3 golden pills on his own daughter and told everyone she was a lock. I could not stop any of it. And my youngest put everything she had on a boy nobody had heard of. Mo Shilong. 3rd intake. Unremarkable in every subject. Who had spent 4 years standing at the edge of Mirror Lake at dawn with a sword. Not practicing forms. Just standing, looking at my island. One morning he drew. And my daughter, foundation establishment now, several whole ranks above him, felt a cold prickle up the back of her neck, sword intent, at 17, with no teacher. Nobody in that valley had taught him because nobody in that valley had it. He'd got it out of looking at a tree. I decided not to tell anyone, including him. Then a flying shuttle came over my valley trailing a rainbow bridge, and there were eunuchs on it with a yellow scroll. The Holy Dynasty had noticed Days County, so my youngest was granted a black stone ring, a 2nd-tier town artifact. 1 strike from it equals a full attack from a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and it defends a settlement rather than a person. She wore it like a bracelet, and a post in the flying fish guard. The senior eunuch, taking my tea, said quietly, "The rank is the lowest there is, wanderer, and it needn't be your daughter, madam. Send someone clever." I understood exactly what I had been handed, a nail, driven by my family, into the wood of the Holy Dynasty. The richer the clan, the higher its officer can climb. The higher the officer, the richer my clan. Round and round, for 300 years. It is how every great house in that world was built, and not one of them will tell you so, and I intended to use it. I gave the post to the winner of the combat bracket. Then I wrote a constitution. Supreme body, the Wancho Pavilion. Clan head sits as first elder with 6 elders under her, and each elder runs one of the 7 halls. I named them off the Northern Dipper because I am who I am. Tianshu, authority. The clan head holds it herself. Tianshuan, merit, promotions, records. Tianji, discipline. Tianquan, money. Yuheng, everything armed. Kaiyang, tea, orchards, wine, alchemy, formations, everything that makes anything. Yaoguang, external relations, education, and the welfare of mortals. Then my wife read it twice and said, "This is a government. It's a family. Elder brother," she said, "it's a government." A dozen wolf yao beasts came at the valley that autumn with a mid-stage foundation establishment leader. I ambushed them with tree spirits, a 3 flowers illusion formation, 3 flowers 2 meters across, throwing hallucinogenic pollen, with the antidote seeds carried in the mouth by every Lu in my valley and by nobody else on earth, and one monkey in a Taoist robe with a wine gourd on his hip and a jade sword on his back, and my wife used sword aura for the first time that night. Not a technique, a look. She looked at the pack leader, and his legs locked, and he died standing up, and I felt the whole thing. And in the pollen, the pack turned on itself, because fear multiplies in fog. I took the leader alive, and I opened his memory in the Emerald Dream, a cavern the size of a town. And on a raised place at the back of it, a fox the color of fire with 3 faces, one a fox's, one a beautiful woman's, one a scholar's, and below it a sea of beasts. I pulled my perception back so fast I hurt myself, and standing among the beasts in the front rank were people, cultivators, human beings, standing in the ranks of a beast army, waiting. Feng Qilin, it turned out, also knew a forbidden technique called Qi Soul, which draws a beast's soul into a pearl. He was very embarrassed about knowing it. I was delighted. He performed it in my courtyard, and halfway through, a second divine figure appeared over the altar, yellow robes, a crown with 9 strands of beads, and eyes as empty as a doll's, and moved the wolf's soul into the pearl for him and left without a word. I have no idea what that was. Feng Qilin fell over again. It is becoming a habit of his. So my wife turned that pearl into a wolf tooth pendant, 2nd tier. In Lingxi Burst, her chi takes the shape of the beast, and the beast strikes when she does. The first Great Clan competition ran for 4 days, and I invited the Iron Sword sect, which by then was not friendly. One of their cultivators made a remark in the stands about a farmer's family playing at ceremonies. Then my second son turned round and said, "And how exactly does your patriarch serve the holy dynasty by taking his 9th concubine? If our hospitality displeases you, there's a kennel by the gate." Wang Hao, who led their delegation, hissed at his own people to sit down. "We are here," he said, "to measure the Lu family's strength, and to find out where the spiritual key in this county has gone. Alchemy final. 3rd place to Yunli, 8 pills out of 10. And she'd rushed the heat, and she cried about it afterward in my stable. 2nd to Yunzhen. 1st to Yunlin, 9 out of 10. The guests stopped talking. 9 out of 10 on an elementary pill from a 14-year-old 3rd-generation child of a farming clan. The Iron Sword sect delegation sat there doing arithmetic all afternoon. That night, 4 of their people went over my wall. They were thorough. They found my island was hollow, and they found nothing under it, because the lotus and the jade bamboo had been buried 4 days earlier under 60 feet of lake bed. They found the tree spirits had all gone walking. They measured my spiritual veins and found them drained to exactly the same degree as everyone else's in the county. Nothing, anywhere, not one thing out of place. And then, at the top of my valley, they saw a hillside glowing faintly green. They went in 2 abreast, and after about a minute, one of them said, in a voice that had gone very high, "There were 2 of us. Why are there 3? The vines moved." And every tree on that hillside opened its eyes. Wang Hao got a signal sword into the sky with the last thing he had. The Iron Sword sect came for their people the next morning, led by an elder called Li Ji, who opened negotiations by observing that my Lu children were born of a mother but clearly raised without a father, and my youngest daughter put 4 wooden pegs through the air past his ear before anybody had finished breathing, and then both sides stopped because everyone in my courtyard knew the law. A private war between 2 registered families of the Holy Dynasty is a labor sentence at Shaimen Pass for both parties, regardless of who started it. So my eldest son had the 4 spies brought out. In wheelbarrows. They spent the night in the pollen, he said sympathetically. An elephant wouldn't have held up. Now, would the Iron Sword sect care to explain what 4 of its disciples were doing in my orchards after midnight? They paid. A 2nd-tier artifact from the sect and gifts from 3 allied families, and Li Ji's face went the color of a plum. And then Grand Elder Guo Tian arrived, riding a gourd, and proposed something insane, a tournament between the families of my county, and to raise the stakes, the Iron Sword sect would put in a 3rd-tier beast core and the deed to Taoshi village. "Win it and it's yours," he said. "Lose and I take it back." Nobody in his own sect understood what he was doing. Wang Hao actually said so, out loud, on the way out. Guo Tian smiled at the sky. "If somebody wants them to stand up front," he said, "let them stand up front properly. The tallest tree in the forest is the one they cut." The clan competition final ran 33 children through a straight elimination bracket, so my selection system, for the record, because the visiting families asked and Jinhai told them and they thought he was joking. First screening at 2.5 years old, nursery to 6, general schooling to 10, second screening at 10. Anyone who draws Kui does 4 more years of general theory, artifact refining, talismans, formations, spellcraft, swordsmanship, and history before they specialize. Yunli knocked out a fat boy called Yunxiang in 9 seconds and then ran into Mohan, who is a spell prodigy of the most irritating kind. He does not cast anything expensive. He casts the cheapest spells in the book, in a rhythm, and you cannot get within 4 feet of him for the whole bout. I took notes. She lost. She took it badly. She has never lost to him since. Mo Xilong went through 3 rounds without doing anything memorable. Then, in the 4th, he drew his sword. I was watching through my trees on the hillside. The best way I can put it is that the blade opened its eyes. His opponent, a boy 2 levels above him with better equipment, could not look at him. Physically could not. He kept turning his head away like a man in a high wind, and I understood exactly none of it at the time. Final, Yun Zhao's flowers, blooming on the tree against Yun Guang's sword intent. They hit each other at the same instant, and my eldest stopped the bout and ruled a double first. The prize: 100 contribution points each, a top-grade artifact, and 10 martial arts talismans. The talismans are tickets into my emerald dream. The clan's official story is that they are a miracle of the family legacy. The clan's official story is not that their dead founder is running a training simulator out of a tree. Sometimes I think about that, and about the black liquid, and about a man called Shu riding in a cage. Sometimes I think I look a great deal like Dagon, and my family look a great deal like the deep sea lurkers. Then I go back to work, because that thought does not lead anywhere useful. Yun Guang chose the flying fish guard post. His reasoning, which he gave to my daughter in 1 sentence: my family has no sword inheritance, and the flying fish guard archives will. So Anning put him through the dream, and I built the courses, and I built them cruel. Course 1, the 3 demonic cultivators, 5th level, against him at 2nd. The world is not fair, she told him. Stop expecting a duel. He died the first 6 times to things that were not fights. A thrown handful of grit. A hostage. A knife in the dark while 2 of them talked to him. On the 8th run, he used a thunder sound peach pit. On the 15th, he won without being touched, and I stopped watching anybody else. Course 2, beasts, a frost python and a wolf pack. Beasts have no artifacts, she said. Beasts have clean elemental force. There is nothing to disarm. 10 runs. Course 3, the thousand-eyed thing. 23 runs. Not because it was strong, because it isn't a strength problem. It is a problem of standing still while something inside your own skull tells you to open your face, and I could not help him with it. And on the 11th run, he asked me to switch my blessings protection off. He wanted to meet it with nothing. He was 17. I said no twice, and then I did it, because he was right, and I knew he was right. After that, his sword intent came back sharper, and it has been sharper ever since, and I have never once told him what that cost me to watch. Course 4, the caravan fight, in a team. 3 runs. He's a natural at command, and I have no idea where he got it. I did not build him Days County. That one is the dynasty's secret, and I keep other people's secrets. The news from Shimon Pass, meanwhile, was very bad, and very quiet. The beast tide was not coming. It had started, and it was going to last for years. The court sent no commander, the court sent no reinforcements. The armies had all gone east to Yin Mountain, and the reason nobody said out loud, which reached me third hand through a supply clerk who liked my wine, the tide was being led by a 3-faced demonic fox at soul transformation stage. So the rumors were true, and the court had not sent an army, which raised a question that I turned over for a long time and never enjoyed. Had the court sent someone to negotiate? The county tournament came down to my grandson against Xu Qingshan, personal disciple of the head of the Iron Sword sect, also a swordsman, also with sword aura. They stood 4 meters apart and did not move for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. That's a duel of auras. There are no exchanges to watch. The question being settled is whose way of the sword is truer, and the loser doesn't merely lose the bout. He becomes unable to raise his aura against that opponent, sometimes for years, and sometimes it puts a heart demon in him he never gets out. From up in the trees I could see it more clearly than either of them. For a long while it was even, then my leaf on my grandson's forehead lit, and Xu Qingshan's foot moved back about 2 inches. After that, it was theater. He fought well, he lost respectably. He is a good swordsman, and he was beaten by a boy from my farming family who had learned it standing at a lake. The head of the Iron Sword sect shouted enough loudly enough to break his own silencing formation, and his disciple stepped off my platform. Taoshi village belonged to my family. There are dragons hidden in that clan after all, said Guo Tian, riding his gourd home. The Iron Sword sect has learned its lesson. Then Taoshi village nearly killed me, because the moment it became mine, it became my border. 50% of every beast that broke through into Qinghe County now came through Lu Land, and abandoning a registered administrative unit of the Holy Dynasty is a crime. Shimen Pass mobilized us 3 times in 2 years. The Marquis sent nobody. The whole line was held by 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, my wife, Tianfeng, Jingfeng, and Xinyue, and 30-odd tree spirits. 2 years of that cost me thousands of spirit stones and 11 lives. The other families formed the Qinghai County Militia, which fell apart inside 4 months on the sole issue of whose orchards got defended on which nights. I weren't invited. The stated reason was that my clan already covered half the frontier and would therefore pull the militia's forces out of position. The stated reason was that I owned Taoshi village, and they didn't. The third generation spent that winter compiling a beast bestiary for contribution points, because I will monetize anything. And then, one morning in the third spring, I looked out through 6,000 trees at once and saw 1,000 beasts on the horizon walking toward Qinghai County in 3 separate formations. Then my youngest daughter picked the ground, a gorge between 2 peaks. Then she asked to dismantle the ancestral formation of Peachstone Valley and move it there. I want to be clear about what that meant. Taking apart a fixed defensive formation and relaying it in the wild keeps about half its attack because the black stone ring travels and drops its defense to about 30% because the defense was in the ground. She wanted to strip my home for a field engagement. I approved it inside 4 seconds because that gorge was inside my 100 li, which meant I would be standing in it. Qianfeng went to the head of the Iron Sword sect and offered 5 years of my family's entire income as a bond. If 1,000 beasts do not arrive within 5 days, take it all. Sun Changfeng refused. Hold the city. That is the doctrine. It has been the doctrine for 1,000 years, and it is, in fairness, a good doctrine. It was also going to lose me my county. So Jinhai went to Wu Jingming of Jinkai Fortress instead, and did not talk about honor at all. The Chen clan will move, he said. The Zhang clan will move. The Li clan will move. And then what does Qinghai County eat? Then my eldest unrolled a projection of the gorge with 3 formations marked on it and said out loud in a crowded room, the sentence that changed everything. The Lu family will field 4 foundation establishment cultivators. 23 families came to my county wall the next day, and the Iron Sword sect folded in under an hour. Old Hushan, great perfection, a century in that county, said the thing I want carved somewhere. It's precisely because I've lived through many tides that I know what happens to border families. My grave is up to my throat already. I would rather not spend my last years watching my life's work burn. They opened the vaults, black stone needles, 12 of them, which together deliver a great perfection strike. A blazing fire crossbow, a water element banner, the Qian family's 2nd-tier formation plate, which had not left their hall in 90 years and was now sitting in my gorge. Final count, 7 foundation establishment, 13 great perfection, 178 cultivators at 6th level or above. Plus what I had grown, giant fruit that detonate with my Pixiu's roar and rupture eardrums and hearts at 40 meters. Hook seeds that sprout inside a wound, torrential rain, thorn flowers, fire oil pine, parasitic seeds by the sackful, and 24 tree spirits standing in the tree line at the mouth of the gorge, not moving, waiting. 3 groups, Tianfeng on the formations, and my youngest Jingfeng and Xinyue on the far slope as bait, so my wife and Elder Guotian in reserve with the sect. The beast tide came up my valley in 3 separate waves, and I felt my leaves go cold. Scouts first, foxes and wolves, spread wide, checking ground, then the core, tigers and bears with a dozen foundation establishment beasts inside it. Then the rear, elephants and rhinos, some of them tens of chi at the shoulder, moving slowly, in step. That is not a herd, that is an army. 3-faced fox again, I thought. Somebody is drilling them. Their leader was a striped tiger at great perfection of foundation establishment, and he was careful. He stopped at the mouth of my gorge twice. He sent scouts up both slopes. He sat down and looked at it for a full minute, and then he let every single one of them walk in. Then my daughter waited on the north peak with her hand on her sword, past the scouts, past the core, past the rhinos. She told me afterward that in that minute she was not thinking about the battle at all. She was remembering being 9 years old and falling asleep under a tree by Mirror Lake, and her sword intent arrived, right there, on a rock, waiting to start a war. They're here, she said. The hook seeds went first, into the flanks, where they would sprout. Then 4 Pixiu roars went off at once inside a closed gorge. Half of everything below 9th level lost the ability to fight in a second and a half. The front rank, already in my pollen, turned around and attacked their own middle. The striped tiger roared and started putting them back together, so I detonated 2 more directly above him, not to hurt him, to drown him out. The beast tide hit the north peak with everything it had and took the top off it. There was nobody on it. The black stone ring came down out of the sky at 2 zhang across and hit a 3 zhang rhinoceros, and there was no longer a rhinoceros. And my wife planted a 5-step thorn formation in the middle of the pass, and the ground grew teeth. The first volley went beautifully. Water bombs, fireballs, wind blades, and talismans came off both slopes at once. Elder Zhang put a wind blade several meters long down the length of my pass. Sect Master Tai of the Tiger Might sect built 2 masses of ki the size of millstones on his fists and threw them, and a tiger's roar came out of the air when they landed. Guo Tian's 24 ancient flying swords went through the horde like a scythe. When a Foundation establishment black bear turned to swat them out of the sky, they assembled, snapped together in midair like a puzzle solving itself, into one giant sword, split the bear's fireball in half, and took half its face off on the way through. I have never wanted a thing so badly in my life. Jing Feng was standing on Xinyue's back with pink sword chi coming off him in what looked like falling petals, and everything those petals touched came apart. I made him, and I still had to look twice. 200 beasts died in the first 90 seconds. That's a fifth of them. From an ambush, at no cost, and the cultivators of Qinghe County started to believe. Then the beast tide woke up. The big bodies came forward. Giant turtles, mystic tortoises, rhinos. Things with no attack worth the name and hide you could build a house out of. They formed a wall 3 deep across the pass, and every spell I owned went into it and stopped. The black stone ring came down on the lead turtle. A mountain demon behind the line screamed, and the turtle shell went earth yellow half a second before impact, and 1,000 Jin's second-tier artifact hit it hard enough to fold it sideways, and it got up. I felt my own bark tighten, and then 700 beasts attacked at once. Understand what that means. The barrier over that peak was a temporary field formation with 30% of its normal defense. The first exchange of the return volley made it ring like a struck pot. I was under it. Intercept, Mo Tianfeng shouted. Don't let it reach the formation. They intercepted about half of it. There were 170 of them and 700 of the enemy, and my son might as well have been putting out a burning cart with a teacup. Guo Tian of the Iron Sword sect, running his 24 swords flat out, was doing the arithmetic and hating it. I was doing the same arithmetic and hating it more. Intercept and you lose the attrition war. Don't intercept and you lose the formation in 3 volleys. He had come out here on a gamble and he was watching it fail. Then the barrier changed color. I want you to understand why every cultivator on that hill went quiet, because it isn't obvious from outside. You cannot reinforce a great formation. A great formation is materials, spirit stones, a master's diagram, and a spiritual vein, and most of it is permanent structure. Telling me to strengthen one mid-battle is like telling me to move Shimen Pass 40 miles west. The pass is my formation. Every brick in it is a component. Take one brick out and the whole thing gets weaker. There are items that temporarily reinforce a formation. They exist. They are kept at the 9 fortresses. They are priceless, and using one has turned battles. I did not have one, and my eldest stood on that peak with beasts screaming underneath him and said, "The formation has been reinforced. Begin the counterattack." The pale white barrier went earth yellow. Then it thickened. And the volleys that had been making it ripple stopped making it do anything at all because I was underneath it, holding on. It really was reinforced. They actually had one of those. What a waste. Hand that to the Imperial Court and it's worth a decade of contribution. That was me. That was the ground book, the placenta of the earth, the highest defensive treasure under heaven, pouring everything I had accumulated in 50 years into a temporary field formation over a gorge. I could hold it for slightly under 2 incense sticks, which gave 178 cultivators a window of absolute safety in which to kill 700 beasts. And my eldest son stepped up onto the high rock where everyone could see him and lit up. Green qi came out of the mark on his forehead and rose 10 feet. Ling qi burst. From a man who had reached Foundation establishment barely a year before, Guo Tian, who was a proud man, went white because he could not have put up 10 feet of my barrier without emptying himself. He had been at Foundation establishment 60 years. The intensity of the burst is the ceiling of the man, somebody said behind him. 10 feet, that's a 6th level Foundation establishment cultivator's reserve. In a man who broke through last spring. "Everyone!" my son shouted, and he had a voice for it, which I did not know. "The reinforcement will not last long. We must annihilate the horde before it fades. Fellow Taoists, follow me." And out of my mountainside, a flower pistil came up the height of a house, and inside it, a jade wood spike lay under tension like a drawn bow. Flying flower immortal arrow. It went through an armored giant turtle end to end and buried itself in the ground behind. Chi refining 8th level, shell and body annihilated, 1 strike. There was a specific silence after that. The black stone ring, a 2nd-tier town artifact, had hit that same rank of beast and knocked it over, and my arrow had gone through one. That's not Foundation establishment power. I saw Sectmaster Li draw his sword once. He's 8th level. That was about the same. Killing 700 in an afternoon. I thought it was a fantasy. It might actually happen. The spell itself, for the record, is nothing. It's a 1st-tier trick, a flower that spits a thorn. I had simply fed it through the ground book until it stopped being a trick. The cooldown is brutal. I did not care. Then a steel-scaled giant lizard filled the gap, and my second arrow went through 5 layers of shield and lodged in its body without killing it. It held, and the spikes sprouted. Roots came out of the base of it into the lizard's meridians and started drinking, and inside the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a tree several zhang tall came up out of a living beast. That one was me showing off. The white tiger commanding that horde lost its temper. It had been ambushed. It was wounded. Its return volley was being eaten by a wall it could not see through. And now my wall was on the offensive, so it did the sensible thing, which is what beasts at Shimon Pass have been doing for 1,000 years. It stopped casting and charged my barrier. You don't beat a formation with spells. You beat it by getting close and hitting it cheaply, over and over, forever. Which my daughter had been waiting for since dawn. Thunder pits and lightning talismans went out from under the barrier into the first rank that reached it, then a dozen flying swords, then 15 people came out through the gap behind them at a dead run with my youngest in front, which is not a sentence I enjoyed. A deer the size of a cart came at her with antlers going metallic. She didn't parry. She stepped off the line and said, "There's a seed in you? Then I'm not wasting my time," and made a gesture. A thorn seed I had planted in that animal 3 miles back sprouted inward through the wound. The deer stopped. So my daughter took its head off, and it went up into the air with an expression I can only describe as offended. They fought in shifts. Out through the gap, hit, back under my barrier, breathe, out again. Qing Ping, Jing Fing, Qing Yun. Second generation, all of them, doing 8-minute rotations for 4 hours while I counted everyone. 20 miles east, the head of the Iron Sword sect was standing on his own wall, waiting for a beast tide that had not arrived. He had assumed the coalition would land one good volley and then break. He had genuinely prepared to receive refugees. "They can't all be dead," an elder said. "Guo Tian could get out of anything." Sun Changfeng looked west for a long time. "Then they're still holding," he said, and did not sound happy about it. The white tiger died last, on the point of a flying flower immortal arrow, standing in a gorge full of its own army. 1,000 beasts, wiped out. Coalition casualties, a few dozen, almost all from the first 10 minutes before the barrier came up. After that, nobody could get hurt. They'd have had to try. Tianfeng couldn't stand at the end of it. Then my eldest had fired the last 3 arrows on pills, deliberately, and here's the reason. I had decided, years earlier, never to reveal that my wife carried the blessing, because then somebody would ask how a woman who married in had inherited my family's bloodline gift. I did not have an answer to that question that survived contact with the flying fish guard, which meant that in public, my eldest son was the only foundation establishment holder of my family's divine ability alive. So on that day, he had to be the whole family at once. He nearly killed himself doing it, and it worked. Clan leader Lu. Hu Shan, 100 years old, put a hand on his shoulder. "I am convinced, when the Iron Sword sect files this report, if your family is not named first contributor, the Tiger Might sect will object before they finish reading it. Old Zhang here has seen something incredible before he dies. For thousands of years, nobody in my county had dared this, and my clan had done it and had shielded the lands of families who hadn't come and had lost 11 people doing it. That is prestige, and prestige is not bought. How does a family's standing grow? By taking the impossible and making it happen, repeatedly, until people stop asking whether you can. Then everybody looked at the corpses. 1,000 bodies, and a great many of them not even damaged, because my parasitic spores had simply drained them still, which meant intact material. By right, the spoils belong to my county lord, and the county lord is the Iron Sword sect." And Guo Tian walked over to my son, congratulated him, and then said, "There was a sawtooth panther in that horde. I'm refining a flying sword, and I need the teeth. I've come to beg them off you shamelessly." That is a man publicly handing over the right of distribution while pretending to ask a favor. So my son looked at him for a long moment, because he had been trying for years to understand why the Iron Sword sect was so unfailingly polite to me. "Of course, Elder Wang, with both hands. And privately, who cares? Take the opening." The inventory took 2 days and produced a book. 1,078 beasts, 478 intact corpses, the rest sorted into teeth, blood, hide, bone. A chi refining beast averages 200 stones. A foundation establishment beast averages 2,000. Total value, over 200,000 spirit stones. The combined annual output of every family in Qinghe County is a little over 50,000. Every clan in that county, including mine, would have had to save for 5 years without eating to see that number. Every pair of eyes on that field went red. And this is where I did the single most valuable thing I did in 50 years, and it wasn't a weapon. I made a spreadsheet. Taxes first, off the top, in front of everyone. Nearly 20,000 to the Holy Dynasty and 6,000 in Beast Tide Levy to Shimon Pass. Over 30,000 gone before anyone got a stone, and I paid it smiling. Then a table, dozens of lines. A second-tier artifact fielded, this much. A first-tier artifact, this much. Per foundation establishment cultivator committed, this. Per great perfection, this. Death benefit, wound allowance, equipment loss. I had written the whole table underground, in the dark, out of boredom. And a floor. Every family that showed up, however small, received at least 1,000 stones. I based it on a payslip. From a job. In a world none of them will ever see. And when I published it, 23 clans stood in a field and stared. Because the way it had always worked is this. Whoever is strongest divides the spoils and divides them by mood and by friendship, and everyone accepts it because the alternative is a war. Feuds start over this. Families end over this. When the Iron Sword sect organized a hunt, they took what they liked and dared me to complain. I had every right to do exactly that. I'd carried the battle. Here's why I didn't. One day, my family is going to be the size of a marquisate, with dozens of clans hanging off it. If those clans learn that effort is not reliably rewarded, then the next time I issue a call to arms, every one of them privately decides to preserve their strength, and shows up, and stands there, and is an immovable mountain while their allies die. Transparent rules look like giving up power. They are not. They are the most efficient possible way of keeping it, because now everyone is competing to satisfy conditions that I write. You could hear it happening in the crowd. If they'd divided it the old way, I'd have held my people back. Why bleed for nothing? And if they'd shown you this table beforehand, 200,000 stones, I'd have come. I'd have taken my family's formation off the wall and carried it here on my back. Exactly. It is not a clever idea. Somebody in a world that old has thought of it 10,000 times. It has never stuck because it is a long-term instrument, and in the cultivation world, a clan can be erased inside a year, and in that environment, killing the goose is the rational play. I could afford to think in centuries, nobody else could. Then my family could afford to play long because my family had something nobody else had, which was a founder who could not die and had nothing to do all day but think. The spoils were distributed without one argument. Elsewhere, the world had been having a much worse decade than I had. The tide I fought was a splinter. The main body, hundreds of thousands of beasts under dozens of nascent soul leaders, went at all 9 fortresses at once. The fortresses held by about a week and a half, and only because reinforcements arrived from 4 prefectures at the last possible moment. 2 years. Then it stopped, and my county came out of it 200,000 spirit stones richer. Almost nowhere else did. Along that frontier, families that had stood 400 years were gone in a night. The report of my ambush reached the desk of Marquis Zhuogang, and he wrote a comment on it which is now quoted at me approximately once a month. Unless one possesses the abilities of the Peachstone Valley Lu family, one should not lightly attempt an ambush. They read that out to troops before major engagements for the next decade. So my family's name went up and down that border in the mouths of soldiers who had never seen a peach, and my wine sales fell by half. Because the market for luxury wine is prosperous mortals and comfortable cultivators, and the beast hide had halved the number of both. That was the day my family finally understood what kind of world they lived in. You can win the biggest battle in 1,000 years of local history and go home poorer. 3 more years. Mo Shilong went from patrol to chief of the Flying Fish Guard in under 5, 3rd level to 6th, a dozen ugly cases closed, not by talent alone. Then my clan shipped him stones, pills, and a dozen jars of peach stone wine every season. He handed all of it to his colleagues and kept almost none. 100 Household Officer Wang adored him and told him why, which I found genuinely sad. Most families forget the disciple they send to the dynasty inside 2 years. Yours writes every month. 39 cases in 5 months, 13 of them urgent, and Wang handed him a 14th the moment he walked in the door. The reason for the workload was the reason for everything after the tide. The emptied lands had become a nursery for demonic sects and cults, and in some prefectures the cults had started fighting each other over territory, and my family lived downhill of all of it. "This one touches you," said Wang. "It's in Qinghe County." Then he explained why he was breaking the rule that a flying fish guard never works his own home ground, and it was a trade. The court had finally agreed on a border policy. 2 parts. 1. Forcibly relocate cultivator families from the interior out to the frontier, because cultivators are not leeks. A chi condensation cultivator costs twice his own body weight in spirit stones to raise, and a generation lost is a generation lost. I know exactly what one costs. I paid for 50. 2. And this is the part that mattered to me. Establish 3 entirely new counties in the empty ground between the 9 fortresses and the old border counties, because the last tide had proved the beasts do not come through the fortresses. They come round the edges, and the existing counties sit too far back to stop them. So my county was about to be the edge. "The families given those 3 counties," said Wang, "must be the best there are." He let that sit for a moment. And your Liu family, on the strength of that ambush, is already on the candidate list, which was why the imperial reward for the greatest battle in county history had never arrived. They hadn't forgotten. They'd been deciding whether to give me a county. The case Wang wanted in exchange was the reason I stopped sleeping, insofar as trees sleep. 3 years earlier, in Nanliang County, a corpse tide of a few thousand mortal bodies had come up out of the ground after the beast tide. A dozen qi refining cultivators put it down in an afternoon and everyone went home. That was the version of the story I was given. Then a sickness started on the edges of that county. You go stiff. You stop speaking. A few days later, you go mad and attack whoever is nearest. The people you injure don't heal, and a few days after that, they go mad too. I had 80,000 mortals. When the first cultivator turned, Huayuan County stopped treating it as a mortal problem, and the part nobody could explain. A great many of the infected had never been near a carrier. Not close, not the same village. No contact at all. That was the thread I pulled. Also, said Wang cheerfully, the first 2 flying fish guard who investigated this case both turned. Tianfeng stopped Yongguang from riding straight to Nanliang and made him look at mine first. I had it in Peachstone Valley by then, isolated in a shed and, for reasons nobody understood, a much milder strain. Ours could still speak. They went in armored. Stiff limbs, slow speech, occasional loss of motor control. My son was reading off a scroll. That's all of it. That's the whole description in the records. And then one of them started to move, not thrash, move, all 4 limbs at once, in every direction, like a marionette in the hands of somebody who had never worked one before, or like somebody using a body for the first time. I have felt a lot of dying things. That was not dying. Yongguang went for his sword. Tianfeng caught his wrist. Half an hour later, the thing on the floor sat up with its limbs at angles, limbs do not go, and no color in its eyes, and sniffed the air, and came at my grandson. They both stepped aside, and it went face first into the floor hard enough to break its own skull, and got up. It hit a brick wall and destroyed its own shoulder, and got up. Then my grandson stopped being brave and started being frightened. No pain response, said Tianfeng. Smell and hearing sharp. Blind. No intelligence at all, said Yongguang. Pure instinct. A blade of sword chi took the head off, and only then did it stop, because, as they found out the hard way in 3 other counties, leave a finger and the finger will crawl toward a living thing. I did not sleep well that season, and I do not sleep. I was in the middle of thinking the word virus, which is not a word that exists in that world, when something came out of the broken skull. A black dot, straight down into the earth. I had it inside a quarter of a second because I am the earth. I put the coordinates directly into my son's head and a sword blade went through 6 inches of soil and cut it in half. It was a beetle, the size of a thumbnail. Nothing in any record in the Holy Dynasty mentions a beetle. Feng Qilin at this point had been enjoying the best years of his life. 20 years earlier, being forbidden to leave my valley had been a sentence. By now he described it as a blessing, mostly while lying in a rocking chair with a gourd of peachstone wine at his elbow, watching a family that had once had 1 5th-level cultivator field 4 foundation establishment. He had a plan to take a Liu apprentice, hand over his craft, and retire. Foundation establishment was closed to him because of injuries taken in his youth that he never once described to me. Sometimes he thought about a box, then he stopped thinking about it. They came and got him at noon and he grumbled the whole way. What's the panic? I'm not dead yet, assuming. Somebody had caught another beast for a soul pearl. Then they showed him a black beetle on a plate and asked politely whether his ancestral home was in Nanlihuo Prefecture. He opened his mouth to say that he was a spirit-calling man, not an insect man, and that the two are nothing alike. Then he actually looked at it. They've found us, he said. He went the color of ash and sweat came out on his forehead in beads, and he backed away from the table. I've remembered urgent business. Forgive me. I'll take my leave. And he went home at a run and started throwing clothes into a bag. Yun'er, pack, we're leaving the valley. No, we can't stay in the Holy Dynasty at all. Arctic Chengzhou, we're going to Arctic Chengzhou. Zhang Xiaoyan stood in the middle of the room with her hands full of somebody else's laundry. But the Liu family, she said. Grandfather, we made a promise. And my eldest son came down into that courtyard on a flying sword. Leave? He said. Revered Huang, unless you explain, I'm afraid you're not going anywhere at all. The old man went down on his knees on the flagstones and said nothing. And I said, in my son's ear, knock him out. Pollen went across that courtyard and Feng Qilin folded up on the ground. Emerald dream, I said. Open. I read 70 years of a man's life in about 4 minutes, and I have never felt worse about a thing I had every reason to do. He was taken as a boy and taught altar dances and the calling down of spirits. Then, 1 year, the party he traveled with was ambushed, and he was badly hurt. The people who carried him away controlled snakes and insects and rats and ants. He told me the rest much later. The 5 Immortals sect, one of the great powers of the Southern Territory. They nursed him for months. He nearly relaxed. Then he found out why. He was fuel. That is the polite version, and it is the only version I am going to give. The seniors of that sect used him to burn, the way you use charcoal. The others burned with him did not last a fortnight. He survived. It cost him 30 years of his face in a single month. He went into that room at 20 and came out looking 40, and it closed foundation establishment to him permanently. And in 10 years under my roof, he never once complained about either. They kept him afterward for odd jobs, 20 years of sweeping. Then the mood in that sect changed. The old saintess had died. Here is how the 5 Immortals sect chooses a new one. Each of its 5 halls puts forward a candidate. One becomes the saintess. The other 4 are refined into emissaries, which means a body with some awareness left in it, and one loyalty, and no other feelings of any kind. I would like it noted that my family runs on wine and homework. That is the tradition. It is run for 10,000 years. Then there was a rebellion, and the guard doubled, and one night a dying woman came out of the shadows in Feng Qilin's room, held him still, and put insects into him. He told me that part flatly, like weather, and a voice said in his ear, "Protect the saintess, take her far away, do not let them find out, or you will wish you were dead." He woke on his bed at dawn thinking it had been a dream until he heard a baby laughing in the corner of the room. There was a blood-stained quilt in that corner with a little girl in it, carved out of pink jade. Beside her, a letter and a jade box the size of a palm. I could not reach any of it. The letter said 3 things. That the 4 emissaries had been unhappy with the choice and had overturned it. That the insects would eat him from the inside if he failed to carry out the sentence spoken in his ear, not disobeyed. Failed. And that the saintess's companion beast was a Tier 7 Bodhi Blackwood spider, sealed in the box, to be released only somewhere safe. There was nothing in that letter about revenge. Not a line. Then years of wandering the south under a false name, and a shuttle north, and a granddaughter, and a valley, and a rocking chair, and a beetle on a plate that looked exactly like the things that had been put into his body 40 years earlier. The Wansho Pavilion sat on it that night, and my eldest told them the parts that were my family's business, the rebellion, the flight, the girl, and left the man's private humiliations out. I want that noted because I had put them all in his head, and he chose not to use them, so my second son didn't believe it. The 5 Immortals sect is to Nanju what the Holy Dynasty is to us. There are 10,000 li between here and there. They are not crossing a continent over a 30-year-old loose end. Then my youngest laid out 3 readings. 1. They know Chuyun is in my valley, and the plague is a probe, which fails because my county was the last place in the prefecture to be infected, not the first. 2. They know the region but not the house, and the plague is chaos to fish in. 3. It has nothing to do with them at all, and I am a paranoid family in a room at midnight. The people who won that rebellion have held power for 30 years. Why would they care about a candidate who ran? The pavilion voted for 3. I have never been sure they were wrong. Then my son put the meeting back on the rails. None of that matters this week. What matters is that if the Liu family wants one of those 3 new counties, we have to solve this case beautifully. Jinhai invented the cover in 11 seconds. There was an unattractive wine contract running through Liangshan County, too far to be worth the freight, and my second son made it worth the freight. Anning would lead, with 10 of my 3rd generation. She had just taken foundation establishment and was, in her own phrase, itching. Note for the record, by then all 50 of my 3rd generation had come through the family legacy. Their average cultivation was level with Mo Silong's, and he was the chief of a flying fish guard station. I did not tell Feng Qilin that I already knew. I had a problem. Jiang Xiaoyan was engaged to my 4th son, and if she left, Long Wei was going to do something that ended with several people dead, and I remembered the jade box, a box that had been buried inside my own valley for 20 years while I was reading the ground twice a day. I had never once noticed it, which tells you what kind of seal the 5 Immortals sect puts on things. That, and the fact that nothing inside it had been alive. So I arranged an escape, so my patrols that night drifted quite naturally off their route. The gate was unaccountably slow. Feng Qilin and his granddaughter got out of my valley with an ease that should have terrified a man of his experience. At the valley mouth, he sat her down behind a rock and went back alone. He had never dared carry that box, not even in the south. Carrying a Tier 7 beast egg is holding a lit lamp in a powder store, and abandoning it was worse, because it was the Saintess's token. The 5 Immortals sect would erase a family of 1,000 to get it back and think nothing of it. It had been sitting under my orchard for a decade. He had done the arithmetic on the whole rest of his life, and it went like this. The current Saintess is short 1 emissary, which is a permanent public humiliation for her. The last Saintess lived 1,100 years. The current one is 30. I could not fault a single step of it, which meant nobody was ever going to stop looking. And his comfort, his actual considered comfort, written down years later, was that he and the girl would be dead of old age in 100 years, and after that, it wouldn't be their problem. It was going to be mine. He dug the box up. The seal was intact. The lacquer was perfect. 20 years underground and it looked a day old, and something was wrong. The seal's whole, he said out loud, alone, in the dark. The seal is completely whole, and it's hatching. A sealed egg cannot hatch. That is the entire point of a seal. He stood there and thought it through, and every branch came out badly. Leave the seal on, and the spider dies inside it. But the spider was the saintess's companion beast, and the two of them are one life split into two containers, and if it died in the shell, it would take a large piece of Jiang Xiaoyan with it. I had grown that girl's tea, and if anything happened to Jiang Xiaoyan, the insects in his own body would come loose. One body, 3 lives. He broke the seal himself, drawing the release characters on all 4 corners with a shaking hand, then sat looking at my box for a full minute doing the last piece of arithmetic. A man at 3rd level cannot carry a newborn tier 7 beast across a prefecture. Then he went back to his granddaughter and put the box in her hands. Don't speak. Close your eyes. Steady your breathing. Put your mind on the box and feel for it with your spirit. She told me years later what it felt like from her side. Ancient and familiar at the same time. Like a very old friend arriving after a long absence, the lid lifted a fraction and fell, lifted and fell. She fed a thread of her own wood chi into it, and it wasn't enough. The old man's face went gray, because in the 5 immortal sect, a hatching of that grade is an operation with a room and a formation and 6 specialists. He was in a ditch with a girl and a shovel, about 40 li outside my reach. So I took a leaf off my own crown. It went out across my lake in the dark, glowing green, and drifted over my hills, and came down on the lid of a jade box in a ditch and melted into it. The egg came apart, the lid went 10 feet, and a spider the size of a palm climbed out into the moonlight white as carved jade, and it did not look frightening in any way at all. It looked like something you would want to hold. I now own it, and on the front of it, glowing faintly green, was a small tender leaf. Feng Qilin looked at it for a long time. That is for the best, he said finally to nobody, and closed his eyes. Then my family had saved the 2 of them for the 2nd time, and had not shown its face on either occasion. Jiang Xiaoyan came round holding the spider on her palm with no revulsion whatsoever. She described it as looking into a mirror. Grandfather, why does she have the Liu family's leaf on her back? Ah, said Feng Qilin without missing a beat. The hatching nearly failed. Clan leader Liu must have lent a hand. Where are we going? To bed, he said. Where else would we go? 2,000 li east, in Zilyu City, a man called Chiran was drowning in paperwork. Relocating the interior families and standing up 3 new counties had been approved by the court, and Chiran was the officer executing it. He told a colleague it was busier than the beast tide had been. That was the wave I intended to surf. Strong families have roots in their land, and forcing them off it costs compensation on a scale that makes clerks weep. And the court had added a requirement. Relocate them by industry so that each of the 9 fortresses can be supplied locally instead of by caravan. I read that requirement 4 times. Then his door came open and Zilan walked in, now a 100 household officer at 7th level foundation establishment with a young woman of the Ye family behind her. And my grandson had a second to decide who he was, the Ye family, the current empress's house. Every time I go home, Zilan was complaining, I get walked round a room and introduced to the young master of this estate and the young lord of that one. I'd rather work cases. Then, sideways. The Liu family, Qinghe County. I asked you to keep an eye on them 3 years ago. Did they lose much in the tide? They did not, said Chiran. In fact, they gathered every family in Qinghe County, ambushed a horde of over 1,000 beasts in open country, and annihilated it. Liu Yan's first question was not how. It was, have the spoils been counted? Has the field been inspected? A claim that size, if there's a discrepancy, Chiran laughed out loud. The Ye family look at the world in a very particular way. Then he produced the battle report, countersigned by almost every clan in Qinghe County, with the Iron Sword sect listed first. They read it twice. It is beautifully written. So my second son wrote it. It describes the peril of the moment in 9 words, and it leaves the reader without one accusation, with the impression that the Iron Sword sect clings to old ways. So why hasn't the reward come? Because, said Chiran, we can't work out what it should be. Give too much and every border family in the west will try an ambush next spring and will bury them all. Give too little and the Marquise's estate looks ungrateful in front of 12 counties. Then the court authorized 3 new counties and the problem solved itself. Liu Yan objected on principle. A fief is a fief. Families queue for centuries. A house that rose 25 years ago does not get handed a county. She was, on the facts, entirely right about me. And Chiran gave her the real answer, which is the answer to this entire story. Of the 3, the most important is the new county behind Shimen Pass. It is also, by a distance, the most dangerous. A skirmish every 3 days and a real battle twice a month in normal times. Several families with more than enough merit have declined it. 2 were designated and gave the honor back. He shrugged. It's a hot potato nobody wants. The Liu family are locals. They know the beasts. They're a foundation establishment house. Handing it to them isn't an outrage. It's a test, and we'll all find out together whether they can hold it. Zilan, meanwhile, obtained a Flying Fish Guard patrol badge for her niece by beginning a sentence with, "That matter, I'm going to tell." "This," said Chiron, slapping the desk, "is an exception." Feng Qilin came and told my son about the 5 Immortals sect the next morning, of his own accord, leaving out only what belonged to him. I hid the spider in the deep valley. I kept Jiang Xiaoyan home, and the caravan went east to Liangshan County. Anning took the best carriage and did not politely refuse it. On the road, she told the disciples, you get the treatment your strength buys. Excessive modesty gets you looked down on. 5 days past the Qinghai border, they had already passed 3 burned estates. A carter looked at one of them and said, "Herb merchants, that lot. 6th or 7th level. Nothing special, but 4 generations of careful work." He clicked at the mules. "Now look. This world." Then my 3rd generation grandchildren, all in their early 20s, went off like a firecracker. Where is the county lord? Where is the court? Does nobody deal with these beasts? The carter laughed at them, not unkindly. How can everyone be like your Liu family, young master? As for the court, the 9 fortresses are being held by their fingernails. Where would the court find the strength? Everyone fends for themselves. I had run the numbers on that a decade earlier, and here they are. A border family in that prefecture turns over completely every 60 years. Not declines, turns over. Every 60 years the name on the gate is different. The children were quiet a long time after that. One of them recited a line from their own school books, the one I'd put in Literature Volume 2, because I wanted them to know what the world costs. White bones lie exposed in the wilderness. For 1,000 li, no cockcrows. Then the caravan got robbed. Several dozen mortals came out of my trees with a handful of low-level cultivators. The man in front had a wooden sword and a robe with the elbows gone, and he was at 2nd level, which is where I started. "Robbery! Hand over all the food you have!" The caravan laughed at him. His wind blade dissipated 2/3 of the way across the road. He said it again anyway. A 3rd-level guard threw a fireball at him. He went under it in a roll, vanished, and put his wooden sword against that guard's throat from behind. "I'm not looking for death," he said, and his voice cracked doing it. "I'm looking to live. The food, now." A blade came out of the caravan, and my daughter stopped it in the air. "You have a real inheritance in you," she said. "How does a man like that end up a bandit?" "The beast tide took my family, all of it. I'm what's left, and I'm keeping 400 mortals alive on nothing." He didn't lower the sword. "What does an inheritance matter? We didn't want to trouble you. We wanted food." "That's a spine," said my daughter. "Yunli, give this man supplies, all of it." And as they rode out, she pitched her voice so only he would hear it. "If you come to the end of your road, go to Taoshi village in Qinghai County. Say the name Mo Anning at the gate. Someone will take you in." Her reasoning, when she wrote it up that night, was cold and completely correct. He beat a stronger man by using the stronger man's arrogance. He has a technique nobody taught him, and when he had nothing left, he did not abandon his people. I hired him on the spot, and my family's whole strategy for allies is this: anyone you buy will be bought off you by whoever bids higher, so do not buy the strong. Find the ones at the bottom, and be the hand that reached down, and be remembered. 2 things about that spider, incidentally, that I have never explained to anyone. First, the 5 Immortals sect breed poison. That thing should have been a horror, and my blessing had made it warm. Second, Jiang Xiaoyan went from 6th level to 7th within days of it hatching. Everyone assumed it was the companion bond, and it was, and it also wasn't, and I was the part that wasn't, because anything I bless regards me the way a child regards a parent, and she was bonded to something I had blessed. Which meant that for years afterward, a girl who did not know I existed felt inexplicably calm whenever she walked along the shore of Mirror Lake and never once asked herself why. Also, she cost a fortune, 3 or 4 spirit fruits a day, an hour in the vein, and innate wood chi as a snack. That one spider could have bankrupted me every month if I hadn't been the one growing the snacks. 4 nights out, the caravan camped in deep forest, and something came in under my trees. 8th rank demonic chi, heading straight for the camp. And behind it a second aura, 7th level chi condensation, which felt human and did not feel right. They came out of the dark together. In front, an elephant 3 jang at the shoulder. Behind it, riding a 2 jang rhinoceros sheathed in iron plate with no life in it whatsoever, a man. Puppetry, breathed a veteran carter. Gods, a puppet master. And the man on the rhino cupped his hands at the caravan and shouted, without any embarrassment at all, "Fellow Taoists, lend me a hand. Kill this thing and my Zhao family of Xiwan County will reward you generously." The caravan steward wanted no part of it, which is correct caravan practice. So my daughter overruled him for reasons she wrote down afterward as, firstly, I had never seen a puppet master. Secondly, my blessing found no malice in him. And thirdly, the road is long, and this looked entertaining. She grew a wall of vines across the elephant's path. It gilded its trunk and hit that wall like a battering ram, and my wall shrugged. The vines went slightly crooked. The elephant sat down. Excellent. Watch this. The puppet master jumped off his own rhinoceros, sealed his hands, and the rhino's horn threw sparks and charged. Tusks and horn came together with a noise like a quarry, and I liked my odds. Puppetry, thunderball, lightning grew in the rhino's mouth. Then the elephant spat out its inner core, went gold, and started taking that puppet apart in pieces. He slapped an earth talisman on it and got back to even. And then, because he had already announced his family name to an entire caravan and could not now be seen to lose, he tore a scroll in half and shouted, "Unseal! I would have paid money to watch this." 10 feet of white smoke became an eagle. The carters cheered. 3 of my grandchildren put up flying swords to get a better view, which is the kind of behavior that gets people killed, and which I entirely understand. His face went gray while that eagle was in the air. 2 puppets at once cost more than most people can pay. The elephant went down, and the first thing he did was recall the eagle and check it for damage, then seal it, then look up. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. May I know your name?" "Qinghe County," said my daughter. "Peachstone Valley, the Liu family." He nearly dropped the scroll. "The Peachstone Valley Liu family? I've heard the name 100 times. Zhao Wuji, of the Zhao family of Xiyuan County. The Zhao family are puppet masters and they live on bounties, and they were also, it turned out, on the relocation list." He explained the selection criteria over the fire, and it is worth knowing. 1. Strength in the upper middle. A few cultivators at 8th and 9th level, none at foundation establishment. Strong enough to hold ground on the frontier, not strong enough to usurp the local lord. 2. Economics. The court prefers families whose industry isn't rooted in the soil they're leaving because the compensation bill is smaller. Then my industry is rooted in soil, and it was not moving. And my daughter listened to that and thought of a line I had taught all 5 of my children when they were small. The economic base determines the superstructure. Then he warned them about the road ahead, over a dozen separate outbreaks of cults and demonic cultivators inside the next few hundred li, and handed them, without knowing it, the first real threat of my case. A month earlier in Liangshan County, a hunter had gone missing in the hills. 2 months later, he walked back out on his own. He told everyone that an immortal had entertained him in a grotto. Fish and meat every day, he said, all month. He was staggering, and he looked like a skeleton, and everybody put it down to the last flare of a dying man. A few days later, he got into a fight with somebody who laughed at him and bit him, and then wasted away and died. Nobody looked twice until the man he'd bitten went mad, and then a dozen more. "Medicine doesn't touch it," said Zhao Wuji. "Once they turn, you tie them or you kill them. Those are the options." The county lord had sent cultivators up to that mountain. He didn't know what happened after that. He'd already left. Liangshan County was silent. Not ruined. Silent. So my county has noise in it. Carts, hawkers, children. And Liangshan had streets and buildings and almost no sound at all. They went in openly, in uniform, because my grandson decided that if the killer was inside my county walls, he would rather the whole county knew the flying fish guard had arrived than sneak in and be watched by somebody who already knew. Clan Chief Zhou Qingyun was a heavy man with sharp eyes and a cultivation nobody could read, which by itself told you something. He did not argue. The case had been registered with the Marquise's estate, and he knew what that meant, what the Song family had done. Isolate every mortal showing symptoms, immediately, without exception, which is why Liangshan itself had very few cases, and every county around it had hundreds. I stole the policy that afternoon. But here is the thing that troubles me, he said. By every measure we cut the source, and it keeps coming back in different places, weeks apart. His own disciples had been infected, the ones who went into the mountain, all of them low level, and several flying fish guard had gone into that same cave before them and not come out, which is when the Song family stopped investigating and started writing letters. One of them reached me, then he put his cup down and said the thing he'd been building up to. In honesty, the plague is a secondary problem now. There are cultists dug in on Feilong Ridge, and they are digging up corpses across half this county, and they are preparing for something that is going to kill us long before the plague does. 200 li north in a cave, a small girl was sitting on an enormous toad and swearing at a broken jar. The White Bone sect and those lunatics from the demonic sect. They've smashed another jar of my zombie brain goo. She kicked the pieces. The envoy only left me 3. Now there's 1. How am I supposed to find the Saintess with 1? I want to make sure this lands, because it took my family 2 years to work it out, and it explains everything. The plague was not a weapon, it was a search tool. A wall behind her rattled and a skeleton assembled itself out of the rock. Azure Crane, still hunting your saintess? She'll have been offered to the Scorpion Saintess by now. Why not convert to my white manifest Great Saints Church instead? We'd even leave you a bone or two to avenge the 5 Immortals sect with. You again. She sounded exhausted. Wherever I go, frog consort, spit on it. The toad hosed it down with acid and the skull went on laughing while it dissolved. 20 years, she said to the puddle. 20 years in this prefecture and not one trace. If I'd known your evil god was this petty, I'd never have asked him for help. Then, footsteps outside. Frog consort, hide. And a crystallization stage cultivator and a 2-meter toad turned to glass and sank into the wall of the cave. Mo Shilong got to the cave mouth 11 minutes later. The cat found nothing. But the iron ball inside Xinyue's warning kept trembling in a way that had nothing to do with the cat. Yongguang! Xinyue was inside his collar and her voice went straight into his head. There is something here, something very strong. Crystallization stage. A pause. No, there are 2. His subordinates felt nothing and started walking in. Don't. The maths, which he did in about a second and a half. My strongest asset here is a foundation establishment spirit snake. I am at the middle of chi condensation. There are 2 crystallization stage entities 40 feet away in the dark. He dropped a handful of seeds on the cave floor and turned round. Nothing here. Fall back. Half an hour later, a toad hopped out into the daylight with a small girl on its back. They're sharp, those flying fish. Did they see us? They can't have. Middle chi condensation. I'm crystallization. The toad croaked. You think the one with the green leaf on his forehead was carrying a foundation establishment Yao beast? She thought about that. Then her whole face changed. There's still 1 jar of brain-controlling worms. That's enough. Right. White Bone Sect. You've been following me around for 2 years. Now you can have some. The tracking grass, which is my invention and which I am quietly proud of, works like this. It roots where it lands. It marks nearby plants with a scent instead of a spell. There is no spiritual fluctuation to detect. A golden core cultivator will walk straight past it. It doesn't last long, and a permanent cleansing spell wipes it. Against anything above crystallization, it's useless. Against something that had never heard of it, it was perfect. Back home, an old man arrived at the gate of Qinghe County Town, leading 41 survivors. Cao Wuji was second-level qi refining and had been, until 11 months previously, an outer disciple of a sword family with 400 years of history. He was what was left of it. He had been assigned to cover my clan's retreat, which is why he was alive. He had walked those 41 people across 2 prefectures, and my county stopped him at my gate because a shabby man at second level with no caravan behind him is the safest possible person to extort. I'm here at the invitation of the Peachstone Valley Lu family. In Taoshi village. The guards laughed until one of them was crying. I don't know where you heard that name, but using it to swindle your way through my gate. 2 young men in green were walking past. The guard's whole posture changed, and he became instantly obsequious, and to demonstrate his diligence to my son, he brought his club down on Cao Wuji's leg, and a bamboo sword came under the club. Elder brother, Mo Qianqian, 13 years old the last time I described him and 23 now, did not raise his voice. If you want to beat a man, at least let him finish his sentence. Mo Linshu did not look at the guard at all. He crouched down, put a wood element spell into the leg, and said gently, You mentioned my family. What did you need? Cao Wuji told them, shaking with humiliation, and produced his evidence. 1 blood stasis pill, the last one, given to him on a road 400 li away by my youngest daughter. The 2 guards went the color of wet paper. Because in Qinghe County by that year, you might not know who ran the Iron Sword sect, but everybody knew the Peachstone Valley Lu family. This lowly one was blind. I have offended an immortal. Cao Wuji stood up. He looked at both their faces for a long moment, deliberately, the way you memorize something. Then he walked away, dragging his leg. Back in Liangshan, a Song disciple came through the door at a run. The Li family, 50 li from Feilong Ridge. Last night, over 100 of them went mad at once. At once. That was the impossible part. Infection to onset takes days, and it takes them at different rates. Nobody in the recorded history of that plague had ever seen 100 people turn inside 1 hour. I have thought about that hour a great deal since. They rode all day and got there at dusk. The bodies were already burned. A few had been kept for inspection. Mo Shilong went over them with an iron rod and found the exit tunnels where the beetles had left. They showed no symptoms at all, said the Li clan chief. Not one. Right up to last night. There was exactly 1 anomaly in the whole account, and the Night Watch gave it to them. A purple mist had drifted into the compound. Nobody thought anything of it. Less than an hour later it started. It's Feilong Ridge, said the Li clan chief, with total confidence. They've spent 6 months refining a stronger plague with no incubation. That's what it is. We should destroy that ridge immediately. Mo Shilong didn't argue with him. He wrote it down, and in his own notes that night, to link two things on the strength of one wisp of purple qi is not evidence, it is a wish. Meanwhile, in Taoshi village, Cao Wuji was having his understanding of the world dismantled over 4 days by a 23-year-old. They put his 41 people in converted warehouses. Don't complain about the number of rooms, said Mo Qianqian. This is what there is. 4 other families arrived this month. Cao Wuji was nearly weeping with gratitude and simultaneously calculating because nobody gives away shelter. He had one thing of value, a family cultivation technique, and he had been crushing the scroll in his sleeve for 3 days before he offered it to me. Don't thank me yet, the rooms are yours, but there's rent, 2 copper leaves a room per month. There it is, he thought. And then my grandson delivered from memory a 20-minute lecture on money. Iron leaf, copper leaf, silver leaf, gold leaf, and jade leaf for cultivators, 10-to-1 at every level, always, without exception, at my Chamber of Commerce. A bowl of plain noodles at the market, 2 or 3 iron, 1 jade leaf is 1 spirit stone. Why any of this existed? Because the Holy Dynasty does not govern mortal life at all. It simply doesn't look. And an ungoverned market fills up with whatever anybody feels like issuing. Good copper this year, barter the next, a warlord's stamped tin the year after. So I issued my own. Taoshi village was my testbed for a county I did not yet know I was going to be given. And the first thing I tested was money. The shape of the coin is a ginseng tree leaf, because I am who I am. Cao Wuji listened to all of it and asked the only question that mattered to him. Where would my family get silver leaves? We don't have iron. So it was the technique after all. He took out the scroll he had nearly destroyed with his own hands and held it out. I ask only to trade my family's inheritance for a roof. Mo Qianqian stared at him. Why, he said, would I want your cultivation technique? And then, seeing the man's face, he understood and started laughing and then stopped laughing because it wasn't funny. Brother he, listen, for a cultivator we have posts, village patrol, market order, outside gathering, alchemy assistant, 3-year contract, paid monthly. Patrol pays 1 jade leaf a month. You can also sell talismans and pills to the chamber at posted prices. For your mortals there's a hiring call every morning. Cao Wuji stood absolutely still for about 8 seconds. Then he went down on his knees in the road, and 41 people behind him went down with him. The Lu family's kindness, the He family will serve as oxen and horses and never repay it. From today, the He family swears, where the Lu family leads, we follow. Mo Qianqian tried to get him up and failed, and in 4 other courtyards in that village, on that same afternoon, almost exactly the same scene was happening. I took in 7 or 8 families that season, from a few hundred people down to a couple of dozen. It was not charity, and I will not pretend it was. While my family is a rising foundation establishment house, everybody in the West benefits. 1 more clan holding 1 more stretch of border. Nobody minds me, but the food chain narrows as you go up. 2 more mouthfuls for me is 2 fewer for somebody who was there first. The day my clan looks like a crystallization house, the arithmetic of every neighbor I have flips over in a single conversation. An iron nail can only hammer so many nails, so I did what the Holy Dynasty did, a center, and a ring of houses around it who prosper when it prospers. But I chose. Every family I took had a skill, alchemy, forging, talismans, pure combat, 1 that bred beasts, and 2 of them had hereditary divine abilities of their own. Dinner that first night was pumpkin and millet porridge, wild greens fried with egg, and a large hot flatbread each. The He family kowtowed to the ordinary Lu servants carrying the trays. Cao Wuji sat with the bowl in both hands and remembered that before he was a cultivator, he was a farmer's son. His family had never eaten that well at New Year. My rice does that to people. The next morning, he went walking. 2 main streets, very wide, and the road surface was 1 continuous sheet of gray stone, flat to the point of being slippery. He could not identify the material and assumed it was expensive. It was my cement, which I invented out of boredom in year 4, and it is the cheapest thing in the village. The street was packed because it was a posting day. Places at my Chamber of Commerce and in the village office. Over 20 silver leaves a month, which is a mortal's wage, and in that world mortals living like that are as rare as phoenix feathers. Anyone who can read and write, step forward. Out of 500 people, about 70 stepped up. After a simple test, 12 remained. The rest could manage their own names and perhaps 30 other characters. That is the literacy rate of that world, in a village run by the most education-obsessed lunatic in the Western Territory. It was still better than anywhere else in my county by a factor of about 9. Around him, the losers were complaining. I haven't touched a drink in a month, every night, night school. I failed the nursery posting last time, so I've been doing arithmetic 4 evenings a week. And now they're not hiring. He asked what night school was, and they explained the whole system with the enthusiasm of men who have just failed a test. 4-hour working day, 7-day week with the last day off. Jobs graded in tiers, and the only ladder up is literacy, arithmetic, and the regulations. My night schools were free and paid you a bonus if you did well, and attendance was not a benefit. It was a condition of employment. Then he pushed to the front of the crowd, where an examiner was interviewing for my village office, and heard this. 5th question. You are an officer of the law in Taoshi village. A merchant insults you. What do you do? The candidate, a He family man, and Chao Wuji felt a burst of pride watching him square his shoulders, answered confidently. I would fetch the duty officer, bring him in, and have him whipped to uphold the dignity of the Peachstone laws. Absurd, said the examiner. That is a foundational provision. You clearly haven't read the Peachstone laws at all. Chao Wuji stood there in the crowd with his mouth open. Nobody in Taoshi village who was willing to work went hungry, not one person, in 25 years. And every child had to attend my market school. 3 to 5 years, free lunch of fish, eggs, and pork, prizes and leaves for the top of each term. He could not process that part. It's already extraordinary to feed them, he said to a stranger. Why teach them to read? A mortal should farm well, raise pigs well, weave well. If they can all read, who is going to farm? Nobody had an answer for him. He stopped asking. At my chamber of commerce, a mortal clerk greeted him, neither servile nor rude, and that unsettled him more than anything else in the village. Upstairs, Mo Zixuan registered his family's skills. He had to say it out loud. The He family are swordsmen. There is no alchemy in us, no talisman work. In some sword families, it is considered shameful to learn either. And of the fighting strength I was famous for, what remains is one man at 2nd level. Then Mo Zixuan laid out the 2 rules. First, if Taoshi village is attacked, everyone defends it. Cultivators lead. I assume you expected that. He had. He was almost relieved by it. Second, currency. He took a leaf out of his sleeve, jade textured, soft to the touch, glowing faintly like a gemstone. Between cultivators, the world uses spirit stones. Here we use these. Every stone holds a different amount of chi, and you have to feel each one. Every leaf holds exactly the same, and 100 stones is a sack, 100 leaves is a sleeve. Cao Wuji nearly laughed in the man's face, and I want to record his objection because it was correct, and it took me 30 years to answer it. Spirit stones have been money for 10 million years. A currency is not a good idea. A currency is a shared belief, and my family had a village. And then Mo Zixuan set the hook. Of course, jade leaves also buy things at the Wuzhuang Chamber of Commerce that you generally cannot get anywhere else. For instance, if your family should happen to have an incomplete cultivation technique, we can restore the missing portions in exchange for leaves, anything at all, because the technique he had carried out of a burning house ended at 6th level chi refining, and everything after that had died with his family. I could fix that, and he had just found out. He signed a 3-year contract as a village guard that afternoon. 3 days on, 1 off, 1 jade leaf a month. Plus, and this was the clause he could not stop rereading, 1 additional leaf for every level of cultivation he gained while working for me. He never worked out why a 2nd level cultivator was worth that investment to me. It's very simple. He walked 41 people across 2 prefectures without losing one. Back in Liangshan, the tracking grass paid off and then went dark. The trail ran from the cave to the foot of Feilong Ridge and stopped, which meant crystallization stage, which meant Mo Shilong's team, top asset 1 foundation establishment snake, had nothing. He filed a formal request for reinforcement with everything he had, and there was an anomaly he flagged in the margin. Liangshan County has 2 foundation establishment cultivators in it, and a cult with a crystallization cultivator sitting 40 li away, and the cult has never once attacked the town. I read that margin note twice. In Huayuan County, 1,000 household officer Zheng was sitting in a very small hell. In front of him stood 100 household officer Zhi Lan and a patrol named Liu Yan. Junior ranks, backed by houses of the Dragon Court that even my marquis was polite to. He had spent 2 weeks refusing them cases because if either of those young women got a scratch on his authority, his entire clan went into the ground with him. I watched him do it and took notes. Then Mo Silong's letter arrived, and Zheng went straight to the head of the Wu family, feudal lord of Huayuan County, and begged. The Marquis's heir has this case on his desk. If Huayuan County town falls, said the Wu clan chief, the Holy Dynasty will not punish you. You're a transient official. You'll be transferred. For us, losing our fief is a capital charge. It is not that we will not. It is that we cannot. Then he glanced at the door. Are those 2 not standing outside your office at this moment? They're of noble status. Precisely, said the Wu clan chief, because of their noble status. What stands behind them is enough to solve your problem for you. 1,000 household officer Zheng decided, in the end, to tell them the truth. Not out of virtue, out of prudence. Those 2 would outrank him inside 15 years, and a man who lies to his future superiors is buying himself a very long retirement. I have that written down. So he laid it all out, including the crystallization stage, and waited to be refused. Zilan grinned at him. It looks like one case, she said. Complete it properly, and it's two. Liu Yan, 5th level, nodded once. Who's running it on the ground? A rising man of ours, surname Liu, Mo Shilong. Shilan's head came up. Liu, out of Qinghe County? A 3rd-generation disciple of the Peachstone Valley Liu family, as it happens. Then there's nothing to discuss, said Zilan, standing up. I'll take it. Zheng's parting warning. The White Bone sect has been working that ridge for months. They have stolen tens of thousands of bones. If you assault it directly, with the whole of Liangshan County behind you, it will be a cup of water on a burning cart. The caravan had long since gone on without them. Then my youngest and 10 of the 3rd generation were still there. Reinforcements arrived by shuttle, 12 flying fish guard, ranging from foundation establishment down to a 4th-level boy who looked about 16, and my daughter counted every one of them. And a woman came down the ramp with her arms already open. Anning, I did not expect to see you again after Days County. 200 lie north, Azure Crane was congratulating herself. It worked. And honestly, credit where it's due, the flying fish guard have astonishing tracking. If I hadn't had strange insects on me, I'd have walked straight into it. She patted the toad. So that's that. Nothing left for me here. Let the flying fish go and play with the skeletons. She frowned at the empty jars. I'll tell the saintess they were lost on the road. She won't mind. 8 kinds of strange insect and I've only lost 4. That's still half. Then she spread a very old map on the toad's back and put a finger down at random. I don't think I've ever been here. Qinghe County. Let's try that. Zilan and my daughter talked for 3 hours without stopping. 15 years of family news, the beast tide, the ambush of 1,000 beasts, the day my son fired 11 immortal arrows and had to be carried down a hill, and when it came out why my family was really in Liangshan County, merit before the fiefs were handed out. Zielan, who knew exactly what was on the marquise's desk and exactly where my name sat on it, said nothing at all. She smiled and said, with the Liu family's strength and reputation, you'll certainly get one. Then, asked how she planned to fight a crystallization cultivator, she changed the subject entirely. Let me introduce a relative of mine, Liu Yan. Liu Yan bowed properly, which nobody at that rank ever does. Elder Liu, to have entered Lingqi burst at mid-stage qi condensation is astonishing. And then she brought out from behind her back a golden bird cage with a small green bird asleep in it. The bars of that cage were so far apart the bird could have walked out sideways. 3rd great aunt, said Liu Yan. 3rd great aunt? Nothing. Ah, she's resting. The elders of my family rest a great deal. I need to tell you what was on Phylong Ridge, and I am going to do it in one paragraph and then not come back to it. It had been a green ridge. What I saw through my daughter's eyes was a forest where the trees had been hung with the dead, and a purple death key lying over the whole of it, and you could smell it from several lie out. The White Bone sect buys its miracles with its own bodies. That is the whole of their doctrine, and it is all you need to know about them. Their priests do not sacrifice you first. They start with themselves, and I found that far worse. That is why nobody stops them in time. You cannot bargain with people who have already paid. The greenbird woke up on the road. Since you're Chifei's aunt, said a warm, middle-aged woman's voice out of the cage. Just call me aunt. I've been in this thing so long I've forgotten what the titles are. Liu Yan nearly went over the side of the cart. 3rd great aunt, you're awake. At my stage, child, awake and asleep are the same thing. It's a question of whether one can be bothered. A pause. You were the height of this cage last time I looked at you. Time is disgraceful. Then, to Zilan. Fang family are you? Your cultivation's decent. You've something of Fang Jing about you at that age. You knew my father? Knew him decades ago. Not worth mentioning. And then, that bird's attention moved to my daughter and my grandson, and rested there. There's real depth on you two. You come out of a family with a legacy. A beat. You'll go a very long way. And my daughter's blood went cold and stayed cold for an hour, and so did mine. A crystallization stage entity had looked at the leaf on her forehead and said something that could mean anything. Liu Hua said nothing more about it, ever. I have wondered about that for 20 years. Well, said the bird, my grandniece almost never asks me for anything, and she's asked. Remnants of the White Bone sect, is it? I dealt with a great many of those in my day. It'll be like meeting old friends. She came out of the cage, and then she grew, up and up, 4 zhang of her, and every scrap of the small and pretty went out of that shape and left only weight. Azure Crane walked into Qinghe County the same week. I felt her cross the boundary the way you feel a draft, and I want to be honest, I was frightened. A crystallization stage cultivator was inside my county, and I had a valley full of people and a tree that could not move. Then I watched her for 2 days and stopped being frightened and started being confused. Azure Crane was over 100 years old. She had been raised on goo from infancy, and the technique her hall practices arrests growth, so she was physically about 8 and she had the heart nature to match. I want that stated plainly because I am about to describe her eating. She had exactly one objective: find the saintess, and one identifying feature to work with. The saintess would have a white Bodhi blackwood spider with her, and I had it in my orchard, and her method of searching a prefecture of tens of millions of people was to walk up to strangers and ask, "Excuse me, have you seen a beautiful girl carrying a white spider?" That is the entire method. She had done it for 20 years in every county she passed through. It is also exactly how she annoyed the White Bone sect into following her around because she had asked them to. Feng Qilin confirmed the rest of it for me. 7 or 8 years old with crystallization cultivation means the wind centipede jade toad hall and their evergreen skill. They look like children, he said. They are hundreds of years old. And then, going gray, wind centipede jade toad hall. That is the hall that nominated Chuyun. He went into his rooms after that and stopped speaking to anyone. He sent word to my son that if the search ever reached my family, they were simply to hand him over. "If it is fortune, it is not disaster," he wrote. "If it is disaster, it cannot be dodged. Do not implicate your family for an old man." I hid the spider deeper. I kept Zhang Xiaoyan indoors, and I did nothing else because there was nothing else to do. Over Feilong Ridge, Liu Hua circled once and said, "Corpse Mound Forest. Yes, that's their style." And a bone came up out of the ground. A single rib. 10 zhang of it, curved over an altar like a hand cupping a candle, and by covering the thing it was protecting, it told me exactly where the thing was. Everyone else arrived a minute later, so my daughter, 10 of my third generation, 20-odd flying fish guard, and several dozen cultivators the Song family had scraped together. Half of them were sick within a minute of clearing the tree line. Then my grandchildren were fine, not because they are hard, because they had spent 9 years in a dream I built. I had made them stand in Ghost Month and look at the thousand-eyed thing 23 times at 17. Liu Yan, raised in the Dragon Court, was very sick indeed and then stood up and drew her sword, which I thought was decent of her, and the priest on the altar looked up and recognized the bird before the bird said a word. "As your bird, is that the senior of General Wei's Ye family? You honor us. A few broken bodies and the Ye household comes in person." And then, cheerfully, "Liu Hua, unless I'm mistaken, mid-stage crystallization." "You're well informed," said Liu Hua. "What did you pay your great saint for that? A finger? My cultivation is only 7th level, and my body is already spent. A divine revelation costs more than a finger." He spread his hands, which were wrapped and did not fill the wrappings. "Though if the senior would care to join the Church of the White Manifest Great Saint, a few feathers might be enough." "Your rib saint," said Liu Hua, "does not make my family bow." A gourd the size of a cart came out of the feathers at her throat and opened, and wind blades went into that rib in ranks, deep cuts. He healed them as fast as she cut, and then not quite as fast, and then not nearly. And Xinyue came out of my daughter's collar hissing, "Evil, something very evil." "Where? The altar?" "Not there." The little head swung. "Another hill, behind, hidden." The rib came down. The priests on the altar died, the cultivators on the slope cheered, and the ground moved. 2 enormous hands of bone came up out of a hill 400 meters behind Liu Hua and swung at where she was standing. "Senior Yi!" And my daughter's shout bought her about a foot of clearance. Half a skeleton the size of a hill stood up out of that ground and screamed. "White bone manifestation," said Zilan, and she had read the file, and her hair was standing up. "That's, oh no." Because a manifestation animates the corpse mound forest. "The corpses are alive!" The flying fish guard formed on her inside 2 seconds. So my grandchildren slotted into their flanks without being told, and I felt every one of them do it. The Liangshan cultivators, who had never done this, ran into the middle of the formation and jammed it solid. "This won't hold," my daughter shouted. "Officer Fang, split, 2 blocks, mutual support, like horns." They got it done in about 40 seconds, and it saved everybody's life. Then my grandchildren threw up wooden walls, which they had drilled in my dream for years. A corpse hits my wall. Spikes come out of the wall. The corpse loses half of itself and keeps hitting my wall. And my daughter, working her hands automatically, was thinking about beetles, because this was not the plague. Here is how the goo works, as best I ever reconstructed it. The worm goes into the brain and drives the body. It feeds. It lays. The new worms leave through the nails and the teeth and find new hosts. And when the body is too broken to drive, the worm leaves and dies within the hour because it cannot cross open ground. These things kept coming when they were bare bone. There was no brain left to drive. Different mechanism, different author, and she could not say a word of it out loud, because to explain how she knew she would have to explain the beetle, and to explain the beetle she would have to explain a runaway saintess and a tier 7 spider hidden in my valley. The plague is the white bones sect, Zelan said, with total confidence, cutting a corpse in half. Clear this ridge and the case closes itself. Said my daughter. For the record, the reason nobody else in the Holy Dynasty ever found the beetle is that the dynasty never sent a senior cultivator to look at a mortal disease, and no junior cultivator can see a thing that small in a skull. I only found it because I am not a cultivator at all. By pure accident, the truth about that plague was known to exactly one family in the world, and that family could not tell anybody. Liu Hua, 400 meters up, was being insulting. White bone manifestation? 30 years ago you people could do better than this? Has your great saint been knifed by one of the other evil gods? Is this really all the law it can manifest? The skeleton tore a 3-jeng boulder out of the hillside and threw it. She went round it without effort. Same weakness as ever, she called down. Decades, and your rib saint hasn't learned one new thing. Then the yellow light came through my trees. The thing that walked out in front of my grandchildren's wooden walls was glowing bronze, and it went through 3 consecutive walls at a run without slowing down. Zelan's cat came off her shoulder and became a tiger. It went into the corpse ranks like a wolf into a sheepfold, and on its first exchange with the bronze one, its claws skidded off and it went over sideways. So much for my confidence. That one's different. Zelan had her saber out. Everyone on the copper corpse, now! Vines came out of the ground and wrapped it, and for the first time all afternoon something did not shrug my family off. It pulled, and the vines tightened, and the harder it pulled, the tighter they got, and then thorns came through and rooted into the joints of a skeleton and started to grow. That is not ordinary wood magic, Zelan said, out loud, in the middle of a battle. That's parasitic. And then looking sideways, you couldn't do that in Days County. Her saber came down inside a shell of white mist, and the whole hillside disappeared in dust. Did it work? No, said my daughter, and out of the dust stood up 1, 2, 3, more than a dozen bronze skeletons. 200 li away, in a quiet street in Qingyi County town, Azure Crane asked a stranger her one question and got an answer. She'd been asked 20 years worth of the usual replies. Drunks waved her off. One told her to go home to her parents before the child stealers got her, which she found genuinely thoughtful. She wasn't offended, incidentally. She had been raised in a place where killing a man's whole household to feed a goo was an ordinary Tuesday. She was being deliberately patient in the West because being noticed would end her search, which is how I ended up feeding her. Then, a kind-faced woman in farmer's clothes stopped her. Little sister, are you looking for a young woman with a white spider? Azure Crane looked at her, 3rd-level chi condensation, hiding it badly, and thought 2 things. The first was, if she knows about the saintess, she cannot be allowed to live. The second was, but first, let's see. A very small goo went out of her sleeve and into the woman's collar. The woman took her down 2 streets into an alley and knocked on a door with a pattern in it, and inside were people who had been stealing people out of my county for 8 months. They were not slavers exactly. They were something worse and stupider. They were a cult with an idol and a quota. They took whoever was easy, beggars, travelers, drunks, the newly widowed, and moved them out of my county in covered carts. Their name was the Heihuan sect, and the woman in farmer's clothes was paid 2 spirit stones a head. She cried when they paid her. Somebody inside told her that since she had already chosen to be what she was, she could spare them the performance. I have used that line since. Then she came out with her eyes red and knelt down in front of a child and recited what was clearly a speech she had made many times. I've done this for your own good, girl. It's hard for a young thing alone in a war. You'll be fed there. You'll have somewhere to sleep. Don't hold it against me. Azure Crane, who had understood none of it and was becoming impatient, said, Where is the person I am looking for? 2 of my grandsons had been chasing that cult for a fortnight and getting nowhere. Mo Zihong and Mo Haoyu were both a little over 20, both stationed in the county town on clan business, and both at the specific age where a young man's sense of justice outruns his sense of self-preservation. I raised them. I take the blame. People had been going missing in Qingyi County. Not many. Enough. They saw a 2nd-level cultivator lead a young woman with no kwai at all into an alley. That's odd, said Yunki. Look at her. She carries herself like somebody's daughter, and she's following a woman in patched clothes. So? Half the great houses in this prefecture lost their land last year. I saw a 4th-level man marry a girl from a great perfection family last month because he had a roof. Yunki stopped walking. We're going to look. 2 minutes later, the woman came out of that alley alone. They went through the door together. Inside there was a shrine with an idol on it, and there were cages, and there was a man saying, in a bright, encouraging voice, What spider? What woman? How would I know? Never mind that. Come along with me to the Heihuan sect. It's a joyful place. You'll forget all your troubles. Azure Crane, entirely uninterested in the door coming off its hinges, said, So, you don't know where she is? Don't know? Then you're no use. She turned to leave. The man moved to block the doorway because a small child is not something a man like that has ever had to think about. It was the last mistake available to him. Insects came out of his ears and his nose and his eyes. He was gone before he finished falling, and a girl of about 8 turned round to my 2 grandsons and said politely, "Excuse me, have you seen a beautiful woman who also has a spider?" They found the farmer's wife in the alley afterward, under the same insects. She was still walking. Deeper into the alley, not out of it, which is when my grandsons understood that the walking was not hers. They compared notes on the way home in the way young men do when they are pretending not to have been frightened. Did you see her eyes? When she turned round to ask us, there was nothing in them, nothing at all. The leaf on my forehead got hot. Mine too. Next time, said Yunnan, we go the other way. Back at Feilong Ridge, Jilan was explaining, at a shout over the noise, what a corpse-mound forest is actually for. It is not decoration, and it is not madness for its own sake. It's an offering. The sect's highest working is to give up its own flesh to beg 100 millionth of their saint's bones. As pieces of the saint arrive in the world, the forest wakes up. Then it kills everything alive in the area, and then all of it is absorbed into the saint's body. I have grown things, that is not growing. And the Flying Fish Guard's analysis, which sits in their archives and which nobody enjoys reading, is that the white-bone great saint's famous omniscience is not a divine attribute at all. It is the accumulated knowledge of everything it has ever eaten. 400 meters up, Liu Hua looked very small next to what she was fighting. She swallowed 3 green pills, and her aura doubled. It has been a long time, she said, since I fought at full strength in this shape. You'll do nicely, you pile of bones. A fan opened over her head, made of feathers, and the feathers were her own, and grew until it blocked out a piece of the sky. Fan. The hurricane that came off it was not wind. Look closely, and it was millions of tiny blades, and they went over that skeleton like a wire brush over rust. I would like 100 of those. A bone wall came up and disintegrated and took most of the force with it, and a bone spear came the other way, went through her defense on the first strike. She barely turned in time, and afterward there was blood at the corner of her beak. Below, Liu Yan put a wind blade through one corpse, split it, and then stood there with nothing left, breathing like a bellows. She was a dragon court daughter. She had never been in a fight. A green bamboo sword came past her ear, took the head off the next one, hit a third on the way back, and returned to a hand. She turned round and saw a green leaf between a young man's eyebrows and a Flying Fish Guard chief's uniform. She asked about him afterward, and the answer interested her, and it interested me. He came out of a farming clan on the frontier. He was in line for Deputy 100 Household Officer, and every step of it he had climbed himself. Officer Fang, Yungguang was shouting over the noise. They're increasing. If the whole forest closes on us, we cannot hold. Xielan knew that. She also knew where the actual battle was, which was in the sky, because if Liu Hua broke the manifestation, the forest would go back to sleep on its own, and my people were the anvil. She put 3 sword key down the slope. Dozens of corpses came apart, and 3 furrows opened in the ground behind them. It did not matter. There were thousands. Anning, more copper corpses. Xin Yu's head was out of the collar. 4. 5 Daasa. And my daughter took the second of the 3 leaves I had given her out of her sleeve. Liu family, on my command, tree realm formation. She turned and shouted at the Flying Fish Guard, and I ask every fellow Taoist here to cover us. So my grandchildren stared at her for exactly 1 second, then they started running. Tree realm formation? Said Zilan to nobody. What in the world is a... And then she put the whole line into a screen in front of my clan without being asked, because she had known that family for 25 years and had learned to simply let them do things. Seeds went out of 10 sleeves at once. Then my daughter crushed the leaf in her fist and innate spiritual energy went up her arm. 12 marks lit at once, 10 grandchildren, a snake, and a Flying Fish Guard chief, from sparks to full jade green. The ground moved, branches came up under Zilan's boots, then under everyone's, and for 60 meters in every direction my earth grew, fast and thick, and both formations went up into the air on the backs of rising trunks. Corpses that had been standing in that ring were simply folded into the wood. 1 stick of incense later, there was a primeval forest on that hillside where there had been open ground with several hundred walking corpses buried standing up inside my trees. The Liu family, said somebody from Liangshan in a completely flat voice. They really are the family that ambushed 1,000 beasts. And my daughter swallowed a pill because that formation costs everything, and then gave the order, begin. And the forest came alive. Trunks, vines, leaves. Everything in that ring turned into a weapon at the same moment, and several hundred corpses ceased to exist inside a breath. My wife had not moved her feet. The copper corpses survived. They always do. But the forest held them, and a thing that cannot be hurt and cannot move is a solved problem. I want to say what that formation is because it was 6 years of my life. After the beast ambush, I had worked out my family's real weakness. Individually, with my blessing and my equipment, any Lu cultivator punches 2 or 3 minor stages above their level. But I had nothing that scaled, no field formation that many people could raise in unprepared ground without a week of surveying. So I built one in the dream, over 6 years, several thousand iterations. It grows a sea of trees, and every plant in that sea belongs to the caster. Requirements: my seeds, which will not germinate for anyone without the blessing. Second stage blessing to jade the wood, a minimum of 7 casters at 5th level or above, and a full stick of incense to grow. Which means it is useless in a duel, ruinous in chi, and merely good against a small group. Against an army of mindless bodies in a confined valley, it is the most efficient thing I have ever made. Liu Yan put her hand flat against a trunk afterward and said, "This grew? Out of nothing?" It was hard as rock, with jade running through the grain in places. She had grown up in the dragon court and had never seen anything like my wood. "Several years since I saw you last," said Zilan, "and your family's been hiding an ultimate technique." Above them, the manifestation was cracked from crown to ribs, and Liu Hua was ragged. She'd done the sum. 20 mid-stage cultists had gone into raising that thing, and none had come back out. They meant to turn Feilong Ridge into a permanent forbidden land, and even failing that they would bleed the dynasty white doing it. And the manifestation was healing, because every corpse in that forest that reached it was fuel. "Enough," said Liu Hua, and she spat out a demonic core. Mo Zilong, 40 meters below, went very still, because he had been introduced to a senior of the Ye family, and only the Yao race carry cores. He went through it properly, the way I taught all of them too. Hereditary divine abilities do beastify their bearers, but past halfway, you get a half thing, a ruin with a mouth, not a courteous bird with a core and a sense of humor. Unless, he stopped the thought there, sensibly. "Chi Fei," said Jilan above him, in a voice with something wrong in it. "That's Aunt Liu's." "Yes." Liu Yan's face had gone white. "It's that move." Liu Hua had not been saving it for effect. She had been not using it, which is a different thing, and the reason is a secret held jointly by the great houses of the Dragon Court, and I still do not know what it is. The wind compressed around that core until it was the size of a melon, then it went. It punched through 4 walls of bone like a finger through paper and hit the manifestation in the skull. The whole construct came apart from the top down, unhurried, the way a tower is taken down rather than knocked over, and every corpse in the corpse mound forest lay down, not fell, lay down, tidily, in rows, and stopped being anything but bone. The Zhang family cultivators sat down in the dirt and cried. Liu Hua shrank to the size of a sparrow in mid-air and dropped into her cage and did not wake up. "Third great aunt used that move," Liu Yan was saying, hurrying alongside the cage, "which damages her body because the price of it is QIFEI. Silan's voice went across that hillside like a whip. "I will send you back to the Dragon Court tonight." The girl shut her mouth so fast her teeth clicked and looked at the ground and said, "Yes, auntie, so my fault." And 2 seconds later, Zilan turned round with a completely pleasant face and told my daughter that she would be reporting my family's contribution personally. The speed of that change is the single most frightening thing my daughter recorded in that entire campaign. She declined the credit politely. "The honor belongs to Senior Ye. Please report only what happened," and Zilan let it go. They said goodbye at the bottom of my ridge, and then Zilan hesitated and came back and gave my family the most valuable sentence anybody has ever given me. "A fief is not awarded to whoever closes the most cases, especially not a frontier fief." She swung up onto the shuttle ramp. "If you were the court, what kind of family would you hand this land to? Whatever you'd think, they're thinking." Then she left. Then my daughter had half a month waiting for the caravan, and she spent all of it on 2 problems. The first was Liu Yan's unfinished sentence. Taken plainly, it's nothing. A family technique that strains the body. But if it were nothing, Zilan would not have nearly taken her head off in front of 40 witnesses, and I would not still be thinking about it. So there is a secret there, and it is not the Ye families alone, and the great houses of the Dragon Court keep it together. She wrote it down and put it away. It is still there, in a box in Peachstone Valley, unanswered. The second problem she solved on the road, and it changed everything I did for the next 15 years. Why is the court building 3 counties at all? Because the empty ground between the 9 fortresses and the border counties was supposed to be a buffer. Space for a city to see a tide coming and get ready, and the last tide proved the buffer does not buffer. It incubates. Small packs slip past the fortresses, wander into that ground, find each other, and come out the far side as an army, and my side of the far side. So the court is abolishing the buffer, put people in it, make every incursion hit a defended line immediately, while it is still small, which means the court does not want a family with the most merit. It wants a family that can hold ground, which meant my family's entire strategy chase cases, accumulate honors, be visibly excellent, had been aimed at the wrong target for 2 years. She said she felt a jolt when it landed. She wrote in her report, "I think I have found the key." She was half right. She found the second half 4 days later, walking into her own home. Because the other thing the court weighs is not how hard you fight. It is how you treat the families on your land and whether you can administer anything at all. I had been building for that test for 30 years, and Taoshi village had gone insane while she was away. It had been a post station with a market attached. Now there was a second settlement outside the old one, 2-story stone houses in squares, 3 houses to a block around a shared court, wide roads between the blocks and narrow ones inside them, all of it on my grid. What happened here? A man came out of the crowd and went down on his knees in front of her horse. "Benefactor, on behalf of the He family, allow me to bow." Mo Qian got him up by the elbow, briskly, and said something my daughter never forgot. "We don't do that in Taoshi village. You survived because you walked 41 people across 2 prefectures. That was you. Go and cultivate, and put your family back on its feet." The explanation was simple and slightly out of control. Word had got out. First my invited families came, then the uninvited ones. Then they started camping outside the gate, and the Wansho pavilion had to sit and decide whether to turn away people who had walked 600 li to stand in a field. They took them all. 6 or 7 families had become 15, so my daughter looked at that and thought, this is the other half. If I can digest this, that is the proof. The Wansho pavilion heard the Whitebone sect report in dead silence, because nobody in that room had known such a thing existed. "Enter all of it in the archive," said Tianfeng. "Corpse Mound Forest, Whitebone manifestation, the ritual, everything, and put it in the Emerald Dream so the family can study it." There was no talk of doing anything about it. There are more heretical sects in that world than there are counties, and the Holy Dynasty itself does not attempt to clear them. A family my size collects information and stays alive. "So the plague case is closed?" said Yunli. "No," said Qingping immediately. "There were black beetles in our infected. The white bone corpses were bare bone with nothing in them. Those are 2 different mechanisms. The 5 Immortal sect is still the likeliest answer and nothing has changed." He was completely right. And my eldest son, who was the only person in that room who knew that a crystallization stage cultivator of the 5 Immortal sect was at that moment walking around Qinghai County town asking strangers about a spider, said nothing at all, not because he doubted them, because behind that little girl stood something the size of the Holy Dynasty, and my plan was to be a family that had noticed nothing. Chuyun stayed in my valley. The spider stayed underground. If the girl got bored, she would leave. "We will proceed on Officer Fang's finding," said Tianfeng. "What is closed is closed. It is not to be raised again." Mo Zihang and Mo Haoyu had reported the Heihuan sect and the terrifying senior, and had been told by my clan in writing that the senior did not exist. They did not understand, and they complied, which is why I trust them. Then, a week later, walking down a main street, a voice from a tea house balcony said, "Hey, you 2, come up." They looked at each other. Running was not an option. "Senior, we didn't know you were. Your Western manners are exhausting." "What senior?" "Do I look old to you?" She waved a pastry at them. "I have a name. I don't change it sitting, and I don't change it walking. Azure Crane. I'm from— No, I won't tell you where I'm from." This senior, both of them thought in perfect silence, may not be very bright. Anyway, nothing important. A pause, and then, and they both swore to this afterward, a crystallization stage cultivator of the 5 Immortals sect became visibly embarrassed. "Would you 2 settle the bill for this tea and the pastries?" They paid. "You look like decent boys," she said, brushing crumbs off her dress. "Here's an opportunity. For 1 month, you 2 come with me and help me find somebody." She walked them into the mountains for 9 days. Every so often she would stop dead and tilt her head and listen to nothing. They eventually worked out she was listening to insects, and from Feng Qilin's geography lessons, they knew there is only one part of the world where people do that. So did I. Which raised a question neither of them dared ask out loud, and which I was asking too. What is a senior of the Southern Territory doing in the West looking for a girl with a spider? On the 4th day she answered it herself by accident, thinking aloud, "I hear the Heihuan sect likes taking young ones, and the saintess is beautiful, prettier than me, obviously, so possibly they've heard something about possibly they've heard something. Saintess. There is no such title anywhere in the Holy Dynasty." Then my trees opened and there was a compound below them. A long, crude hall with board sentries at the door, and through the bamboo walls my grandsons could see cages, and there were people in the cages. This was the stronghold Qinghai County had been hunting for half a month. "Wait for you to fetch people?" said Azure Crane. "These little things? Watch." She took a gourd out of a waste bag that was smaller than the gourd, a spatial artifact. My grandchildren were unimpressed because they had Sleeve Universe and had had it since they were 9, and dozens of black many-legged things came out of it and went down the slope. If it weren't for the risk of hurting those people in there, I wouldn't waste good goo on this. The sentries sneezed. One waved a hand near his face and said something about midges. There were no sentries a minute after that. Right, said Azure Crane, clapping the dust off her hands. All settled. The hall was bigger inside than it looked from the ridge, and full of cages in 2 tiers, laid out exactly like a stock pen. There were people in it, adults, 20-odd of them, in cages a man could not stand up in, and none of them said anything when the door came off. They just looked, with the flat, patient faces of people who have been in there long enough to stop expecting anything. I am not going to make a joke here. There was a shrine at the far end with a gold idol on it, and offering bowls in front. My grandsons looked at that idol and understood what the cages were for. They're keeping them, said Yunky. His voice had gone strange. They're keeping them for that thing. Azure Crane walked down the row of cages looking at each face, and her own did not change at all. She was not there to save anybody. She was checking a list, and I understood her completely. None, she said. There's none of them. Paigujing swore Waiyuan County. 20 years and I… She stopped and slapped her own forehead. No, of course, this is a staging post. They moved them from here. She looked up the mountain where the goose signal ran. Follow me. What about all these people? Aren't those your family behind you? She was already climbing onto the toad. Leave them to them. Both of them turned round. There were 9 Lu cultivators coming up the tree line 400 meters back, quietly, in formation. Neither of them had known. They'd been carried off by a crystallization stage cultivator and had assumed nobody would find them for weeks. Of course they'd been found. I had been watching that girl every hour of every day since she crossed my boundary, and I had sent people the moment she picked up 2 of mine. Your Lu family is very odd, said Azure Crane conversationally, hopping the toad down the slope. Cultivators who genuinely care about mortal lives. I heard a lot of stories about you in Qinghe County. She shrugged. With your people looking after them, they'll be fine. 9 days into the ownerless forest between Qinghe County and the 9 fortresses, she revealed why she had actually taken them along. This envoy is hungry. Go and catch something. And a portion for my frog consort. She prefers large insects, but if there aren't any, a boar or a bear will fill her. Camping without staff, apparently, is intolerable. They roasted a wild boar golden because outdoor cooking is a Lu family skill, and I put it in the same block as wilderness navigation, and a 100-year-old crystallization stage cultivator of the 5 immortal sect ate most of it with her hands and got grease up to her eyebrows. On the 11th day, she stopped and pointed. There. A 4-story pagoda on a peak with a gilded figure on the roof. Both of my grandsons felt something go through them like a hot draft. And then a coolness spread out from between their eyebrows and took it away before it reached anything important. And underneath that tower were courtyards, rows of them, laid out and maintained. Whoever this was had been there for years, and there were a great many of them. Azure Crane stood very still and breathed in. That scent. Her voice changed. That's Wind Centipede Jade Toad Hall. They have her. They actually have her. And she hit a 400-year-old tree with her fist. The tree did not fall. There was a small purple mark on the bark where her knuckles had landed. It spread, slowly, evenly, the way a stain spreads through cloth, until the whole tree had been digested where it stood. I felt that one personally. Senior, said Mo Zihong with commendable steadiness, this is a cult. It's not the moment for temper. Wait for my family's reinforcements. We can bring every clan in Qinghe County. You two have served me well. She was already climbing on the toad. The roast was excellent. I had planned to send you ahead to scout for me, but in view of your service, I'll let you wait here instead. Both of them found they could not move. Ordinary goo, she said kindly. They only steer you a little. And she rode up that mountain alone. They stood there for an hour and a half in the bracken, unable to turn their heads until something came through the undergrowth behind them and a wash of green qi went up their spines and gave them their bodies back. That was me, and it was the most frightened I had been in 20 years. Mo Tianfeng had come himself. Where is she? The Tower Clan chief. She went into the tower. They went up expecting a battle and walked through an empty compound. Every cultist they passed was lying down as if asleep. The first courtyard had 3 iron cages in it, 3 chai high, with people inside on chains, and when the gate was pushed open, those people arranged themselves without being told, which is a thing I will not describe further and which told my son everything. Clothe them, he said. Every courtyard after that was the same. 1 in some, 4 or 5 in others. By the 5th, none of the Lu cultivators were talking. The tower door had already been split in half down the middle. There was no need to wonder who by. 4 floors. The ground floor had been storage, the ordinary loot of 8 years of taking people who would not be missed. The second was cells, better kept than the cages outside, which is its own kind of information. The third was where the cult had lived, and my son put a wisp of green smoke through it, and everybody in it went to sleep, and one of my grandchildren asked why they had reacted the way they had when their captors were already dead, and Mo Tianfeng's throat moved and he did not answer. There is nothing on that floor I want in this account. Then my family got the survivors out. That is the part that matters. The 4th floor was 1 room and 1 woman, and she was not in a cage. She was sitting on an enormous bed in white gauze, and she was weeping, and this is the detail my son wrote down twice. There was nothing at all suggestive about her. Whatever that place had made of everyone else, it had not made of her. The Heihuan sect is finished, said Mo Tianfeng. Miss, you can leave. It's too late. Too late for what? The weeping stopped. Joy, she said. Bliss, Lord Happy Vajra. And the tower shook. Azure Crane, who had walked past that woman 10 minutes earlier and read her as an ordinary mortal with no spiritual energy at all, threw a net of goo across the room in half a second. It was already too late. 4 women came up off the floor below the idol on the roof and went into the sky, and the gilded figure on the roof opened its eyes and put its foot through the ceiling. A jade tree came up through the 4th floor and turned that foot about 9 inches. 9 inches was enough for 11 people to get out of a building. Wah! Azure Crane hit the ground running. This envoy is furious! Frog consort! Kill it! The toad grew until it was the same size as the idol, and my eldest son, running down a mountain, counted on his fingers. Blood dragon, deep sea lurker, white bone manifestation, and now this. It is as if these things have an appointment with my clan and keep it. The toad's tongue knocked that idol over twice and left a dent in its chest, and Azure Crane said, disappointed, "Is that all? A silver spear with a wax head." Because the idol's strength was never the weapon. The 4 women in the sky began to move, and a hot pressure came over that clearing, and every person in it stopped being able to think, including my grandsons, which is why I was watching. Then a coolness spread out between 11 pairs of eyebrows and pulled them all back out at once. The idol's fist came down and went through 10 layers of Liu family defenses and stopped, finally, under a tree my son had grown. And Azure Crane was standing perfectly still with her toad in a trance because the one weapon on that mountain had reached a crystallization stage cultivator without difficulty. When she came out of it, her eyes were red from lid to lid. How dare it show me that? The purple key that came off her went up past the treetops. I want to be clear about Azure Crane because it is easy to be charmed by her, and my family very nearly was. She had made her reputation in the 5 Immortal sect before she was 50, and what she had made it as was a killing machine with a bad temper. 20 years in the West had taught her to keep her hands in her sleeves. That afternoon she stopped. A purple flame came off her palm and went into that idol and clung to it, and the gold ran off it like water off a roof. It beat at itself. The flame did not go out. When it finished, there was a wide gold puddle cooling on the grass with a steel skeleton in the middle of it because the gold had only ever been the outside, and my grandsons had been praying at it for a week. The reckoning afterward. The idol itself was about early crystallization. With the illusion running, it should have killed everyone on that mountain, mine included. It failed for 2 reasons. So my family carried a blessing that cuts illusions, and Azure Crane, at 100 and some years old, had the body of a child of 8. The Happy Vajra's whole arsenal was aimed at an appetite she did not have, and then everybody went cold at once because my compound was rubble and everybody the Heihuan sect had been holding had been in it. Left Envoy Lan, is that you? Several women came out of the tree line in rags and fell on their faces. Left Envoy, we've found you at last. They were Wind Centipede Jade Toad Hall. They had separated from her 20 years earlier and settled in a place called Butterfly Valley, and they told it simply, and I believed all of it. 10 years quiet. We followed the left envoy's teaching. We treated the locals kindly. We gave them supplies. We showed anyone who wandered in the way back out. Then one day, cultivators came into that valley without a word, burned out every goo and every herb they had cultivated, and released something they described as a giant rotting corpse. She told me that part twice, in the same words both times. Of several hundred, about 20 got out. They had wandered for years, heard in Yuan County that somebody knew where the left envoy was, followed the man who said it, and ended up in a cage 40 li from my orchard. So the saintess isn't here, said Azure Crane. We have found no trace of her, left envoy. And out of that conversation, standing in the wet grass, my eldest son learned that everything Feng Qilin had told me was true and incomplete. 2 people did not escape the 5 Immortal sect that night. A whole faction did. The old left envoy had taken the saintess out first and died covering the rest, and had handed Azure Crane her will and a locating goo that finds the saintess anywhere inside one prefecture. I was inside that prefecture. By the time she finally used it, the goose said the saintess had already left the southern territory, 20 years in Xiwanjing, every county, asking strangers, and she had, at some point, been reduced to asking an evil god for directions, which she was still embarrassed about. Here is the part that made my son's blood run backwards. These people did not call themselves rebels. They called themselves the Five Immortals sect, and the thing sitting in the south they called the Five Venoms sect, because in their account, the people who won that night were the usurpers. History is a matter of who is still standing, and I am a tree, so I intend to be. And the true saintess of the Five Immortals sect was, at that moment, 22 years old, betrothed to my fourth son, and asleep in a house in Peachstone Valley. They pulled 100 and some survivors out of the wreck alive. The cages had been opened before the fighting started, and most of them had run into the trees, and there were more in the woods. My final count came in somewhere over 1,000. Where had they all come from? The beast tide, said one of the Five Immortals women, who had been in the West long enough to know. Families that couldn't feed their people, people who sold themselves for a winter, and then they were brought here, and nobody ever asked again. That tide killed cultivators by the hundred. It did something worse and quieter to mortals for a decade afterward, and in 2 years the heretical sects came up out of that soil like mushrooms. I know soil. The 20 surviving women went down on their knees in front of Azure Crane and asked to be taken back. She held her head in both hands. Oh, this is very inconvenient. Finding the saintess quickly is the righteous path. And Mo Haoyu, 24 years old, wanting very badly to please a crystallization stage cultivator, said brightly, "Senior, if your people have nowhere to go, they could settle in our Taoshi village." Everybody thought it was a wonderful idea. Mo Tianfeng felt himself go into an ice cave and kept his face completely still. I got away with it. Azure Crane never even looked at Taoshi village. She had been pushed into the envoy's job unprepared. She could not administer a kitchen, and settling her people in Butterfly Valley had been mostly a way of not having to manage them. That suited me perfectly. Somebody else volunteering to do it was a gift. She thanked my son, told her people to behave, and rode off to keep asking strangers about a spider. Feng Qilin spent 2 weeks in terror of his new neighbors and then reasoned it out. He had been the lowest servant in that sect, and it had not been the Jade Toad Hall who took him, so he walked past them in my market 3 times on purpose. Nobody recognized him. He went home and slept for 11 hours. With that behind me, I turned to the ground, specifically the ownerless country between my county and Shimen Pass, which was, although the court had not announced it yet, about to become somebody's county. I had my son ask the Iron Sword sect for their maps. I offered to pay. They said there were none. I assumed I had insulted them and raised the offer to 700 spirit stones, at which point an elder came out personally to explain, with visible embarrassment, that there genuinely were no detailed maps. There were route sketches left by hunting parties. I could have them for nothing. Nobody had ever surveyed it in 400 years. The West is not short of land. Whole counties were standing empty that year. The Iron Sword sect had treated 2,000 square li of ground as a hunting reserve to be opened every few years, and had never once wondered what was in it. I had wondered for 30 years, which meant the Marquise's estate didn't have a map either. So I made one. The Wansho Pavilion put up 500 contribution points and issued my assignment. Survey everything from western Qinghe County to Shimen Pass. Arable ground, sites for strong points, spiritual veins, spiritual fields, ore, and the best possible location for a city, if a city were ever built there. Every cultivator in my family who could be spared went out into that wilderness for 8 months. 2,000 li east, the heir of Marquis Zuogeng was reading a report on cult activity and losing his temper with it. 1 year. 1 year, and it has decayed this far. What are the Flying Fish Guard doing? What are the feudal lords doing? He slammed it on the desk, then he picked it up again and finished it, which is the difference between a young man and a young man who will inherit. It was my wine. Then he opened the candidate list for the 3 new counties. First name, the Tong family. General Tong Huang, a loose cultivator the Marquis had promoted personally 40 years earlier for being brave past the point of sense, whose family holds no land of its own. Ideal for me. Then more of the same. Battlefield names. Then me. And then, 7th, circled in vermilion ink, Qinghe County, Peachstone Valley. Then my family. The dossier under it read like my ledger of a stranger's life, and I have a copy, and I read it about once a year. Year 38, Lu Yuan attaches himself to the wandering cultivator Gong Ao. Year 40, enters Qi condensation. Year 44, marries Gong Ao's daughter. Year 45, Gong Ao dies, leaving him everything, including a mortgage on Peachstone Valley. That is my whole life in 2 lines. Year 67, purchases Peachstone Valley outright. Year 72, Lu Yuan dies. His widow assumes headship. In the same year, previously recorded at 3rd level, she demonstrates 5th and holds 3 demonic cultivators alone. Awakens a hereditary divine ability marked by a green leaf, which appears in no register of the Marquise's estate or the Holy Dynasty. That last line is my whole problem in one sentence. Within 20 years, my family's wine income exceeds 10,000 spirit stones annually, assisted Zilan of the Fang family in the Days County case, prevented the descent of Sucture, and here the copy I have is blacked out, gathered the cultivators of Qinghe County, and against the wishes of my county lord, annihilated a horde of over 1,000, resolved the plague case and destroyed the White Bone sect on Phylong Ridge, resolved the disappearances in Huayuan County and destroyed the Heihuan sect stronghold. Takes in and settles families ruined by the beast tide. Han Lei read all of that and formed the correct conclusion, which is that it is a very impressive career for 25 years and nowhere near enough next to men who had spent 60 years on a wall. He was right, and I hated him for it. Then his uncle came in. It sounds as though the heir has questions about that book. Allow me. Chiran, chief scribe of the Marquise's estate, the man running the whole relocation. 3 counties, 7 candidates. Why 7? And Chiran told him the thing that was not in the report. Do you know what led the last tide? A 3-faced fox. And do you know why it withdrew? The heir did not answer. Because it chose to, said Chiran. It was not driven off. It went home. And when it comes back, the Western Territory will be reduced again, and I do not know in which year. Han Lei sat down slowly and said the rest himself. So the new lords are meat. That's what this is. 3 counties of shields, planted in the gap, to be hit first. Yes and no. If one of them can genuinely hold that ground, it will be one of the great achievements of the age. Can they? Man proposes, said Chiran. Then he explained the Marquise's actual criteria, which were not what the heir expected, and which I would have paid a great deal to hear a year earlier. Not only martial strength, the ability to build a territory, and the ability to bind other families to you without breaking them. Which, he said, is why the Liu family is on that list at all. And Han Lei, who was 29 and had been raised at the top of the world, said the cruel thing out loud because it was true. And they're new. The estate has never invested a stone in them. If they're wiped out next tide, nobody in Ziliu City will feel it. Even so, said Chiran, and his voice changed. Not everyone is fit to be a shield either. The heir got up and walked the length of the room twice. Have any of these families actually been inspected? On the ground? Not yet. The reports have been. Then I'll go myself, said Han Lei. Let's find out whether they're even qualified to be cannon fodder. He came the whole way by cart. 6 months of it. Out of Ziliu City and west, hitching rides with whatever caravan was going, sleeping under canvas, because you cannot learn a country from 2,000 feet. I approved of him immediately. By the time he reached Qinghe County, he had inspected 6 of the 7 candidate families, and he was, by his own account, thoroughly depressed. Brother Zhang, he said to the caravan guard beside him on the last morning. Every county we've crossed in Huayuan is on its knees. Qinghe looks prosperous. Why? Wasn't like this a few years back. The guard was relaxed because he'd crossed the county line an hour earlier and his shoulders had come down. Now it's the best road in the prefecture. Everywhere else you're watching the tree line for beasts or cults the whole way. Qinghe's just quiet. Huayuan County town and here. Those are the 2. Why? The Peachstone Valley Liu family, they say. Don't ask me how. He shrugged. Go and look at Taoshi village yourself, young master. It's worth the walk. At my county gate there were 2 queues. The first was ordinary, caravans, inspection, duty paid in full, exactly as it is at the gates of Ziliu City. The second was made of people in rags. That's the registration desk for Taoshi village, an old man in the line told him. If you've fled from anywhere, they take you in, and they give you work. And a meal. They give you work? Weeks went by at first with nobody in this queue. Now look at it. And then the old man used a word Han Lei did not know. What, said the heir of Marquis Zuogang, is a week? Liu family timekeeping, sir. 7 days. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, moon, and round again. He did not go into the county town at all. He turned the cart and went west. Taoshi village stopped him at the edge of it. He had seen market towns of that quality exactly once, in the ring of settlements around Ziliu City itself. The roads, the drainage, the way the housing blocks sat on a grid instead of growing like fungus. In most county seats, only the inner city compares to my village. He sat down in an inn to listen and understood perhaps 1 sentence in 4, and my Chamber of Commerce had put out another round of contracts. There were bounties for surveying the ownerless country to the northwest, generous ones, though a man at the next table said he'd rather stay poor than earn money that way. And this. Did you hear? 3 families refused to send their children to the elementary school. Refused outright. They were expelled from Taoshi village, gone the same week. They were foundation establishment houses before the tide. They've come here and they're starting from the bottom, and it's eating them alive. Postings are down this quarter too. The Liu family will be trimming again. Anyone slacking wants to look sharp. Han Lei sat with a cup going cold in his hand. He did not know what a school district was. He did not know what elementary school meant. He did not know what a leaf was. And a young cultivator with a green mark between his eyebrows sat down opposite him and said pleasantly, "You look like a stranger, young master. I've nothing on today. Shall I show you round?" Mo Zixuan was manager of Taoshi village that month, and he had that job precisely because his cultivation was mediocre and his temperament was not. He had received a message from the clan head at dawn. An honored guest may visit today. His identity is noble, and he has concealed it. Receive him, entertain him, meet any request you can. Do not probe. Show him my village. The reason was that I had felt Han Lei cross my boundary and read him with the ground book and then sat very still for about an hour. Golden core, not foundation establishment. Golden core. There was not one golden core cultivator in Qinghai County, and there was probably not one in the whole of Huayuan County, because 90% of everybody who cultivates in that world is qi refining, or foundation establishment, and that is the actual shape of it, not the shape you get from the stories I grew up reading, where nascent souls queue for tea. He was suppressing himself down to about 7th level qi refining, and he gave his real name. Chu Han Lei. They ate at the Biayan Pavilion, where the head cook had been poached out of Huayuan County by my second son, and then re-educated for 4 years to suit my family's palate, which is to say, mine, which is to say, a dead man's memory of a country nobody in that world has heard of. The wine came in clear glass, strong first, then fruit, coming up the back of the nose, and a sweetness underneath that does not belong in a spirit that strong. Good wine, said Han Lei, and then, because he is honest, genuinely good wine. That's inside the 10 best I have ever had. He had come to my county, half expecting the intelligence to have been exaggerated. It had not been. Then, a steamed mandarin fish came out, and Mo Zixuan told him where it came from. A family from Tangzhe County that bred that particular strain, wiped out by the tide, resettled by me, and this was their first mature crop. The fish was fine. 13 households supply live fish to the Marquis's estate daily, and every one of them is better. But he stopped eating because he had found the question he had come 6 months to ask. Was a family of fish farmers worth taking in? What is my family actually doing? He asked it directly over the second cup, and to his credit, he did not dress it up. Your family's charity is admirable, but I assume it isn't only charity. Oh? First, you're competing for a fief, and 100 rescued households on your land is a demonstration of administrative capability, filed where the Marquis' estate can see it. Second, gratitude is cheap to buy and expensive to break. Those families will follow you for a generation. He turned his cup. Am I wrong? He was not being hostile. He thought it was a magnificent piece of business, and he was right. Even if 1 household in 10 ever repays it, the trade closes in profit. Mo Zixuan laughed and gave him the 3rd layer, which he had not seen. There's one more. Suppose we never get a fief at all. In 10 years, when those families are back on their feet, the Liu family escorts every one of them home with gifts and a banquet. He spread his hands. And then the Liu family has friends in 11 counties, which we currently do not. Han Lei sat with that. Then he asked the real question, the one that had been bothering him since my gate. Then why the schools? Why houses? These are families with no strength and no craft. A fish farmer, an ex-swordsman at 2nd level. Spread your stones over everyone and you waste them. Keep the useful ones and put good steel on the blade. And Mo Zixuan's face went serious, and he did not answer. Young Master Chu has come a long way and hasn't seen the village. Shall we walk? And then Mo Zixuan asked him 3 questions in a row. Do you know how many families we have taken in since the tide? No. 58. Han Lei did the arithmetic. 58 households is several thousand people. Second question. Do you know what it cost the court to move 1 family from the interior to the frontier? The heir of Marquis Zhuogang had signed those appropriations personally. A great deal. It must be. You're asking people to leave land they've farmed for 6 generations and go and stand in front of the beasts for the empire. If the compensation isn't enormous, nobody would ever trust the court again. Then here is my 3rd question, said Mo Zixuan. How much does it cost to put a family back on its feet, a family that already has a legacy and a craft and 400 years of knowing how to do something after it has lost everything in one night? Han Lei stopped walking. He went back to Zilyu City by shuttle and handed Chiran a rolled parchment without saying anything. Churin opened it and stopped breathing for a moment because it was a survey map. Plains, hills, watercourses, ore, all marked, drawn to a standard that would not have embarrassed the Marquis's own cartographers. I had spent 11 years on that map. Look at the far west, said Han Lei. Shimen Pass. And east of it, all the ownerless country the court had been about to spend 2 years and 40,000 stones surveying. Who drew this? Han Lei didn't answer that either. What do you think of the Liu family? They're good. Churan rolled the map up carefully. And their foundation is a generation deep, and their rise has been indecently fast. Handing them a county now is pulling up seedlings to make them grow. Let them season. That's the Marquise's view as well. Which is why I was 7th of 7 and circled in vermilion. I disagree with half of what they do, said Han Lei. The mortals, the schools, the money. I think a great deal of it is sentimental, and I think some of it is dangerous. He looked at the map in his uncle's hands. And there is no denying that this family can actually do things. Give them the county now, and if it goes wrong, they'll be destroyed. Don't give it to them, and sooner or later, Qinghe County will not be able to hold a carp that is going to become a dragon. Churan offered a compromise. There was 1,000 household commission vacant. Give them that instead. Safe, reversible, honorable. Han Lei looked at it for a while. Never mind, he said. I'll report to my father. And he walked out, holding the map. 6 months of silence. I assumed the guest had been somebody from the Marquise's estate and left it there, because guessing above your rank is how families die. And then, one morning, the sky over Peachstone Valley turned into a rainbow. 7 colors through the cloud, filling the whole bowl of my valley. It was so beautiful that every person in it stopped what they were doing and became instantly terrified, because a phenomenon in the sky in that world is not usually a compliment. Then swordlights came screaming out of the county town, the head of the Iron Sword sect in front, grand elders behind him, and behind them, the old ancestors of every major clan in Qinghe County, flat out, in a line. If you had not known better, you would have assumed they were coming to level us. They slowed at the boundary, which was the only reason nobody drew. Clan Chief Liu, Sun Changfeng was actually sweating. That is the Rainbow Chariot. That is the Holy Dynasty's Rainbow Chariot. They only run it for matters of state. He grabbed my son's sleeve, which is a thing no sect head does. And it is directly over your valley, which means your valley is where it is going. Tianfeng, say nothing else. Get every person in this valley into the open. Everyone. Old, young, all of them. Now. Everybody came out. Fields, kilns, distillery, schoolrooms. Several thousand people on the square in front of the Wansho Pavilion, in whatever they'd been wearing. Then a bell rang, and the sound went round the whole of Qinghe County 3 times before it faded, and something roared on the horizon. A black dragon 10 zhang long came over the ridge, pulling a golden chariot with a rainbow-shedding gem on a pole, and behind it, in 2 files, 24 guards in gold armor carrying dragon banners, walking on the air, in step, over my peach terraces. Everyone in that square wanted to kneel, not decided to, wanted to, the way you want to swallow. The Wansho Pavilion elders, second stage blessed, held it, and then looked at several thousand people already on their faces and knelt down too, because you do not stand out on a day like that. That is the majesty of the Holy Dynasty, and I had been on that continent for 100 years and had never once felt it, and I have never forgotten it. I was busy having a different crisis. That was a dragon. An actual dragon. Black. With twisting horns. 3 claws to a foot. In 2 lifetimes, I had never seen one. And it was spirit manifestation stage, which is high. And for a dragon is nothing at all. Divine beasts do not pull carts, not for anyone. And then the small figure at the front of the chariot turned its head, and I saw 2 silver dragon horns on the boy's forehead. He was maybe 15, and at crystallization stage, which made him by a distance the weakest thing on that chariot. The 24 guards were late crystallization, the 2 at the front were spirit manifestation, and the eunuch standing behind the boy was nascent soul, which in the Holy Dynasty is a 2nd-rank office of state. I counted them all twice. 2 silver horns growing out of a human forehead. The imperial house has a hereditary divine ability too. They call themselves the true dragon emperors, and I had spent 50 years assuming that was flattery, which meant the thing pulling that chariot was not a dragon at all. It was. Mo Tianfeng, said the eunuch, and his voice reached every ear in that county. Clan chief of the Peachstone Valley Liu family of Qinghe County, come forward and receive the imperial decree. So my son flew. 4 paces from the chariot, the pressure doubled, and he went down on one knee, which was correct, and which he did without being told. The boy read it. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The Liu family has guarded the frontier above 20 years, rooting out evil, resolving strange cases, and repelling beast hordes, with merit upon merit. They have gathered the destitute, protected the border, kept peace with their neighbors, and governed to good effect. Though the tide has passed, the western frontier has been savaged by the beasts, and the border people are in misery, and our heart bleeds for them. We therefore command Marquis Zhuogang to establish 3 new border counties, that the hordes may be stopped before they gather. West of Qinghai County and east of Ximen Pass, a new county shall be raised, Shushan. The Peachstone Valley Lu family of Qinghai County is hereby ennobled Baron of Shushan County and appointed County Magistrate of Shushan, with authority over all military and civil affairs therein. Respect this. I want to explain the size of that, quickly, because the words are small. The Holy Dynasty has 7 ranks of nobility: Prince, County Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. Everything from Duke upward is honor without land, high seats and no ground. The bottom 4 are the real ones. A baron is a feudal lord. He collects taxes, he raises troops, he judges. Inside his own county, he is the state. The dynasty asks 2 things: obey and pay in full. Frankly, if the tax arrives, a certain amount of disobedience is survivable. Of the 3 new counties, it asked one thing more: stop the beasts at any cost, which is why it granted them 10 years without tax. Your servant thanks His Majesty, said my son, and his voice cracked in the middle of it. The Lu family will spend itself to repay this grace. 3 things came off the chariot on a thread of light: the seal of the Baron of Shushan, an outline map of a county nobody had ever surveyed, and a silver sword. Your foundation is shallow, said the boy with the dragon horns, without any expression at all, and you have received a great grace. Do not disappoint the emperor. Then the black dragon roared, and the chariot went east, and the rainbow drained out of the sky over about a minute, and every person in that valley found they could stand up. And Qinghai County mobbed me. I watched my eldest son's face during that hour, and I have rarely enjoyed anything more. 25 years earlier, he had gone red at a library desk because he did not own an artifact to hand over. Now 3 sect heads were queuing to congratulate him, and one of them had brought a gift he claimed to have been holding since the year I died. He very nearly floated off. It took me 2 words in his ear to bring him down. He recovered, cleared his throat, and announced a 7-day banquet from the 1st of the following month. Firstly, to thank the elders of Qinghai County for their care of us. Secondly, and he had to stop for a second, to say goodbye. Ceylon arrived on the 2nd day and ruined the mood in about 9 seconds. Your cultivation's gone backwards this week. She had her boots on my son's table. You're behind your own nephew now. Yunguang didn't celebrate for 4 days when he heard. He asked for the survey maps. She pointed a chopstick at Anning. Becoming a lord is the first step. All of the trouble is after it. What trouble? Your family is now Baron of Shushan County. So tell me, where is Shushan County? Where is the county seat? Nobody answered, because Shushan County was a circle drawn on a map, a seal in a box, and a 10-year tax exemption on an income of 0, which is the most generous-sounding empty promise in the world. Then she laid out the actual road, and I want it in full because I lived every step of it. There are beasts on that ground, and there are demonic sects on it. The Heihuan Tower I had burned was inside my new borders. Clearing an area that size has taken other families more than 10 years. The walls of Qinghai County Town, when they were built, cost several 100,000 spirit stones. The court and the marquis would subsidize most of it. I would still have to find 200,000. Site selection is done by geomancers out of Zilyu City against spiritual veins, water, materials, roads, and earth veins, and they cannot begin until you hand them a detailed survey of terrain you do not yet control, which is why I had one ready. Then a specialist family designs my city and prices it, 6 months to a year. Then both documents go to the marquis's estate and the court and wait. Then the materials are allocated and shipped. Then you build it, and 10 years is considered fast. And if any single step goes wrong and has to be restarted, Ceylon said, wiping her hands, or if you simply take too long, it is entirely possible for the court to take the title back off you. It's been done. Twice in my lifetime. The banquet ran 7 days and drank half a year's production of peachstone wine. Clans came who had refused to speak to me for a decade. I handed out red envelopes at the gate, and inside them were leaves. And in the corners of that hall, people were doing arithmetic. The Lu family aren't only leaving, they're taking Peachstone Valley with them. That land goes with the title. Qinghai County's largest single taxpayer, gone in one afternoon. How is the Iron Sword sect going to explain that to the Marquis's estate? Somebody started to answer that, and somebody else put a hand over his mouth. On the 5th day, 5 delegations arrived at once with baggage trains behind them. They came in with gifts and congratulations, and they were, in order, the Lingju sect of Qingliu County, physicians, no land of their own, whose wound medicines Shimin Pass buys by the cartload. The Wu family of Yiyang County, an ice attribute house grown too big for the frozen valley that made them. The King Kong sect of Huima County, metal cultivators whose entire technique can be summarized as extremely hard, with a long service record at the 9 fortresses. The Mi family, Earth. And the Zhao family, puppets, and my daughter looked up sharply because the man carrying their invitation was Zhao Wuji. For about 4 minutes, it looked like a courtesy call. Then the Wu representative said, Clan Chief Lu, we are the 5 families assigned by the Marquis to Shushan County. The seal on the invitation is his own. Please examine it. And there, on the back of every invitation, was a deed. Their allotments were already drawn. Between them, they held very nearly a third of my county. Shushan County was nominally mine. In practice, the Marquis's estate had, under the entirely genuine banner of reinforcing the frontier, poured sand into it before I had ever set foot on the ground. I had not seen my county yet. It had already been cut into 6 pieces. Their actual request was polite and completely reasonable. The map you gave the estate is a sketch. I cannot cite my strongholds off it. Give me a real one. And my clan's position, arrived at in under a minute by 4 elders looking at each other, was, accept, because you cannot hold a county that size with 5,000 mortals and 40 cultivators, because when you live under another man's roof, you lower your head. And because, as I said in my dream that night, to a room full of people who did not want to hear it, 5 strong families inside my borders are a problem in 30 years. They are the only reason I survived the next 10. Then my son sat down with the 5 deeds afterward and could not stop admiring them. The Wu family in the northwest, the Mi family in the southwest, the King Kong sect due west, the Lingju sect, who are physicians and cannot fight, tucked in close to the Qinghe border where it is safest, and the Zhao family in the north center. I placed every one of them. Not one of those 5 allotments touched another one, which meant my 2/3 was not 2/3. It was 5 separate pieces of ground with somebody else's fief between each of them. That is not carelessness. That is a man in Ziliu City with a ruler and 400 years of institutional practice, and I would like to shake his hand. The survey I filed showed 4 first-rank spiritual veins in Shushan County. The Marquis awarded 2 of them to the King Kong sect and the Zhao family. There were 6. 2 of them are nearly 2nd rank, and I had put roots into both of them 9 months earlier and hidden them from my own family's surveyors by simply making the ground red wrong. I have never regretted that either. None of the 5 moved their houses that year. They sent forward parties, a few hundred mortals and a handful of cultivators each, to find building sites, water and cultivation ground, and to find out what lived there. I already knew what lived there. The main bodies would come in over 8 or 9 years, which is exactly why the tax exemption is 10. Slip once and you do not finish. And my son gave them the real maps, not the sketch. The full survey of each family's own allotment, drawn by my grandchildren over 8 months in country where 2 of them were badly hurt. These are topographical only, he told them. There are ravines in there nobody has walked. Be careful. And if you need help, the Lu family is the lord of this county, and that is not a courtesy, it is a duty. All 5 of them relaxed at once, and I understood something about them I had not until then. They had been just as frightened as I was. You are moving your entire clan 1,000 li onto a frontier and putting yourself under a stranger, and if that stranger turns out to be a small tyrant, your grandchildren will pay for it. Shushan is newly raised, said the Wu representative. We are one body. Then the work started, and the first question was where to put a city. A city protection formation eats spiritual ki continuously, so it must sit on a vein. That reduced the options to 2. The northern vein sits where 3 rivers meet, and it is a magnificent piece of country. White water, wide banks, a natural harbor. It is also the first thing anything coming out of the west will walk into, which is why I did not put my city on it. The other is southeast, mountains north, water south, flat open ground, no feature worth remarking. Textbook. So my son could not choose and came to me, and I laughed at him, because the southern vein is 2nd rank. It reads as 1st rank because I have been drinking out of it for 2 years. City goes south. Next problem. I needed 3 things, and all of them were in Ziliu City. A city protection formation, which is not sold in county towns. A town-suppressing artifact of at least 3rd tier to core it. I owned exactly 1 town artifact, the Blackstone Ring, and it is 2nd tier, and those things are held almost exclusively by the estates and the court, which meant paying an accumulated dynasty contribution. And a formation master. There are fewer of those than there are alchemists. Jinhai went. With 2 of the 2nd generation, it is 2 months to Huayuan County town by cart. Zilyu City is very much further. Round trip by road with a cargo caravan is measured in years, by which point, as my second son put it, forget my city, the vegetables would be cold. So, shuttle. He had planned to take 10 disciples along for the experience. Then he asked the fare, several hundred spirit stones each. He described his own reaction as his brain shutting down. He cut the party from 10 to 2 on the spot, canceled the wine he'd meant to bring as gifts because the freight rate was worse than the passenger rate. The trip still cost me just under 2,000 stones before anybody had bought anything. That is the sort of thing a family knows when it has been rich for 200 years and nobody had ever told me. Meanwhile, my eldest was doing brick arithmetic. A county wall runs 5 or 6 kilometers aside, 4 sides, near enough 20 kilometers. Earth I have. Steel I can buy in Qinghe County. Hardwood I can grow. Cyanstone spirit brick is green iron-bearing stone mixed with spirit stone dust and fired by a specific process. My son sat down with a slate and worked out that 20 kilometers of wall requires 9 million of them. He put the chalk down very carefully. The court would cover most of it. Most of 9 million is still a number that ends careers. Fortunately, the nearest family with the firing technique was 1 county over. He sent Mogenyu to open negotiations that afternoon. Then, manpower, hauling, excavation, construction. Tens of thousands of mortals, minimum, and no fewer than several hundred cultivators. The Liu clan at that point was about 5,000 mortals total, of whom perhaps 800 could be mobilized without collapsing my own industries. That number was already an act of violence against the tea harvest. Cultivators, 63 across 2 generations, counting retainers like Feng Qilin. The 70-odd families I had taken in gave me another 133 cultivators and nearly 5,000 pairs of hands, which brought me to roughly 10% of what I needed. Asking Qinghe County for help was not an option. The entire county holds 1 or 2 million mortals. I would have been asking for 1 in 40 of them. Then my son was still staring at that slate when somebody knocked. Clan Chief, the Wu family at Han Shuang Cave are calling for help. I had already carved my county up on paper with the 5 families in the room into 15 named regions: Chongqing Mountain, Han Shuang Cave, Shanxi Fort, Wankui Mountain, Iron Stone Mountain, Peach Stone Valley, Shushan City, Baikao Valley, Changyuan Ping, Fangling Crossing, Yuhua Terrace, Fanglin Shore, Jilyu Ferry, Beishi Cliff, Fangming Mountain. The first 5 belonged to the 5 families. Everything else was mine. The confusing thing about the distress call was who had sent it. The Wu family are the strongest of the 5, 2 foundation establishment cultivators and tens of thousands of mortals. A house like that does not cross a continent to live under a farming clan. It certainly does not shout for help in its first season, so I went and looked. Unless there is something in that ground it wants very badly. There was. A first-order ice attribute spiritual vein, rare enough that most cultivators go their whole lives without seeing one. The only reason an ice technique family would move 1,000 Li into a war zone. Nobody had told me, which I noted, and my daughter went with 5 of the 3rd generation and was overtaken en route by a man riding a puppet eagle. Elder Anning, I never imagined that the next time we met, my family would be settled in your county. Zhao Wuji, who had had time to have a hall built and had used it to have a hall built. He heard where she was going and calculated it out loud, which is one of the reasons I came to like him. A foundation establishment house asking for help means it is serious. But you are going, so the risk is manageable, and the Zhao family has no friends here. He grinned. If a colleague of Wanshou County is in trouble and I know of it, I must offer assistance. What they found: of several hundred mortals brought out, a few dozen left. Of 6 cultivators, 3 on their feet. And Elder Deng Long, the strongest of them, encased in ice from the throat down and barely breathing. They had gone too deep into their own cave, not knowing what was in it, and woken the frost ice spirit bats, and Deng Long had stood in the mouth of the passage, taking the return of 1,000 of them while his people got out. I respected that more than I let on. Zhao Wuji said the thing everyone was thinking. Forgive me, but isn't the Wu family an ice house? How does an ice house take a mortal ice wound? So my daughter had them all carried back toward Taoshi village, and then she went into the cave alone. While that was happening, my second son arrived in Zilyu City and stood on a mooring tower more than 10 zhang high looking at dozens more exactly like it. There is not a building that tall in Huayuan County town. In Zilyu City they hold up the shuttle traffic. He and his 2 nephews stood there with their mouths open for some time. "Have the 3 of you finished looking?" said somebody behind them. "Please move aside." And quieter, further back. Country cousins. Nothing to see apparently. At the Marquise's estate they submitted their card and sat in a side hall with 4 other delegations. My tea they were served was the same grade as my own 3rd tier. The tea I hoard, my tea I give to men I need something from. At the Marquise's estate it is what you put in front of people who are waiting. Then a steward came out and took my family first, past everybody. These 3 are guests of Chief Secretary Chu. The rest of you may return tomorrow." Then my son found out afterward that among the people left waiting in that room were 2 cultivators at spirit manifestation stage. He had split his gifts before leaving home into 2 parcels, the larger for the estate, the smaller for whichever steward met them, and Steward Chen accepted the second with a smile and no surprise whatsoever. I learned more from that smile than from the audience. Then business. He handed over the survey with the region names on it, agreed with the 5 families. Wan Kui Mountain, Yuhua Terrace. Steward Chen read down the list. Good names, and you have cited the city here, on the first rank vein. Sensible. There had been 2 choices, and one of them was on the frontier, so it was not so much sensible as arithmetic, but my son thanked him. Then the allocation list. 24 city-founding dragon bones, 108 city-founding nails of profound iron, 3 million caddies of spirit stone dust, 50,000 caddies of profound iron, 200,000 caddies of first-grade ironwood. That was my shopping list, plus 5 separate allocations for the 5 families which I would be escorting. And in the doorway, a voice. Has the Wanshu County Liu family arrived? And Han Long came in, chief secretary of the Marquis's estate, nascent soul stage, built like a gate tower. 2 pieces of bad news arrived that month, and 1 piece of very good. Mo Jinyu came back from Yutong County to report that the beast tide had gone through there too. That the Yutu sect, the only house within reach that knew how to fire cyan stone spirit brick, no longer existed, so I would have to invent a brick, and my eldest son wrote 2 words on his desk and underlined both, manpower, bricks, and in Hanshuang Cave, my daughter walked in alone with a sword and found something nobody expected. It is not dark in there. The frost key glows pale blue, and the damp freezes into clear ice. The ice throws the glow back, so the whole cave is lit like the inside of a lantern, with cold springs running through it. I have never seen it with eyes. I have felt every inch. She wrote in her report, I understand now why the Wu family crossed a continent for this. There were bats, and they were weak, first level, a few hundred, and they were nothing to her. But the deeper she went, the more the walls stopped looking natural. Tool marks, chisel, and adze, and somebody had gone over them afterward to scrub them out, and had not been thorough. Then she found a broken pill furnace, and shelving cut into the rock, storage alcoves in rows deliberately smashed. Somebody had lived in that cave. Somebody had refined in it, and somebody else had come along afterward and tried to erase it. An ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, she said out loud, which is the phrase every cultivator in that world dreams of saying. She wanted very badly to go deeper. There were too many bats, and she is her mother's daughter, so she turned round. And something passed behind her. Not human. She wrote that twice, underlined. There was no human feel to it at all. The Pixu Vajra on her belt began to hum. The frost bamboo sword came up to guard her chest, and every wall in that cave opened its eyes at once. Hundreds of them came off the stone in one motion. Vine whip dance. Whips came out of the floor and knocked the first rank out of the air. And in among those hundreds of eyes she caught 1 pair that were different, and the difference was this. They were not the eyes of anything alive. She started backing out. The Pixu roar off my walls stunned the ones nearest her, but a roar meant for unclean things is only noise to an animal, and she was fighting animals. Then something white went past at the edge of the light. Where do you think you're going? She threw a fistful of thunder sound peach pits after it, and it ran. Properly ran, faster than it had been moving, deeper in. It was afraid of them. That is a data point, and she recorded it, and it saved lives later. She fought her way out. Zhao Wuji was already coming in with the 5 disciples. I heard explosions and assumed the worst. It's nothing, said my daughter. As the Wu family said, there are simply a great many bats. She did not mention the tool marks, or the furnace, or the white thing. She told her own family in the Wansho Pavilion 4 days later, and nobody outside that room heard about it for 11 years. The good news happened in Zilyu City on the same afternoon. Han Long sat down, took a cup, and said comfortably, understanding that the Liu family is seeking a core for its city formation, the young Marquis instructed me to make you a gift, a 3rd-tier town-suppressing artifact, the Silverleaf Returning Origin Tree. So my second son heard the words, town-suppressing artifact, and then did not hear anything else for several seconds. One of his 3 objectives, closed, for free, on his first afternoon. He got outside and immediately started worrying about it, which is why I love him. A 3rd-tier suppressing artifact is worth tens of thousands of stones at a minimum. The young Marquis of the West does not hand those to unknown border families out of goodwill. Either my family had something the estate wanted, or the estate wanted my clan to owe it something. He turned it over for 2 days and could not find anything about my house worth that price. He was, of course, wrong. He simply did not know what was growing in his own valley. The tree itself, inside a formation, it speeds the recovery of spiritual power for everyone under it. It carries 300 silver leaves and grows 80 a year, and when my formation fires, hundreds of those leaves become blades. I had been growing it for 11 years. The reason it is only third tier is that the leaves are consumed and take a year to come back. For a wood attribute family with a dead founder who can make plants grow, it was very nearly a gift addressed to me personally, which meant I now needed a formation master who specialized in wood. He had not begun looking when the first one knocked on his door. Elder Liu, Chung Yuan, of the Chung family of Xilu City. We have been laying formations for 900 years, because building a city from nothing is the rarest commission in the profession. Most formation masters spend their lives repairing other people's work. This is the job they dream about. The fee is enormous, and therefore the masters chased me instead of the other way round. Then my son, understanding this inside about 4 seconds, became extremely relaxed. The Chung family is the first, he said to his nephews that evening. They will not be the last. He got a free education out of Chung Yuan over 3 hours, and so did I. Great formations run on the 5 elements. Metal for killing, wood for vitality, earth for defense. You choose the element by the family and by the core, and mostly by the core, because cores are the thing you cannot buy. Then he asked his question with numbers in it. A third-tier core, wood, a city wall of about 40 li, a first-rank vein beneath. Chung Yuan drew in the air with a finger of white light for a while, muttering about return origin and iron leaf and strangling attributes and auxiliary materials, and finally said, "Understand that without seeing the ground I can only give a figure, all told, 570,000 spirit stones," and my son had prepared himself for a large number. His heart, he wrote, still went sideways in his chest. The reason the Wu family were in my county is worth 2 minutes, because it is the same reason as everybody else's. 400 years old. Third strongest house in Yiyang County. And in all of Yiyang County, they had 3 spiritual springs, which is exactly enough to sustain 2 foundation establishment cultivators, and not one more. I had wells I was not using. What kept them fed was a herb. Frost fruit, 3rd grade, which grows only in cold, and which is the principal ingredient in the yellow dragon pill, the pill that treats a failed breakthrough into foundation establishment. The Marquise's estate buys everyone they can make in contribution. I wanted that trade in my county, and the frost fruit had hit its ceiling because there was only so much frost key in one small valley. So they crossed a continent for an ice vein, and the vein turned out to have something in it. Clan Chief Deng Ren got a letter written in his younger brother's handwriting, except it wasn't. It was a junior disciple's. Tens of thousands of frost ice spirit bats. Elder Deng Long went deep, gravely injured, life in the balance. He put his fist through his own table. Didn't the Liu family survey this? How can there be that many Yao beasts in a cave that they surveyed? And then, being a decent man, he answered himself, out loud, to an empty room, because they surveyed the surface, and because my family currently keeping your brother alive is theirs. He wanted to come himself. The frost fruit harvest was under contract to the estate and required my clan head on site. So he sent Deng Bin, first-level foundation establishment, with 20 disciples and 2,000 picked mortals. I could have healed Deng Long myself in about 6 hours. I did not. Mo Tianfeng sent for the Lingju sect, one of the 5 physicians, the ones with no land and no army, and therefore no leverage, and had them do it in my hall, and had the Zhao family thanked publicly for riding to Hanshuang Cave when they heard. Because on the first crisis of a brand new county, you either teach 6 families that they are 6 families, or you teach them that they are 1. "We are colleagues of Wanshou County," said the Lingju elder, packing his instruments entirely on cue. "When one side has trouble, all sides come." Deng Long, awake and gray, swore he had seen nothing unusual in the cave. He may have been telling the truth, so my son did not tell him anything either. At the Wanshou Pavilion they were still arguing about the cave when the letter from Xilu City arrived. Could it be a demonic sect in there? Should we report it to Huayuan? City construction begins this month. If we start another crisis and it delays the build, you and I will be the criminals of this family. Then, the court supply train had departed, and the young Marquis had given me a 3rd-tier core. The young Marquis has no connection to our family. Why? And my eldest son put 2 things side by side, a golden core cultivator who had toured Taoshi village incognito, and a gift arriving 6 months later, and got the right answer and kept it to himself. That core saved me at least 100,000 stones, which left me owing the young Marquis a favor, and my son wrote that down in the ledger as a liability, because that is what it is. The train would take a year and 2 months to arrive. I still had no bricks and no workforce, which is when I finally said something. I had not spoken in a pavilion meeting for 11 years. I let them run it. They are better at it than I am, and they have to live in the world. Is firing bricks actually difficult? Then my son answered carefully, the way you answer a founder. The formula isn't difficult, father. It needs skilled hands in quantity, and it needs cultivators who can hold a furnace temperature and dose the spirit stone dust. A family that isn't already in the trade has neither. Get me the process, any copy, and put the recruiting problem to me as well. The process cost me nothing. I did not have to leave Chingy County to find it. Science-stone spirit brick is not a secret. It is simply a business nobody can enter. Then I took it into the Emerald Dream and ran it for the equivalent of 9 months while 11 days passed outside. The difficulty is not the brick. Anybody with hands can fire 100. The difficulty is 9 million at a price that does not eat the county. 4 inputs: blue netherstone, spirit stone dust, spirit quenching liquid, and spirit iron slag. The dust is half the cost by value, and the court was supplying it. The quenching liquid is a byproduct of spiritual veins, and I had 6, which left the stone and the iron, and the answer to both walked into my lap the same month because the King Kong sect found spirit iron ore inside their own allotment at Ironstone Mountain. The real barrier was grinding. Blue netherstone and iron slag are hard. Mortals cannot break them at scale. Cultivators can, and if you use cultivators to grind material for 9 million bricks, you will spend more on cultivators than on my wall. And my first solution was a spirit stone powered mill, which worked perfectly and cost a fortune in fuel. So my second solution was a river. Jilyu Ferry is where 3 rivers come together, and the water there is fast and permanent and free. 26 water wheels, driving stone mills, running day and night, consuming nothing at all. And then, in the middle of describing it to my son, I heard myself say the word river twice and stopped. Because the river that runs down out of Ironstone Mountain, the King Kong sect's allotment, where the ore is, joins those same 3 rivers at Jilyu Ferry, which meant I did not have to haul ore over mountains at all. I could float it. 2 of those steps need cultivators, and neither needs strong ones. Mo Tianfeng gave the orders standing up, which he almost never does. Qing Yun, Jing Feng, Qing Ping take 6 disciples each into the surrounding prefectures and recruit scattered families. 3 months. I want 10,000 mortals and 100 cultivators. Long way, the water wheels at Jilyu Ferry. Qingning, ships. We need to move ore by water and we own none. Anning, Ironstone Mountain. Get the King Kong sect digging. Yunli, take the 2nd generation and learn the inscription arrays and the earth fire firing personally until you can teach it. And everybody in that hall said understood at the same time, which still gets me. The Marquis had put the King Kong sect there because they are miners and smiths, and because there was a first order vein in it. Elder Shigang was standing on a ridge counting his luck when 3 green streaks came in from the east. Ore and a navigable river in the same allotment. Back home, the logistics had strangled them for 2 centuries. Elder Anning, forgive me for not coming out to greet you. She did not do pleasantries. The Yutu sect is dead. The tide took them. They were to have fired the Science Stone brick for Shushan City. Shigang made a sympathetic noise, and had absolutely no idea why she was telling him this. His sect could not fire brick. Nobody could make money on brick anyway. The margin per brick is nothing, and there is no volume, because how often does anyone build a city? I do enjoy that question. To be plain, Elder Feng, the Liu family will fire them ourselves. We require blue netherstone and spirit iron slag in quantity, and we are asking the King Kong sect. His heart did something complicated. Because 9 million bricks is tens of thousands of spirit stones in raw material alone, and for a house of the King Kong sect's size, that is 10 years of income on the exact commodity they were already going to mine for me, and then the price. To supply at that rate, they would have to compress a 9-year relocation, not shorten, compress. Bring their entire clan out of Huima County years early into unfinished ground with no defenses up. I was asking a great deal, and I knew it. Because if the King Kong sect delayed the wall of Shushan City, my family would not be able to forgive it even if it wanted to. This is beyond my authority, said Shigang, and he was already writing. I must put it to my sect master. And at that exact moment, a flying sword came in from Taoshi village. Deng Bin had arrived. With 2,000 people. Deng Bin was polite, and he probed for an hour, and my eldest son decided to simply tell him. There is something else in that cave. My 5th sister found tool marks. A broken pill furnace. Storage cut into the rock and deliberately smashed. She believes it was somebody's cave dwelling. He let that sit. And she was pursued out of it by something white-haired that I cannot identify. White-haired, said Deng Bin, and stopped being polite, because he had come expecting an infestation. Mo Tianfeng suggested waiting, settle in Taoshi village, and when my family had hands free, go in together. It was honest advice. Mo Anning had barely got out of the upper galleries, and Deng Bin was weaker than she was, and Deng Bin refused, and I have always respected him for the reason. I've brought 2,000 people, clan chief. With those already here, that is over 2,000 mouths. How could I put that on your family? So he took them out to open ground well clear of the cave mouth, built a village there, and sat down to wait for his own reinforcements. At Jilyu Ferry, my fourth son was staking out water wheels. The wheels themselves were 20 meters across and had to be cut in sections from spirit wood that had been growing in Peachstone Valley for 30 years. My wife carved a strengthening formation into each one and told me privately that if that wheel had been an artifact, it would have graded second tier, first rank. The iron rollers I could not make. Those went out to 3 forging families in Qinghai County who were extremely pleased to hear from me, and Mo Xiaofei hit a wall that could not be dug through. There were no ships. Building cargo ships takes months, and Jilyu Ferry runs fast enough that a cheap hull comes apart in it. To move ore at the volume I needed meant 100 vessels minimum. She searched the entire county. 2 fishing boats. She searched Qinghai County, which does not have a river worth the name, and found nothing at all. She was sitting in an office in Taoxi village with a blank requisition in front of her when a woman was shown in. Elder Qingning, my name is Shui Ling. I am sect leader of the Shuibo sect. We came to Taoxi village last year. Young, very pretty, and so obviously unaccustomed to talking to anyone important that my daughter-in-law pulled the registry over out of kindness rather than suspicion. Page 22. Shuibo sect. 2 cultivators, highest at 4th level, 50 people, originally of Jiangku Town, Hezi County, displaced by the tide. They say in the village that Elder Qingning is looking for cargo ships. I am. There are none. Shui Ling's whole face changed and her nerves fell off her. I know a place 10 days from here where you can get 100. Qingning stood up. The story was good. Jiangku Town grew up around the Jiang family on a wide river, a working river port, not famous, but with boats coming and going all year, and the tide had come in over land. It flattened that town in a night, which meant the boats should still be sitting there. Then my daughter-in-law agreed on the spot and spent the next 9 days watching Shui Ling not meet her eyes and worked it out about the 4th day. Shui Ling wanted something out of that town. At 4th level, she could not go and get it, so she had found something my family wanted badly enough to carry her there. That is not treachery. That is a small woman with no cards playing the only one she has, and my family have done exactly the same thing to bigger houses more than once. 9 days. Jiangku Town was a black field with the shapes of streets still in it. It really is, said Qingning quietly. Scorched earth. They came through the ruins to the bank, and the river was beautiful, wide, calm green banks, an open sky. And the wharves stood there in a neat row with nothing tied to them. Where are the boats? Shui Ling made a noise and started running for the water, and my daughter-in-law put a whip out of her sleeve, wrapped her, dropped her, and dusted her with paralyzing pollen before she had gone 6 paces, not to hurt her, to stop her shouting. Mo Jinling and Mo Tianyu already had seeds out. 2 plants came up around all 4 of them, and inside 20 seconds there was nothing on that bank but weeds growing out of a burned town. A small boat came in fast, and 2 men stepped off it out of Black Key, dressed as fishermen and not fishermen at all. One of them picked a broken thread off a piling and turned it over. Something tripped the line. Why is there nothing on it? A wild beast? In water dragon gang water? What beast gets in and out of our stretch alive? The hunchback had a heavy anchor on a chain, wrapped in black key. The other carried a fish spear with a skull on the butt. You do not get demonic key that dense out of a workshop. You get it out of a great many lives, and my daughter-in-law recognized the grade of it and stayed very still inside her weeds. There's been too much noise this month, said the second one. Well, it's for that. Doesn't make it easier on us. We're the ones keeping the lid on so the flying fish don't notice. They restrung the trip line and went back out to the middle of the river and disappeared. Qingning waited a full quarter of an hour, and a voice out of the rubble behind them said pleasantly, "They're well away now. You lot are careful." 3 people in flying fish guard uniform came out of a collapsed doorway. Vice 100 Household Officer Xiao Jun. And you are? Peach, the Wanshou County Lu family. Qingning. Xiao Jun frowned for a second. Then one of his men leaned in and said 4 words in his ear, and Xiao Jun lit up like a festival. Chief Lu's family? Well, then you're half my own family. Because for 11 years my grandson had been sending wine and tea and pills to every officer in that prefecture, including men he had met twice, including this one. That is why a chief at 6th level had 1,000 household officer who spoke well of him. You do not buy people with gifts. You buy the 11 seconds it takes for a stranger to decide whether you are worth helping. So, why is the Lu family in a dead town? We need cargo ships. We're building a city. Ah. Xiao Jun's face went sideways. Then you're a month late. That town belongs to a demonic sect now. They call themselves the Water Dragon Gang, and your boats were taken. Then he made his offer. 3 of me can't find them, 5 of me plus your people might. Qingning hesitated on principle. The Flying Fish Guard is running a case for us to involve ourselves, and Xiao Jun laughed out loud. Has your family ever involved itself less? Then he noticed Shui Ling. Specifically, he noticed that she had flinched at the words Water Dragon Gang. You haven't introduced this one, Elder Qingning. What should I call her? And when he learned she was not a Lu, that she was an outside sect leader who had led them here, the temperature of that conversation dropped through the floor. The Flying Fish Guard have standing authority to execute anyone assisting a demonic sect on the spot and be credited with merit for it. Shui Ling bit her lips white and said nothing at all. She has a spine, said Xiaojun, and took a chain out of his coat. I am not going to describe the next 4 minutes. There is a name for that chain, and the name is on the file. He used it once. Then she talked. So my daughter-in-law stood 8 feet away with her hands at her sides and did not intervene, because intervening meant a private war between a registered family and the Flying Fish Guard. She made that calculation in about a second, and she was correct, and she has never entirely forgiven herself for how fast she made it. Neither have I. These were the Flying Fish Guard. The ones I had dealt with before had been unusually easy to like. What she said was, Jiaolong backbone. Xiaojun's eyes narrowed to nothing. A Jiaolong spine, 4th to 6th rank, is one of the rarest materials in the world for either alchemy or forging. That is why a demonic sect had occupied a dead town, sealed a river, and spent 2 months keeping it quiet 40 li outside my border. How do you know about it? Where is it? What is your connection to the Water Dragon Gang? She was barely conscious. They put a pill in her mouth and waited. Then she told them, Jiangku Town was Shuibo sect land, back when the Shuibo sect was anything. Her ancestors hid the spine there generations ago. Her senior brother could not endure being poor in a poor sect and left for a demonic one, and her master moved the entire Shuibo sect back to Jiangku Town for the specific purpose of standing between that man and the thing in the ground. I did not know any of this when I bought her boats. Then the tide came, and the master died, and the sect that had been founded to guard a secret was 2 women in a converted warehouse in another county. Her senior brother's name is Lin Wei. I am not here for the spine. I do not know where the spine is. I came for my master's relics, our sect token, and our cultivation technique. They are on a Shuibo sect boat. She was crying and could not wipe her face. It is all the Shuibo sect owns. Xiaojun had interrogated people for 20 years, and he knew inside 4 seconds that she was telling the truth. And then he winked at my daughter-in-law. She caught it and stepped forward on cue. Sect leader Shui Ling has been law-abiding in Taoshi village, and I see no possibility of collusion. The Liu family stands surety for her. Then today, said Xiaojun, you are fortunate in your guarantor. Otherwise, it would have been the blood prison. The chain came off. Qingning got her upright, fed her a blood stasis pill, and put qi into her. The wounds were shallow. Xiaojun had never intended more than a demonstration, had performed one, and had left himself a way to be generous afterward, and that is how that service works. I was going to have to learn it. Shui Ling could not stop shaking every time a uniform came near her for the rest of her life, and then she got on her knees anyway. I ask only for my sex token and my sex boat. I want nothing to do with the spine. Xiaojun looked down at her. Do I look like a scrap collector? What use is a broken sex token to the Flying Fish Guard? He jerked his chin at the ruins. Get up and lead. The tunnel came out on a low bank 10 li away, well past the trip lines. The Shuibo sect had dug it generations ago and had hidden in it during the tide, which is why any of them were alive. The smell coming out of it was appalling because 50 people had lived in there for weeks. One of Xiaojun's officers stood at the mouth and worked a fan 4 or 5 times to blow it through before anybody would go in. Then 10 li in the dark and out onto a bank and past the fog line, and the river opened up. Hundreds of vessels scattered across the water like stars, and river workers with ropes round their waists and shovels in their hands, going over the side in shifts, diving, coming up, going down again. On the largest boat, a man in black. 2 months of digging. Lin Wei, is this intelligence real? Keep this up and we will have the Flying Fish Guard on us. Absolutely real. I stake my life on it, Sect Master. Days. Half a month at the outside. And then, with the spine and the material we have gathered here, you refine the Water Dragon Blood Whip, 4th rank, possibly 5th. The material he was referring to was 3,000 living men holding shovels, and I am going to leave it there. His fee for the betrayal came out of the black-robed man's sleeve, 1 Red Blood Foundation establishment pill, made of things I will also not itemize, and Lin Wei took it in both hands like a man receiving a crown. Xiaojun sat down on that bank under my daughter-in-law's camouflage growth and went into meditation for 3 hours. He came out of it under the moon, gray, and needed help to stand. Hundreds of boats, he said. Where in the world did they take that many mortals from? And Mo Xiaofei's heart went sideways, and so did mine. She had come 400 li for 100 holes, and there were hundreds, and more than that, there were thousands of men who knew how to work them. That is the entire bottleneck of the brick chain, sitting on a river, guarded. At least 13 demonic cultivators, Xiaojun went on. Hidden posts I couldn't count, 3 at roughly my level, and 1 on the bow wrapped in black key that I could not read at all. Foundation establishment, certainly. He looked at her. Elder Qingning, if not for your plants, I would not have come back from that bank. They fell back 10 li in the dark, and he wrote his report, and then, at the end of it, he said out loud the sentence that decided everything. They came here for the spine. If they get it, they will be 1,000 li away inside a week, and all of this becomes nothing, and it goes on my record as a case mishandled. He stamped it most urgent and burned an emergency courier, which the Flying Fish Guard used perhaps twice in a career. The answer came back inside a day. There were no reinforcements. Every officer in Huayuan County was spread across the ruins where the sects were breeding. He could watch the Water Dragon gang leave with a 4th-rank material and take my mark on his file. Or my county would scrape together whoever was near and send them to Jiangxia town, and he could try it with that. And at the bottom of the letter, in a different hand, then my clan wanted boats, did they not? If my family will commit, then when the Water Dragon gang is destroyed, every vessel taken becomes theirs, with rewards according to performance. Xiaojun laughed until he had to sit down. Then he handed my daughter-in-law that paragraph. The ships are right there, he said. The only question is whether your family wants them enough to come and take them. Back home, in the Emerald Dream, I asked my exhausted eldest son about the King Kong sect. They had said yes. They were stopping all forging and all mining at home. 3,000 of their people in 2 months. The remaining 7,000 inside 8. A 9-year relocation compressed into 3. Because the raw material order for 9 million bricks was several years of their income in their own trade, and taking it meant that instead of arriving on my frontier weakened, they would arrive richer than they left. Their conditions were fair and expensive. I feed and house tens of thousands of their people until they are on their feet. I cover their defense until their own formation is up, and they get a compound inside Shushan City when Shushan City exists. Agree to all of it. Other news. My first water wheel was turning and outperforming its projections. Qingyun had walked 4 prefectures and brought back 3,000 homeless mortals and 40-odd loose cultivators. Against tens of thousands, that is nothing, and I had already stopped looking at refugees. I was looking at the 5 families. Every one of them had 4 or 5 times my mortal population, and every one of them was newly arrived and unstable, and every one of them wanted something I could grow. Deployment of the 9,000 hands I did have, 1,000 to build housing for the incoming King Kong sect, 5,000 to Jilyu Ferry, docks, barracks, molding yards, kiln sites. 3,000 to my city site to put up worker settlements before a single stone arrived, because a construction site of that size without housing and latrines planned in advance does not become a city, it becomes an epidemic. Mo Jiai took Jilyu Ferry, which was the load-bearing node, and the letter came in from Jiangku town. Here is why a family that had just been made a baron went to war over some river barges. Overland from Ironstone Mountain, or goes through Whitestone Cliff and across Fenglin Shore. Mountain track. Heavy load. A full cart takes more than 10 days, and my county does not contain that many carts. The freight cost of that route is approximately the value of the ore. By water, downstream to Jilyu Ferry in 1 to 2 days, then a good flat road to the city site in 2 more. Half the time, 1/10 the cost. Against a 9th-level Foundation establishment leader and 20-odd cultivators versus a Flying Fish Guard detachment that would be lucky to field 10, which meant my family was not assisting, and my family was the main force, so my eldest son wanted to go himself and could not. So my youngest daughter went, and Mo Xiaofei with her, and 18 of my 3rd generation, 18, out of 50, nearly half the family's young cultivators on one river 400 li from home. Then my son wrote in the margin of that order, the 4th generation must be put on the agenda this year, and they took both beasts. Jingfeng and Xinyue, both at 7th-level Foundation establishment, whose existence is formally known to the dynasty and to the Flying Fish Guard, and which is the official reason a clan of 5,000 mortals and 40 cultivators was ever allowed to hold a county. And my 2 best lies. Don't conserve, said Mo Tianfeng. Fly the whole way. Rest when you get there. 5 days. The Flying Fish Guard reinforcement when it arrived was 5 men at about 7th level and not 1 senior officer, and Xiaojun's face did something painful. Then he saw 20 streaks of green light coming in from the east and cheered up enormously. Final order of battle, 8 Flying Fish Guard, none below 7th level. 22 of mine, 1 at Foundation establishment, 1 at 8th level, the rest around 5th, 2 Foundation establishment beasts. Heavens, somebody muttered on the wall. They haven't even left a guard on their own nest. They've brought the whole family for a pile of boats. Xiaojun did not correct him, because Xiaojun did not know that this was not remotely the whole family. They were 1 day late. Is this it? The black-robed man said on the river, holding 3 meters of bone as white as a cloud. Is this the flood dragon's spine? It is. He closed his eyes and felt the water qi still moving in it after 1,000 years. With the water dragon blood whip, he said, I will break into crystallization. And he threw Lin Wei the red pill. Isn't this what you've been running about for? Take it. 2 days later, at the hour of Chen, 31 people came over the ruins of Jiangku town and stopped dead. The river was full of ships. More were coming in from upstream. And in the middle of it, a white bone whip hung in the air on threads of red light, and a figure in black was pouring blood key into it off the wharf. The whip was turning red as they watched. Where that blood key was coming from I have said once and will not say again. He's refining it now. Don't let him finish. 31 sword lights went into that town. 3 outer sentries died in the first 4 seconds. Elder Anning, the artifact first. Leave this to us. So my daughter went for the river with Jingfeng and Xin Yue on either side of her. The man in black watched her come and did not stop working, which tells you everything about him. Dozens of seeds came out of her sleeve and became vines as thick as an arm and hid a black transparent shell around him, and inside that shell things were howling. Little girl. He didn't look up. Foundation establishment at your age. Your future is limitless. Why not come to the demonic path? I could take you further than they ever will. That is not a taunt, incidentally. That is genuine recruitment, and it works for a reason. The demonic path is fast. You kill, and you rise. On the orthodox path, a genius with no money and no patron will be overtaken by a mediocrity from a rich sect before he is 40, and will watch it happen, and will know exactly why. I was that genius once, minus the genius, which is why the geniuses that fall are almost never from great houses. 3 sword key from Jingfeng, a wall of wood spikes from Xin Yue, and my vines closing all at once, and the shell came apart. The man in black coughed black blood, and a bone mirror on his chest shattered. 2 7th-level foundation establishment beasts, his voice had changed. You broke my white bone bodyguarding mirror. He stopped refining. It didn't matter. The whip was finished enough. With the full blessing of these 3,000, it would have been perfect. For you, this will do. He took it in both hands. 4th rank, Water Dragon Blood Whip. 1 stroke put out everything they had thrown. The second cut Xin Yue's wooden wall in half, a wall of 2nd stage Vajra wood, which my wife could not scratch with a sword. A 4th rank demonic artifact, he said, against Foundation establishment. With this in my hand, I would not be at a disadvantage against crystallization. What are the 3 of you? And he was right. And the reason he was right was not strength. It was ground. They were fighting over the middle of a wide river. There is no soil. Wood magic in that position is a man boxing in a pond. And he was a water cultivator with a water artifact standing on his own element. Then a second bloody aura came up off the wharf behind them. Ah, Lin Wei, you've broken through at last. Jingfeng and Xin Yue went into Ling Qi burst at the same moment, Xin Yue peeling off my daughter's shoulders and growing to 12 feet, and took the leader between them and pushed my daughter out of the fight. Because if the new one reached the shore, 18 of my grandchildren were on it. Your opponent, said Mo Anning, is me. The frost bamboo sword went out with cold trailing it. Lin Wei caught it on hands wrapped in running water. 3 thunder sound peach pits came out of her sleeve. He dodged one. The other 2 went off against a current at his waist that swallowed the sound and the shock together. So, he said, wondering at his own hands, this is Foundation, establishment. And the black-robed man, from the river, gave him a speech, and it is the best speech in this whole story, and it is on the wrong side. That's right, Lin Wei. That is Foundation establishment. You cultivated for 40 years under the Holy Dynasty. You were kind. You worked conscientiously. You lived frugally. You never once complained. And with your talent, you reached the 5th level of Qi condensation. 10 years with my sect, and you are Foundation establishment. Now look at the girl in front of you. Is her talent greater than yours? Or was she simply born into a family that never made her count spirit stones? A family that fed her the best of everything from the day she could walk, so she has what you have at half your age? Are you willing to accept that? Kill her. His demonic Qi went past a foot. A pale blue bracelet lit on his wrist, and the river came off the surface in sheets. And my daughter fought badly. She gave ground. She answered late. She took a water arrow out of the water she had not seen coming, and it threw my daughter dozens of meters back into the ruins, and then arrows and blades went into those ruins until there were craters in them. Is it done? No. In the bottom of the largest crater, a woman was standing entirely unhurt in 3 feet of azure Qi, with the mark on her forehead lit like a lamp, and around her, already laid out, were seeds. And at 4 points, already planted, were formation flags. She had not been losing. She had been walking a water cultivator, away from his water. Come out. Plants came out of that ground like shot because I put them there. Dozens of vines braided into cables and lifted her 10 meters up, and buds swelled along them and opened, and pollen came off the flowers in a pale cloud. He backed onto the river and threw water at her, and the vines closed over her by themselves because by then they were half awake and they knew whose they were. Then he steadied, because he had worked it out. The growth could not cross the water. He was correct. He simply had not asked where the pollen was going. It was drifting downwind, over the wharves, over the shore, into the place where 8 flying fish guard and 22 Lu were fighting 40 men of the water dragon gang at arm's length. Captain Guan, Mo Xiaofei's voice went up over the whole waterfront. Pull the flying fish guard back behind us, as far as you can. The formation my daughter had built on that riverbank is called the Spirit Dissipating Thorn Formation. It cost 50 second-tier spirit plants to seed, plus flags, plus stones, plus the bloodline power of everyone in my family who had a mark. The vines knew their own. They went round 20 Lu cultivators like water round rocks and closed on everything else on that shore. And the pollen was not a poison. The pollen ate spiritual qi. Xiao Jun, standing at the edge of the growth, breathed in perhaps 2 mouthfuls before he got clear and felt his own reserve start to drain out of him like a bath emptying. What formation is this?